walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. Sorry it, I need your love with me for life. I'm sorry it ended this way. you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever.
Is your lad chopping up children's genitals?
We'll hide
La la. Liberal, 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 liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths. Forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Hi, folks. Happy Thursday. I thought you might like a little Alex Jones intro. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. How's everyone doing? Hello, Bobito. Hello, Bobito. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Why did I ruin such a nice song? Because it was enjoyable for me, Jay. I love doing it. Hi, guys. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing out there? Okay. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Now, obviously, I'm not a fan of Alex Jones. Let's be honest with ourselves. Okay, I'm definitely not a right-wing lunatic. But still, I thought that'd be kind of funny since we're talking about liberals today. Okay, since we're talking about liberals today. So we're talking about liberalism. Okay, and as a lefty, I am not a liberal. But regardless, hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Let's see who we have here. Tiago's here. Hello, Tiago. So glad you're here. It's been a while. So let me see, guys, who we have here. Who do we have here? We have, the first person here was, who was the first person here? Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. How are you doing, Outer Signal? So glad you're here, Outer Signal. So glad you're here, as always, okay? So glad you're here, as always. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. So Outer Signal, first one here. That's unusual. Most of the time, it is not Outer Signal who's the first one here. Okay. But so glad you're here, Outer Signal. Let's see who else we got here. We have Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. How are you doing, Mayflower Kid? So glad you're here, as always. Okay, so glad you're here, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid, great member of the community. Everyone should join the Discord. It's linked at the top of the chat here. It's linked at the top of the chat. If you want to join it, then you'll be able to see Mayflower Kid's amazing newsletter whenever she puts it out. Okay, Mayflower Kid has done a great lot for the community. So glad you're here, Mayflower Kid. Hello, LaCroix. LaCroix is here. Hello, LaCroix. How are you doing, LaCroix? Are you doing well, LaCroix? I'm so glad you're here. Another great established member of the community. Been here for a long time now, dear God. Okay, Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. Jay Williams, a newer member of the community, but an established member of the community. So glad you're here, Jay Williams. Everyone should go over to the Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat, and go to the hobby section. Check out Jay Williams art, and you can commission art from him. He's a good artist, etc. So please go check that out. Okay. Bro Moment, Nasi, our titles are hello, Bro Moment. How are you, Bro Moment? You've been here forever too, by the way. I like never call you out, Bro Moment, but thank you for being here. You've been here for like ages. Oh my God, I feel like we're gonna find a fossil of Bro Moment next to the a Velociraptor fossil. But hello, Bro Moment. Okay, Nasiar, these titles are genuinely diabolical because why is the first sentence what is a liberal? And then it's just, yeah, remember that one thing Hitler did? Bro Moment, I do things in a certain way on purpose, okay? I like shocking contradictions or shocking I like things that are put together that are shockingly, oh my God, what is the word I'm looking for? I like putting like two contradictory or things that are not normally put together. Okay, let's put it that way. And then you will end up finding out though that those things are more related than you think. Okay, so even my titles, guys, kind of have a jestery tinge to them. Okay, they have a very Thomas Paine tinge to them. Okay, by making shocking, outlandish statements that also have a grain of truth in them. So you will see, Bro Moment, there's actually a big relationship between liberalism and eugenics, and I'm not even joking. Okay. Fetty, hello, Fetty. How are you doing, Fetty? How are you doing, Fetty? I'm so glad you're here, Fetty. You need to get that loon tattoo. I love it. Woke gay Marxist. Hello, woke gay Marxist. Love having a woke gay Marxist in here. Okay, you're not the only one. Trust me. A liberal is a social fascist. Well, hey, don't get ahead of me, woke gay Marxist. Okay, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Okay. Hello, Jonas. How are you doing, Jonas? How did you have a good Eid yesterday, Jonas? Eid Mubarak, by the way. I know that was yesterday, but how was your Eid? Hope it was a good one. Dolly Boy, hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? How's everything going? Okay, I feel like I haven't paid enough attention to you recently, Dolly Boy. You've been a good boy, okay? Because Dolly Boy's a dog. You know what? This is turning into an insult session. I didn't mean it to be that, but how are you doing, Dolly Boy? Okay. In your groove, hello, in your groove, nice Greek flag in your groove, been in here forever too. Normalcy seeker, I'm sorry guys, I'm having to speed up now. Normalcy seeker, hello, normalcy seeker, so glad you're here. Babito, Bufem, so glad you're here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I hope please enjoy yourself. You'll have a lovely time, I hope. Okay. Okay, have you been in here before, Babito? Jay Williams said hello, Jay Williams. Mayflower Kid, Benjamin, welcome back, Benjamin. Benjamin says, what you doing? You're going to find out, Benjamin. Okay, so glad you're back here. We remember you yesterday, Benjamin. Okay, Weirdomorphous Blob. Yeah, you're here. You can help me define what a liberal is because it's complicated, but so glad you're here, Weirdomorphous Blob. Hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here, but excuse me, so glad you're here. Body Swap. Okay, what's left? What's right? Both want to fight. Left, right. Good night. Hilarious, Benjamin. Okay, of course, Babito. Okay. I'm doing okay, Dolly Boy. Tired, but I'll be okay, okay? I'll be fine. All right. Hello, Doug. Hello, Doug. An oxymoron? Yes, I guess, Doug, okay? That would be a good one. Hello, Jay Shadow, also someone who's been here since the beginning. Louise, hello, Louise. Louise has been here as like one of the originals. I really should start including Louise. I'm pretty sure Alyssa, Lee Lane, and Louise are the three originals. I keep saying Alyssa and Lee Lane, but Louise should be included in that. Matt Saigai, maybe too. You guys are like the main or the primary originals, the ones that were first in the streams and have been through me through shit and everything else. Okay, you're right, Louise. You are a dinosaur. That's a bit too young though, Louise, in terms of being in the streams. You're more like a single-celled organism, one of those things that was floating around in the ocean. Okay, you're way you may have been around during the Big Bang, Louise. To be honest. Okay, with love, Louise. I don't mean that as like a attack. Well, Tiago, yes, you too, Tiago. You've been in here forever too, okay? Tiago's been in here for ages too, all right? Okay, so guys, let's talk, right? Let's talk, shall we? There you go. Don't we all, Louise? Don't we all love a big bang, Louise? Anyway. Oh my God, thank you so much, Jay Shadow. Thank you very much, really. Okay, thank you very much, Jay Shadow, for the subscription. Deeply appreciate it. Thank for the Bezos bucks. Folks, you can subscribe using Amazon Prime for free if you're over on Twitch. Deeply appreciate it. Help send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. Deeply appreciate it, okay? We only need a few more followers over on Twitch before we have 400 followers, which will be nice. So we're almost to 400. I'd like to get like like 12 or 10 or 12, I don't know, between 10 and 12 more followers, and then we'll get to 400, yay, and then we're on to 500, okay? Jay Williams, we're gonna watch The Big Bang Theory. No, Jay Williams, we're not, okay? Calm down, all right? Okay, so guys, let's chat, shall we? So here's the thing, guys. Jerry wants, we have a few things to talk about. We are going to watch, so there's some news items. There's some news items. We're going to go through those kind of quickly. We're going to do more. We're going to do quite a bit of education stuff today, but not like a whole time's going to be a lesson. We're going to watch a documentary, a I guess you would have called that a pretty long YouTube video about the eugenics movement. Okay, so we're going to spend a bit of time talking about the eugenics movement, watching this PBS video about the history of the eugenics movement. We will put it on 1.2325 speed. So I would like to spend a bit of time on that today, like maybe an hour, just chatting about the eugenics movement, watching that video together. Don't leave, okay? Don't be like, oh God, we have to watch a long video. Don't leave. It'll be interesting. I promise you. Okay. We'll just chat, we'll watch it and chat about it together and stuff like that. And we're going to do a brief little educational thing before that about what is liberalism. Okay. No problem, Tiago. Glad that you were here, Tiago. Love you very much. Bye-bye. Okay. So we'll do that. So we'll talk about, some news items, then we'll do the liberal thing, and then we'll talk about the history of the American eugenics movement, which then ended up becoming ended up becoming a global phenomenon. Okay, ended up becoming a global phenomenon. It also partially started in Britain, partially, kind of, with a guy named Francis Galton, but then not really. It mainly grew in the United States, and then it ended up spreading back to Nazi Germany, for example. So we'll talk about it. Okay. And it has to do with liberalism as well, which is why we're going to talk about liberalism. Hello, Bravo Sierra. How are you doing, Bravo Sierra? Welcome. Okay, welcome back. Glad to see you here. So let's begin, folks, shall we? Okay, let's begin. A few things to talk about. Let's start with some of the news items. And guys, I'm not going to fixate on the news too much today. I feel like I kind of need a break from ranting about the news. That not because I'm like weak or anything, but because there's not much, like, we're kind of in a holding pattern right now when it comes to the news. So I have some, well, you'll see what I mean, okay? There haven't been really many major updates in much of the news, okay? So we'll that if you guys notice, okay? Oh, Paul Squaw, yeah, Paul Squaw, get fit, girl. You got this, okay? Sorry, that's me supporting my fellow gay friend out there, okay? Because we gotta stay fit and shit, right, Paul? Anyway, Bravo Sierra, okay. Sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to. You didn't mean to what, Bravo Sierra? Sierra, who are you, Bravo Sierra? Who are you, Bravo Sierra? Were you in the Discord? It's okay. You can stay in here. I'm just curious. Have you and your dad reacted to Oversimplified yet? No, and we probably won't for a while, Jay Shadow, okay? I've kind of moved away from that stuff. Eventually, maybe I'll move back to it at some point. If I can't get this to work, if I can't get these live streams to work, I will go back to doing reaction videos. Okay, the news, straight closed. We are falling off a cliff. Exactly, not much different, right, Fox Emblem? That's what we're going for, okay? Okay. So, let's go on here. Oh, is it? Okay. Bravo Sierra. Bravo Sierra. So guys, give me a second. Forgive me. Bravo Sierra, are you still here? Are you still here, Bravo Sierra? Are you still here, Bravo Sierra? So we, the community, are you still here, Bravo Sierra? If you left, it's okay. I just wanted to, okay, I got you, Bravo Sierra. Let me explain something, okay? Thank you for coming back to the stream. Listen, so talk to us in the streams, okay? In our Discord community, we keep, that's sort of a very protected space, and we've had a lot of trolls come in there and kind of pretend to be like good faith and stuff. And I got the impression that you were acting like a lot of trolls do act. So for the sake of protecting the Discord server, I did block you from there. But we can change that over time, but just stay in the streams, okay? We like having you here and chat more. Let us help me feel more comfortable about it, and please don't take it personally, okay? We have a lot of people in the community, including myself, who are from minority groups and stuff. So just be aware of that. Keep coming to the streams. We love having you here. Keep chatting with us, and then maybe we'll get to know more about you. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. No, you're totally right. I feel like the reaction videos will be algorithmically nerfed given the fact I haven't posted. That's true, Weirdomorphous Blob. Admittedly, though, Weirdomorphous Blob, if I start doing it again, it'll fix the algorithm. So I just might need to start getting back into it. Okay. You're right, Jay Shadow. You're right. Yeah, but you're right, Jay Shadow. But I will try it sometime. Okay. Anyway. So let's do this. Okay. Let's do this. All right. So first thing here. Okay. There is some news with the Iran stuff. We've been firing back and forth. Okay. The United States has been bombing Iran. Iran has been firing back at American bases. Okay. So, Iran has been firing back at American bases and, rightfully so. God, like I'm already bored talking about it. It's just going to keep going on and on. Thank you, Bravo Sierra. Okay. Um, going on and on and on and on. Right, Fox Emblem. What negotiations? Man, oh my lord, right? Like Jesus Christ. It's so stupid. Okay. Jay Williams, the US has technically lost because we're holding no cards. Of course, Jay Williams, the US is losing terribly, which is why we can't wrap this up. Iran is winning. That is just, and guys, I get that might be hard for some people to stomach because of propaganda we're fed and stuff. And Iran is a smaller country with a much smaller military, but that's not how war works. And the fact of the matter is that Iran right now has the ability to make demands and actually come out at the end of the war with more than they had at the beginning of the war. That is not a victory. Okay. And correct, Weirdomorphous Blob. In my opinion, guys, an Iranian victory is what's best for the world. I really think that because the American empire is causing all kinds of problems. Yeah, no one has learned from Vietnam, bro. Moment. Absolutely. Okay. No one has learned from Vietnam. Absolutely. Okay. So, and okay, it's just going to be bad. It's just going to be bad. So, again, and I don't know what else to say about this, guys. We're losing. Inshallah, we'll lose. And Israel wants to continue the war, and they keep continuing the war. They keep pressuring the United States to continue the war. America keeps continuing the war. They're keeping all this media coverage of negotiations happening that never, ever, 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 ever end up panning out. Eventually, they will pan out. But guys, listen. It says here, the United States and Iran traded attacks in an overnight spate. Of hostilities, U.S. and Iranian officials said on Thursday, potentially threatening the already fragile negotiations over the fate of the Strait of Hormuz and a lasting deal to end the war. So, okay. I don't even like... this framing is weird to me. They should be like, the fragile negotiations. They like the war never ended. Like... It wasn't like there was a fragile peace. There wasn't really a peace, okay? The strait was still being blockaded. By the way, guys, Trump today came out and said that he doesn't care how high gas prices go, and he doesn't care if it hurts him in the midterms. Which, okay, I'm all for that. That's fine. Go ahead, shoot yourself in the foot. No problem there. But like, okay. You got it? Hello, Matt. How are you doing, Matt Saigai? And hello, Drizella. So I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just, whatever. You guys get it. We're losing. I'm glad we're losing. And it's having disastrous consequences for the globe, and it'll probably crash the global economy at some point. As soon as we started trading blows yesterday, the stock market fell a little bit and gas prices started shooting back up. But guys, has this highlighted for everyone how stupid and irrational the stock market is? The fact that it keeps, like... It keeps going up when it clearly shouldn't be going up, and gas prices keep going down, even though, and then up and up, down and up and down and up, even though there's no reason to think that the gas is going to flow anytime soon. Ugh. Okay. Yes, that's Jeb Bush, Jay Williams. Why he's here, I don't know. Okay. So whatever. So that's continuing. Okay. God save Iran. Hey, Resident Union Thug, how are you doing? Whatever. Let's go to the next news story. Okay. Again, I don't have much to say. Sorry for the gross sound of me eating some mac and cheese. Okay. Bro, moment. Really, only the primary stock markets makes any sense to me. I understand the secondary is for liquidity, but the other than that, it makes no freaking sense. It makes sense. Let me phrase, bro, moment. I know you know this, bro, moment. I'm saying it for my own sake. It makes sense, like intellectually, how it works, but it shows that it is a dumb system that is irrational, okay, and isn't based off reality. Does that make sense? Okay. It's an illusion. Hello, Fox. I'm sorry, not Fox. Void Sonic Shuffle. How are you doing? So anyway, we get it. Okay, let's go on to the next story. Speaking, Jay Shadow, have I covered Jasmine Crockett's endorsement of Wesley Bell over Cori Bush? No, I haven't, but I'm not surprised. A lot of people like Jasmine Crockett. How do I frame this? She's a lib. I'm not a big fan. She's really good verbally. Okay. She's really good verbally, but like she's not really a fighter, and she's kind of just a standard Democrat. Yeah, exactly. Wordomorphous Blob. She's good at putting on a performance. You guys are much better at phrasing things than I am. I feel like I'd be lost without all of you. You guys turn me into a Shakespearean genius. Exactly, Jay Williams. She's also correct. I forgot about that too. She's also funded by AIPAC. She's a Zionist. And it's funny is a lot of that's hilarious. That's amazing, Doug. There's a lot of people who really like her because they see clips of her. They see clips of her online and like, oh my God, she's such a fighter. Well, anyone can be a fighter verbally, but she doesn't do it in practice. And she's a Zionist. So I'm not a fan of anyone who's pro-genocide. See here, yes, she is Resident Youth Thug. Crockett is a corpo dem, and she's also a massive Zionist, heavily funded by the Israel lobby. Okay. Oh, disgusting, Bravo Zero. Do not like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is a monster. He is awful. Does anyone here like Gavin Newsom? Please don't tell me there's anyone here who actually likes Gavin Newsom. A greasy politician who's deeply corrupt, and who the mainstream media loves promoting and really wants him to be the next president. Disgusting. Okay, good. Yeah, no. Everyone is saying no. Excellent. Like, not great. Okay, no, says Mayflower Kid. Of course, the Democratic Party the establishment will almost certainly push him through to be the nominee because he's nice and safe and he's, do you remember, guys, how the Democratic Party, one of the big things that a lot of folks, the higher ups in the Democratic Party were saying is that the biggest problem we had with Kamala Harris is that we shouldn't run a woman or a black person. The way to get the voters back is to make sure it's a white man. Okay. Which is so stupid. Oh my God. They sound like goddamn they are racist, but like completely missing the point. Okay. A black person could win, or a woman could win, or a black woman can win if they had the right policies. Okay. He is not Bravo Sierra, at least admittedly though, Bravo Sierra, he might be more popular amongst corporate Dems. The people in here are lefties. So while some of us may vote for Democrats, we are not fans of the Democratic Party. Okay. Does that make sense? A lot of Americans aren't fans of the Democratic Party. As a matter of fact, the Democratic Party is deeply unpopular right now in the country. Okay. It's deeply unpopular right now in the country. Okay. I know, Resident Youth Thug. It's so stupid. I really cannot. They're so dumb. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, let's talk about something else here. This is a story that's being underreported because, of course, no one cares. Yeah, you're right. The Democratic Party is more unpopular than Trump is, which is dark. And Fox Emblem, and by the way, Trump is not popular either, but I'm not saying that he's popular, but the Democratic Party is less popular. Fox Emblem, Gavin polls worse than Kamala right now. So, yep. We'll see what happens. It might be that he doesn't end up getting the nomination, but we all know the Democratic Party would like him. Right? That the establishment would probably like him. Yeah, Finn, I asked my liberal friends. They say I would like AOC to run, but they say that, oh, she's too young. And then she started talking about Newsom and I had vomit in my mouth. He apparently is the next to run. Disgusting, Finn. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, bro moment. It's a sad time to be a social democrat, but then again, it's always sad time to be anywhere on the left. Oh, I know, bro moment. Welcome to America, right? Hilarious, Philly Cheese. Welcome, Philly Cheese. Philly Cheese says, wait, Gavin Newsom isn't our liberal savior? No, unfortunately, Philly Cheese. Unfortunately, Philly Cheese, that's a contradiction. To say liberal and savior is the contradiction, but I get your point, okay? Just kidding, Philly Cheese, but I know you know that. All right. So let's talk. Maybe Jonas, maybe she is. She probably is. So let's talk about this. This is not a much talked about news thing here, okay? Trump's Donroe Doctrine supercharges violence in the Americas. Okay. So we all know that Trump has been interfering in the Americas, launching a coup in Venezuela, interfering in, what is it? Ecuador. Actually, we put special forces on the ground in Ecuador to assist the Ecuadorian government in cracking down on drug cartels. We've funded a bunch of anti-drug trafficking operations all over Latin America. We've been sinking quote unquote drug ships in the Caribbean and in the Pacific Ocean. We're messing with Mexico, exactly, Le Quabois. And guess what's happened? We are supercharging violence in the region. Okay, there has been an uptick in massive amounts of violence happening in the region because guys, that's the thing with attacking drug trade. It's an issue of supply and demand. It is an issue with supply and demand. If you crush the cartel that's selling the drugs, that will just create a power vacuum, which will allow a bunch of other smaller drug cartels and organizations to start fighting for the dominant position in the selling of the drug, because there is still a demand for the drug. So that is what is happening. And it's like playing whack-a-mole. If you view the solution to the drug trade as crushing cartels, it's like playing whack-a-mole. You will beat one down, and then another one will pop up, often violently, and it'll cause massive instability. And that's exactly what we're seeing happen in Latin America. Not only that, Jonas, military force, economic coercion, and aggressive actions is in America's. Oh, correct. Yeah, you're right, Jonas. All right. So, yeah, exactly, bro. Moment in a normal capitalist mindset of always addressing the symptoms but never the cause. Correct. So, to be clear, the other issue with this too, guys, is that another reason why there's been an increase in this kind of violence in Latin America is because we do know that a lot of the policing organizations in Latin America are also not great. A lot of them are very far right and extremely corrupt and vicious. And so there's also been an uptick in state violence against civilian populations as these governments are pressured to crack down on the drug trade. So they're sending in militarized police forces, which are killing civilians and imprisoning people unfairly, and doing mass arrests and things like that. And the prisons down there aren't great either. Okay, not that it's not, obviously American prisons are horrific, but those prisons aren't great either, by the way. You see what I mean? So this is just causing a massive increase in violence. Okay. Massive increase in violence on the ground in the Americas. And so guys, anytime you hear a right winger or even a liberal say something like, well, we're just trying to help the people in the region. They live in horrible circumstances. The drug. Okay, no, they don't care about the people down there because they're suffering tremendously because of our actions. All right. Correct, LaCroix. Drug trade in Latin America won't calm down until demand for drugs in the U.S. goes down. We drive the drug trade and its violence. Absolutely, LaCroix. Okay, absolutely. So you guys get it. So that's just a little side story there. I'm going to post this story right now in the chat. If anyone's interested to read the particulars of it, okay, if you want to read the particulars of it, you can. The Intercept is a great source. It's community funded. It is not funded by corporate interest or anything. Has some really good reporting. U.S. pressure on organized crime is accelerating the spread of militarized security approaches in the region. Growing volatility in the organized crime ecosystem will likely fuel an increase in violence throughout the rest of Trump's term, potentially undermining any short-term improvements achieved through hardline approaches. But guys, we knew that. Like, anyone could have predicted this would happen, because it always happens when this approach is taken. But who cares, right? They're brown, according to the Trump administration, so no one gives a shit. Okay, who cares? But yeah, exactly. What we need to do, guys, is reduce the demand for drugs in the United States. Okay. What are some things that cause, before I go into the next news story, which I'll start doing now, what are some things, guys, that cause uh, drug addiction? What are some things that cause drug addiction, or at least some things that might lead to more people doing drugs and being addicted to drugs? Poverty. What else, Lacroix? Excellent, Lacroix. What else? Poverty. Okay. What else? Despair. Exactly. Despair. Poverty. Mental stress. Exactly. Okay. So there you go. Despair. So all of these things: poverty, trauma, instability, mental health. Exactly. So might it be exactly, bro moment, poor socioeconomic conditions, escape mechanisms? So again, not trying to sound like a lefty here, even though I am. Correct, resident union thug. Lack of mental health resources, lack of treatment options. What we need to do is lower the amount of trauma, instability, mental health issues, poverty, and despair. And what are some of the lack of community? Correct, Finn. There you go. Like alienation from your community. So what do we need to do? We need major reforms in this country. We need to make sure people aren't despairing, that they have good economic conditions where they don't feel hopeless, where we have systems to prevent mass amounts of trauma caused by poverty, where people have mental health treatment, where they have stable communities where they're interconnected with members of their community. Okay, we will never be able. No real jobs, right, Gwen? Hello, Gwen. All of these things can be fixed with structural changes. Alas, you know, and I'm going to talk about some of the failures of liberalism here in a second. If you just, that's okay, Gwen. You better go get a tardy slip, Gwen. Okay. If you just focus on changing things within the system, you're not going to get there. Okay. And I'm going to explain when I talk about liberalism why that's a problem. You'll see what I mean here in a bit. But that's how we change those things. Okay. That'll be the best way to fight drugs and drug crime. Okay. Let's go on. By the way, another way we can fight a lot of this drug crime type stuff is by legalizing drugs or decriminalizing them. Now, I take a bit more of a conservative approach to this than a lot of folks, I admit. Okay, than a lot of lefties do. That might be one of the areas. I don't think all drugs should be decriminalized. There are some drugs that I'm like, no, thank you. Don't decriminalize that because they're just too addictive. But for most drugs, I think a lot of drugs I do think should be decriminalized or legalized. Okay. And might be partially because of my personal trauma witnessing people on these drugs. But some drugs I think are just like monstrous. But again, I know a lot of you would disagree with me. I think a lot of drugs can be decriminalized. Some I'm like, no, thank you. They're just too addictive. Okay, like I don't. Okay. Yeah, exact. There you go, Weird Amorphous Blob. You can especially lower overdose and death rates through supervised consumption sites. Correct. Okay, very true. Okay. All right, you guys. Yeah, meth is bad. Okay. Meth is bad. There's like some other ones too. Decriminalization means that they wouldn't just throw addicts in jail for using. Yes, I'm sorry. I always get these mixed up, LaQual. I mean legalizing drugs. Legalizing drugs. Some people advocate for legalization of drugs. Okay. Some people advocate for legalization of drugs. I don't. Some drugs I don't think should be legalized. I do believe in decriminalizing drug use, though. Absolutely, 100% decriminalize all drugs. Okay. Yes, Finn. Exactly, Finn. And that's the issue. Inverted Panda. CR just wants to legalize drugs that only rich people can afford. That is not true, Inverted Panda. That's not true. But yeah, okay. But there's like some, like for example, I'm okay with marijuana being legal, okay, and shit like that. And there's other drugs too. Okay. Yes, I always get the terms decriminalization and legalize mixed up, okay? All right, let's go on here. So, this is an old story, okay? This is an old story. But I wanted to remind you of this before I talk about the story after this, okay? I am deeply concerned, and I know I showed you guys, okay, so all these concentration camps and ICE detention centers we have set up all around the country. I've always said, guys, how it goes very quickly. There you go, James Nordoff. I don't blame you. I love marijuana, okay? Hell, guys, I can't show you because I'm on YouTube, but I have certain equipment literally right next to my computer for marijuana. Anyway, So, or let me, now, folks, obviously, this is tobacco, right? I would never show you marijuana on stream. That would be against the rules. But look, I got tobacco right here. Tobacco. So anyway, my point is like there's nothing wrong with marijuana. Okay, I'm just saying there are some drugs I don't want legalized. Moving on. So, yes. Okay, let's go on. So Donald Trump, I've always told you guys how it does not take much. I know weird amorphous. I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid. Let me remind everyone. I'll do it for you, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid is a doctor. Let me just remind everyone: smoking is bad. Don't do it. Okay, if you're going to consume marijuana, use edibles, use oil, use something other than smoking it. Do what you want, but just be aware that it is not good for you. It is bad for your lungs. There's not the chemical itself might not harm you, but it's still not good for your lungs. Okay, so don't smoke. Okay, be good, and keep yourself healthy. Okay. All right. So let's go on. And by the way, if you're a minor, don't do marijuana either. Okay, if you're a minor and your brain is still developing, don't do marijuana. Because if you do it enough, as a minor, it can cause permanent issues with brain development. So there's also truth to that too. So please just be careful, guys. I'm being a teacher. Forgive me. Be you're adults. You can handle it. Okay, I've got tobacco. It's tobacco. UK is draconian. I'm sorry, Gwen. That's okay. All right, guys. Let's go on. So Trump. So anyway, guys, there's all these detention. There's all these detention camps all over the country where they're holding migrants. Okay. And I've told you guys before that it does not take much. It does not take much to go from a detention or labor camp into a death camp. It doesn't. Now, I am not trying to fearmonger here. I did show you guys, I said before that there had been an article talking about the purchasing of what are they called? Incinerators all across the country that I did not do research on. And I told you guys at the time, do we remember this? How I said, look, I saw this article, but I didn't report on it because I haven't done research on it. There was an article talking about how ICE was purchasing incinerators or crematoriums all across the country. I did more research on it, guys, and there's no evidence of it. There's none. So to be clear, this is why I should have checked beforehand. And I even said I probably shouldn't talk about this because I haven't checked it. There isn't evidence of that. There isn't evidence of it. I only found one article about it. And, I'll show you guys in a second just to show you how to do like media literacy stuff. And I even said at the time, I don't know, I can't be sure. I don't rely on me on this, but okay. So but I want to show you something. So this is a quote from Donald Trump from a while ago. This was a quote from Donald Trump from a while ago. Okay, this is from the 24th. 2004. Do we remember where he said this? His brother, Donald Trump's brother, has a child that is has an intellectual and developmental disability. Okay, and Donald Trump said to his brother the following about his son, about this guy's son. He said, I'm going to try and find the exact quote. He basically said the following. I got to find the quote now. God damn it. I'll find it here. He said the following. How's everything going? Okay, here we go. Donald Trump said in response to hearing about this disabled child, those people, Donald said, trailing off, the shape they're in, all the expenses, maybe those kinds of people should just die. So that really disturbed me, obviously, when I read it back in 2024, because it's implying sort of, thank you, welcome, Mars of Empower. It's implying eugenics, is it not? It's implying eugenics, is it not? Okay. And so I wanted to remind you of all that. and remind you of how easy it is for a concentration camp to become a death camp, okay? And show you this. So am often keeping a very close eye on what's happening in these ICE detention centers because a lot of times mass deaths in concentration camps are hidden by the deaths being called other things and by the deaths being caused by other things rather than direct killing. Okay, so the AP has done an investigation and find that there is ICE detainees are dying by suicide at a very alarming rate. Okay, at an alarming rate. Now, let me read some of this to you. Okay, let me read some of this to you. So, Brian Rayo Garzon was distraught. Detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, he was on his 4th day of isolation in a Missouri jail as he battled the fevers and chills of COVID-19. His request for mental health treatment had been put off, records show, and staff had forbidden Rayo from making his nightly call to his mother as a precaution intended to prevent the spread of the illness. He pleaded with his jailers in handwritten notes to arrange a conversation with her. I feel in my heart that she's very worried about me, he wrote in Spanish. Okay. Ray, he ended up committing, unaliving himself. I can't say that on stream. It's annoying. Rayo's 2025 death was the first suicide and a spike among ICE detainees that has alarmed public health officials and jail experts. They said the unprecedented number of suicide deaths is an indication that authorities are failing to properly oversee the detention of tens of thousands of immigrants swept up in the Trump administration's aggressive deportation strategy. So the AP found that at least 10 detainees, all men, have died by self-unaliving, okay, since Donald Trump took office, a pace that far exceeds the growth in the detainee population. 7 deaths have been classified as suicides, a number that is already the most for any fiscal year in the agency's history. Okay? ICE has usually recorded 1 or no such deaths annually. So this is still exactly, Gwen, alleged unaliving. This is still a low number. I cannot prove that these people were actually self-unalived. Okay? I don't know. How do we know that? Are they trying to cover it up? Who knows? There's no evidence of this, but I don't trust them. And 10 is not a massive number, but in terms of statistically, it's a massive number. It is a massive number, 10. And you can create conditions inside a jail where even if you yourself, I know, Marsman Power, it sucks that the algorithm will kill me if I don't. I shouldn't say that either. If I don't use the word unaliving. Regardless, I'll just say it's suicide. Okay, whatever. And we don't know all the stats here of people who've died in ICE custody, but you can create conditions that cause people to commit suicide. Or if you know they have mental health issues, you don't keep an eye on them and they end up killing themselves. So there have been other murders in these ICE detention facilities as well. And there have been some times where the people doing the detentions have killed people. So I am just keeping an eye on this and just be aware. Okay. The increase in the number of deaths is something we need to keep an eye out on because that could also easily just be fudging of reasons for the deaths. And I am not a conspiratorial person, but I do know historical trends. Okay. So just be careful. All right. Keep an eye on this because if we start seeing a lot more suicides and that's how they're being reported. Okay, exactly, Sir Bart. Really, really easy to make a suicide if you have the money to pay the pathologist. Correct. And I will say there's some other dark things about this. For example, after a death occurs under ICE custody, they are required by law to give the body to a local coroner's office and things like that. I mean, I have no way of proving that they do that, though. I have no way of knowing that. I'd have to look into the records and stuff, which I don't have access to. But even then, if a family member doesn't claim the body of one of these detainees, then they can do what they want with the body, basically, or they can bury it themselves or get rid of it their own way, which a lot of these folks aren't going to have family members that can be contacted because they're in other countries. So we don't know where a lot of these bodies might end up going. Do you see what I mean? Okay. So just something to keep an eye on, and I'm keeping a close eye on are all these deaths happening in ICE under ICE custody. Okay, because I'm very deeply worried and maybe paranoid, but maybe not about them becoming death camps. Okay, so I shouldn't be laughing, but you see what I mean. All right. Um. Okay, that's it. There's that. So that's fun. Also, remember that's why I mentioned what Donald Trump said about letting certain people die, because I want you to understand that his mindset is such that he probably would be okay with that. He'd probably be like, okay, well, just let them die, because he's not even like Hitler wanted people to die for ideological reasons. Trump probably wants them to die because he just doesn't care and they're a burden to him. Okay, like he's just a monster. So just be aware of that. Just be aware. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go on, guys. So those are some of the news stories from today. Just some of the news stories. And let's go on to talk about liberalism, shall we? Okay. I know I didn't do much news, but guys, come on. There's not much new going on. By the way, did you guys hear that? What is it? The Justice Department is now launching an investigation into Jean Carroll, the woman that launched a civil lawsuit against Donald Trump for sexual assault, and he was found guilty and liable for sexual assault. Well, they're investigating her as a form of political retaliation. Okay. Gwen, at least Hitler tried to hide the camp's true purpose. Kind of, Gwen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he did. At least slightly. Kind of. Yes, he did. Early on, he did. Yes. Okay. I know. So, that's good. But again, not surprising. That's why I'm not talking about it much. It's monstrous. But like, he's going after all of his political opponents. And now, Jean Carroll is another one. The woman who he has sexually assaulted. And just as a reminder, we have a president who's a convicted felon and was found liable of rape. Okay, liable in civil court of rape. And now the Justice Department's going after her. Because we're living in a monstrous country and I can't stand it and I want to leave. So good. I'm humiliated. I don't want to be here anymore. God save me. Please help me, guys. Save me. He. Drusilla, is your shed open? Okay, anyway. We live in a liberal society, yet half of our population doesn't know what classical liberalism is. Correct, bro moment. Correct. Trump's voting EO is being upheld by the court. Got you. EO, what do you mean? I'm sorry, Doug. When you say EO, what do you mean? Would you remind me? So continues to violate her and her privacy over and over and over again, resident union thug. So that's good. Can we oh, got you, Doug. Got you. So, we keep these women, by the way, are constantly re-victimized. Remember how we were talking about that case in the, that's disgusting. Oh, yeah, executive order. Thank you, Gwen. We talked about that case in the UK of that woman who was raped at knife point by those two boys, being re-victimized all over again, having to tell her story in front of a court, and then the boys receiving nothing, just being put on parole. Why do we do this to women? It's really grosses me out. It makes me feel like I feel about Gaza. I'm not joking, because you think of the three boys, excuse me. You think about feeling claustrophobic and no one is on your side. And if you're living in Gaza and your family members are being slaughtered and you're being bombed daily. And then this lunatic on TV is like, there's no genocide going on. And the claustrophobia and that makes me feel. And the frustration, you can see I'm getting agitated. It's the same thing for women who have been sexually assaulted. You've been sexually assaulted, you've been raped, you've been violated, and no one believes you, and no one's being held accountable, and you're having to retell the story over and over again, and now you're being sued for telling the truth about the assault that happened to you. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm hyperventilating. Okay, things like this, I cannot. Okay, so, all right, we get it. Can we just? All right, I fucking hate this country. All right. Let's go on. I know, Sir Bart, I know, right? Sir Bart, at that point, vigilante justice is necessary. So, Sir Bart, funny you say that, Sir Bart. We have a tradition in the United States of superheroes, right? Of these idea of superheroes, a lot of comics and movies about superheroes. Part of the origins of that, now there are other origins to superhero comics and things like that that are not as good, okay, to be honest with you, is that there has always been sort of a romanticism linked to vigilante justice in the United States because of a sense that the system doesn't have justice in itself. So the people have to take it in their own hands. So we kind of romanticize vigilante justice because the state doesn't do it for us. There's other reasons for that. But yeah, yep, Sir Bart. Hey, Cody, how are you doing? Cody got a new tattoo. Good job, Cody. I like your tattoo. Let's go on. Let's go on, guys. Let's talk about liberalism, shall we? Let's talk about liberalism. So, Drusilla, if I was one of the parents, I would do anything I could inside of the law to punish the kid. Me too, Drusilla. Okay, Gwen. In case of those boys in the UK, their names weren't released for that reason. Okay. Cody, thanks. No problem, Cody. And admittedly, I will say, and I you guys may disagree with me. I don't think you should do vigilante justice against the two boys. I taught too many teenagers. They should be in prison, though, or in a mental health facility. Okay, absolutely. If you want to do I mean, let's say in theory, some vigilante justice were to happen in Minecraft, it should be against the judge. Okay, it should be against the judge in the UK. I'm not saying you should do that. That's illegal. I'm just saying if there were vigilante justice, it should be against the judge. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. We'll talk about something different. Okay, we'll talk about something different. All right. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's talk about liberalism. Now, liberalism is are you here, Weird Amorphous Blob, in case I need help explaining this? Okay, I might not, but liberalism is complicated. Okay, Jonas, this is why Law-Abiding Citizen was a great movie. There you go, Jonas, okay? One of the 10-year-old boys that killed the 3-year-old has been in and out of prison. Is that true, Drusilla? I didn't know that. Okay. So let's talk about liberalism. Now, I am talking about liberalism today, guys, because this is, I keep using the phrase liberal and stream, and the word liberal is deeply contentious. And depending on where you are in the world, the meaning changes. Okay, so I'm going to tell you some of the meanings of the word. I'm going to give you how I use the word liberal so that when I use it, you understand what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you how a lot of lefties use it because people are deeply confused about what this word means. Okay. And I also have some critiques about how people on the left talk about liberalism because sometimes I've noticed people on the left will conflate different things as well about the word. So let me explain. Okay. So, I'm talking about liberalism today because I'm talking about liberalism. Hilarious, CR, okay? Hilarious, bro. Oh my God, my brain isn't working. Okay, so let's talk. Okay, so liberalism. The root of this word is liberty. Liberty. Okay, liberty. I got you, Weird Amorphous Blob. Yes. Okay, Weird Amorphous Blob. I'm trying to explain liberalism. And I'm sure you know liberal. Liberal. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob. You know, Blob, that it's kind of a complicated thing to explain. Okay, so just in case you want to put more, if you want to add more info to the chat, I wouldn't mind it. Okay, so liberal. This part comes from liberty. Okay, liberty. And to give you a general idea of liberalism, what it means in practice is it's linked to the ideals of the Enlightenment, the European Enlightenment. All right. And we are living in a liberal moment. Okay. What are the ideals of the European Enlightenment? That government exists to protect people's liberty. Okay. That the role of government is to protect your liberty, your freedom to do what you want. Okay. Free market. So, capitalism. Okay. So I guess you would say, capitalism. It is a capitalist ideology, and part of this capitalist is that capitalism is the idea in liberalism is that free market capitalism is part of freedom. You have the freedom to create a business. You have a freedom to have a business and run it how you want. Okay. Within limits, of course. Okay. But freedom. Okay. You have the freedom to run a capitalist enterprise. Liberty, democracy. Okay. The idea of liberalism is that, you have liberty, it's capitalist, and people make decisions together. Okay. So you have a democratic society, a liberal democracy. Okay. Um, so, and we all live in this kind of, there you go, weird amorphous blob. And I was going to mention that weird amorphous blob. Okay. I was going to mention this stuff because that's one of the issues with liberalism, right? So this is all in theory, of course. Weird amorphous blob says, there you go. So, bruh moment, human rights, democracy, and enlightenment ideals. Okay. So I didn't add this bruh moment. Let's add human rights. Okay. Human rights. Now, in theory, right? This is all in theory. Okay. It's sort of these enlightenment ideals, democracy, liberty, capitalism, human rights. Also, by the way, universalism, as in all people everywhere, universalism, should have these rights. Okay. And that not having these things, like if there's a country that doesn't have freedom of speech, that's a problem. Okay. That all people deserve these rights. Everyone deserves this stuff. All humans deserve these things. Okay. Universalism, human rights, democracy, liberty, capitalism. Okay. This is all liberalism. Okay. And to be clear, guys, we live right now in this moment. Most Western nations are in a liberal moment. The whole basis of our political our political systems are liberalism. The idea of capitalism, rights for all. Okay. Yeah, there you go, LaCroix, which is part of capitalism. You know what, LaCroix, let me add this. Okay. I would say not privacy, but private property ownership, private property, as in like people have a right to own property and things like that. Okay. So, okay, look, that's badly spelled. So these are sort of the foundations of liberalism in general. Now, you guys, this is going to be confusing to folks. So that is liberalism in the academic sense. It is all these notions connected to that, and we're living in a liberal moment, okay? And you have to view this liberalism as a mindset, a way of thinking, okay? We are raised to think within these ideologies, okay? So, for example, if there's a problem facing a country, we tend to think within this mindset, okay? So we tend to think, well, how can capitalism solve this? How can we promote? How can we make things more democratic to solve this? How can we give more liberty? How can we use liberty to solve this? Okay. When things go wrong, we typically blame people, individuals, and claim that they have made the wrong decision in regards to their liberty. Okay. So like you have the liberty to do the right thing and you failed to do the right thing. It is a personal failing on your part. Okay. Like you had this CEO has the freedom to make better decisions. They decided to make bad decisions. They just need to make better decisions. So that would be kind of like the limit of the critique. So within liberalism, we tend to critique things without going outside that understanding of the world. Does that make sense? Think about guys like self-help books. We have a massive self-help book industry. That's basically saying, like, if you hate your job, if you're not doing well, you just got to use your liberty to think differently, to work harder, to do things differently. Okay. It doesn't tell you that maybe the system is fucked up. Okay. It basically, you have to think of a solution within this way of thinking. Does that make sense? And that is the era we live in. And it is not an exaggeration to say that I'm not necessarily blaming liberalism. This is what has happened historically. During the feudal era, people thought within their feudal environment. There were all these ideologies linked up with being a feudal serf, with nobles and stuff like that. People, like if there was a serf that was having an issue, they would think within their system of a solution. So it might be like, well, God clearly doesn't like this person. They must not be holy enough. They need to work harder. Okay. If a noble, got overthrown by another noble, well, that's clearly God who wanted that to happen. And clearly that noble wasn't being holy enough. Okay. Rather than critiquing, thinking outside that system, that there might be an issue with the system, you think within the system. Okay. Now, that is called, in Europe, this is called classical liberalism. So in Europe, a liberal is someone who's kind of like what a libertarian is in the United States. This is where it gets confusing, folks, a little bit, okay? So in Europe, a liberal is, when you use the word liberal in Europe, most of the time it means someone that's like a libertarian in the US. It's the idea of someone who's all about like few regulations on business, few promotion of liberty for everyone and things like that, okay? It's very much classical liberalism in the classic sense of the word, and like very classically this. And that is what a liberalism originally was, okay? It was sort of a libertarian mindset. Now, in America, and this is where it gets confusing, people misuse the word liberal and liberalism all the time, to the point where it's not even worthwhile correcting people. You just need to understand what they mean when they say liberal. We get confused in America, okay? Because, guys, conservatives, a lot of conservatives are liberals. If you look at the traditional meaning of the word, conservatives, so Democrats and Republicans are liberals. If you look at the traditional meaning of the word, some are fascists, mind you, which aren't liberals, but they are liberals, okay? In America, though, when we say liberal, we typically mean people that are center left, okay, or not center left, let's put it that way, that are Democrats or lefties. We don't understand the word. So a lot of times in America, people will say like, oh, well, they're very liberal, and they're referring to a socialist, which is not what a liberal is, okay? So when we're talking about US liberalism, when people say liberalism in the US, they mean the left and Democrats and like left-leaning liberals, okay? Do you see what I mean? There you go, weird amorphous blob. Correct, okay? Correct. Does this make sense? Okay, so just be aware, it can get confusing. So if people come into the Discord and are asking if we're liberals, it's a hard question to answer, because if they're an American, from their understanding, if you were to say yes, that would make sense, because to them, they'd be like, okay, yeah, so you're left, you're liberals, okay? Even though that's not what the word means, okay? Anyway, so why am I talking about this? Okay, so let me show you. So we are living in a liberal paradigm. Okay, liberalism is sort of the state of the world in the United States and in Europe and in lots of other places in the world. We're all about freedom. And guys, whenever you have an ideological system, you have taboos. Okay, you have taboos, which are things that are culturally viewed as unacceptable underneath that system. What are some things that, according to liberalism, are no-goes? That if you were to recommend something politically that falls outside of liberalism, you would immediately get backlash. What are some things that you really can't, that is hard to talk about politically in the United States without getting massive backlash? What are some taboos that come with liberalism? Free healthcare. Yeah. Okay. To some extent, yes. Okay. Tax the rich. Exactly. Okay. Collective ownership of the means of production. Yeah. Oh my God. Communist, right? What else? What else? Okay. What else? What about things to do with rights? Okay. Gun laws. Yes, the right to own guns. Okay, you have a right to own guns. Decent pay. There you go. There you go, body swap, thinking people of color shouldn't die. What about free speech? Free speech. Do you see what I mean? Free speech is one of those things that is unquestionable. And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm just saying free speech is something that's viewed as unquestionable. Non-democratic systems. are something that are viewed as unquestionable. And guys, I'm not necessarily saying that it's wrong to think some of these things. I'm just saying this is the era we live in according to liberalism. Okay? That democracy is the best form of government. Everyone should have a right to freedom of speech. We can't have universal health care because it's the free market. People need independence. Okay? We shouldn't have free housing. That's part of the free market. You can't there needs to be civility when we're discussing things. The private individual should be able to own businesses and own property. You can't take away the wealth of other people because that's their freedom to own that shit. Okay, free trade, right? There shouldn't be barriers to trade. And if we were to go into conversations about certain of these things, we would a lot of folks out there would immediately be alienated, okay, and run from us. Okay. Like if I were every day to come on here and be like, we shouldn't have freedom of speech. I want to crack down on everyone's freedom of speech, start censoring the internet. I'd lose a lot of followers. Okay. Or if I were to be like, and by the way, I'm not saying I do believe generally in freedom of speech. I think there should be some limits though. I'm just saying, you see what I mean? Or if I were to come in here and be like, we should dismantle democracy. We'd lose a lot of people. If I were to be like, let's start expropriating all the wealth of everyone in the country, I might lose a lot of followers because we're living in a liberal paradigm. Now, it is almost taken, by the way, these beliefs are almost taken as an article of faith, are they not? Are they not? A lot of these things are just ingrained in the culture, and people have an emotional reaction to them when you question them, because you are taught from an early age that this is how things are and this is the best way things go. That's one of the big things you're propagandized to about in school is liberalism. Okay, the glory of the free market, right? So we're taught that these are great things, and to an extent, guys, they are great things when you compare it to what came before. And oftentimes, when we're taught these things, we're taught about these things in comparison to what came before, which was feudalism. So yeah, when you look back, it's definitely good things, okay? But that doesn't mean that it's the best thing. Did you see what I mean? Okay. So let me go back up here, okay? So we are living in this liberal paradigm. Okay, this liberal paradigm. Okay, Sir Bart, I didn't say that, but ideologically, yes. And to be honest, guys, if we were to become in a socialist society, you would also have an ideological paradigm. Every system has an ideological paradigm. And let me just write down that word so you guys know what I mean. Okay, a paradigm. Okay, a paradigm. So like just a way people think, because a way people think. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's such a compliment, Weird Morris Bob. Every economic system, every way of thinking historically has a paradigm. I'm not saying that it's fundamentally bad to have a paradigm. I think if we had a social society, we would have a socialist paradigm. There might be certain things that are suddenly taboo to talk about. Okay, like it might not be good for open conversation to say that there should be private business owners. Okay, it might not be good for open conversation whatever it may be. Okay, to talk about there needing to be a free market. My point is if you want to think more openly about the world, you have to escape the paradigm. You have to open up your mind to other ways of thinking. Okay? So, let me explain. So that's liberalism. I define liberalism as people who are stuck in that paradigm. Does that make sense? When I use the word liberal in this stream, I'm referring to people who are unable to think outside of the liberal paradigm. So I use it as a critique, all right? Correct, Weirdomorphous Blob, okay? And you have to link it to who rules that paradigm. So, for example, okay, when I'm like, oh, that's a very lib take. When I see someone complaining about Trump building a ballroom, okay, which I understand that, or like painting the body of water in front of the Washington Monument blue, okay, I view that as a lib take, because that is blaming Trump for making that choice. It is not blaming the system which created Trump and is enabling him to do that. It is a critique from within the system. And maybe we should look at the system as a whole. Maybe the problem isn't that Trump is painting that body of water blue. Maybe it's that we've created a system where Trump can rise to the top through capitalism and corruption and things like that. So maybe the solution isn't to critique Trump and be like, well, Trump is just a bad president. We need a new president. Maybe the problem is the presidency and the system we've created around it. That would be a non-liberal take. Does that make sense? Yeah, Trump is a culmination of Americanism, of a system. Are we understanding this? So that's liberalism. When I use the phrase, I'm talking about people who kind of are thinking within this paradigm. Now, the left. When we use the phrase the left, okay, and I know I'm just trying to talk terms here, and I hope Mayflower Kid, are you understanding this, Mayflower Kid? I know you really like learning this stuff, and I know you also like writing this stuff down. I think you're listening, Mayflower Kid, because you haven't said much, so I think you're listening closely. I'm just curious. The left. The left is any group, okay, to the left, okay, on the political spectrum that seeks to change that paradigm, okay, who is thinking outside that paradigm. And by that, I mean is seeking to get rid of capitalism, is seeking to change that capitalist paradigm, okay, seeking to change that economic paradigm and all the things that come with it, all right? So a liberal might look at the, I don't know, the ballroom being constructed and be like, this is a problem. We need a better president. Okay, we need to elect a better president next time. Who is the Democratic Party offering? And things like that. A left might look at that ballroom and think, wow, the presidency is authoritarian and we maybe should abolish it and maybe get rid of the system that created Donald Trump that allowed this to happen. Okay? We get it? So the left is about fundamental change in these things. So that's what I mean when I say the left. And there are lots of different varieties of leftism. The connecting strain here is that they're anti-capitalism and seek to upend the system in a liberatory way, okay, in a way that liberates people economically, financially, politically, and things like that. Not the same as like the liberty of liberalism. Do you see what I mean? Okay, there you go, Sylvie. So, and in our community, guys, I want our community to be full of all kinds of lefties. All kinds of lefties. Okay, so in our community, we have anarchists. That's a kind of lefty. Okay, anarchy. We have socialists. Okay, we have MLs. Okay, Marxist-Leninists. We have all kinds of people. We have social democrats. Now, you'll notice, guys, that I'm putting social democrats on the line with liberalism. Okay? So social democrats are liberals to some extent. This is complicated. I know lefties might disagree with me on this, but social democrats are kind of on the line. They are primarily in the liberal sphere, but they have some ideas that are kind of pushing the edge. Does this make sense? The problem is, guys, is that a lot of times social democrats, when push comes to shove, will end up siding with the liberals and the fascists. But we'll talk about this. For this, we have some social democrats in the community. I don't want you to think I'm critiquing you. I think a lot of the social democrats in here, okay, correct, Weird Amorphous Blob. The social democrats that are in here are more lefty aligned. I'm just saying we do have some social democrats, okay? So social democracy is kind of over here. You also have democratic socialism. Democratic, which is, is socialism, okay? Does that make sense? You know it, Weird Amorphous Blob, okay? So that is the left. People who want to overthrow that system because they don't view it as functioning. Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. You get it. Okay, so now this is where I disagree with some lefties, and I want to point out I agree. You guys, this is not a set thing. This is debated. Okay, liberalism is not the same as fascism. Okay, it's not the same as fascism. And I know I hear a lot of lefties say that liberals are fascists. Okay, no, that listen though, listen. When I think that is a conflation. Liberalism almost always leads to fascism, and oftentimes liberals will end up siding with fascists. Okay, most of the time. Okay, when push comes to shove, liberal elites will almost always end up siding with fascists. Okay, but fascism is opposed to liberalism in a lot of ways. Not in every way, not in every way, but in a lot of ways. So let me explain what I mean. And listen, it's there are some things that they agree on to a large extent. Okay, like fascists are pro-capitalism. Now they're pro-state capitalism. It's not exactly the same as liberal capitalism, but they're pro-capitalism. Fascists do not like the Enlightenment, though. They do not like freedom of speech. They do not like democracy. They do not like a number of things that liberals hold very dear. Okay, and I know so this is complicated. So, and like I said, oftentimes fascists, liberals will side with fascists in the end, which is a problem. So when lefties say that liberals are fascist, it's sort of predicting what will end up happening with liberals when push comes to shove. That does not mean that all present liberals are fascists. It simply is saying that in the end, the liberals will always end up siding with the fascists. So we might as well view them as fascists. I don't like that necessarily because, guys, right now, liberals do not like Trump, right? Because he's a fascist. Now listen, which shows that there is a different and that this is the same thing with like Hitler. Liberals did not like Hitler. They didn't. Uh, until they had to choose between Hitler and the left. Do you see what I mean? Okay. So liberalism is different than fascism, though, yes, liberalism often ends in liberals supporting fascists over the left. Correct, weirdomorphous blob. Liberals in general prefer to give way to fascism as opposed to communism. Correct. But the former is not the latter. Even back to the emergence of fascism, British intelligence financed Mussolini. To crush anti-war organizing, which was too close to spooky Bolshevism. Correct, weirdomorphous blob. And weirdomorphous blob knows this. Just to show you that they are separate, oftentimes liberals end up funding fascists and then getting shocked and chagrined and upset when they take over. They're like, oh my God, we supported Mussolini. Oh my God, but now he's taken over. We hate that because they're idiots. Or like liberals allowed Hitler to get into power and then were shocked and chagrined when they did a bunch of stuff that they hated. So they're often really fucked up in terms of they typically will side with the capital class rather than changing it. But just to be clear, they're not the same thing. Does that make sense? All right. And we can debate this. Now, okay, so let me do one more thing here. Does this make sense to everyone? Any questions? Any questions? Do we have any questions so far? Because I'm going to explain some other things to you here real fast. Yes, they often, correct, Lacroix, they often think that the institutions of liberalism will keep fascists from completely taking power. And Lacroix, this is because, Lacroix, they are stuck in this way of thinking. They are stuck in the liberal paradigm, so they cannot imagine how to stop fascism apart from thinking within the paradigm that created fascism to begin with. So think about it. Liberals will defend a fascist's right to call for the death of Jews to the end. They'll be like, well, they have freedom of speech. They can do this. They have the right to do this. And they will keep saying that until they're all in camps, okay? And then they will keep saying it as people are being put into camps. Liberals will say, well, yeah, so they will think within this system and they'll be like, well, we just need to change who's been elected to office and that'll stop the fascists. Okay, so they enable fascism by being unable to think outside the system that created fascism. And okay, now here's another issue with this, guys. Exactly. Here is the next thing here. All right, about liberalism, and let's go here. Okay, here's the next thing here. I'm going to erase some of this so that I can better explain this next part. When it comes to liberalism, and here's another way that liberalism often leads to fascism, okay? And this is going to sound dark, but if you think in a liberal worldview, okay, if you're within this liberal paradigm of thinking, it's fascism's a police state, and fascism makes a lot of sense logically. I know that sounds dark, but being stuck in a liberal paradigm suddenly opens the door to making people like having a police state. So think about it, okay? Hilarious, Paul Squall. I get my liberal worldview right here at CR Stream. Thank you, Paul Squall, for the donation. Okay, hello, Paul Squall. Let's imagine we live in a society, right, where there are a lot of problems. There's a lot of crime that happens. There's a lot of mass killing of people in schools. There's a lot of poverty. There's a lot of stress on the system. What is the actual way to fix these things? I'm asking you guys as a community of lefties out there. What is the real way to fix a lot of these things? Name some ways to fix a lot of these problems we're having. Socialism, correct. Weird amorphous blob, socialism. Changing the fundamental economic system so that these systems stop failing in this way. Okay, there you go, Sir Bart. Okay, abolishing wages, having everyone get, be paid without this kind of chosen wage labor stuff. Having universal health care, having state ownership over utilities. Okay, the ways to fix these things are going outside of the system. Okay. Gwen, education and understanding the media. Now, Gwen, okay, I'm honestly asking you, Gwen, would that fundamentally fix everything if everyone was better educated when there's still massive wealth inequality and poverty and guns and things like that? You see what I mean? Like, let's put it that, well, maybe not the guns thing, but would just education in a system like ours fix all the issues we have? And I don't, and by the way, Gwen, I'm not saying this to argue with you. I'm just making a point to everyone. Gwen is just listing one of the things, because I know Gwen knows there's more that needs to happen, but I'm making a point here, right? Okay. You see what I mean? So yeah, UBI. So like okay, liberals, those are really big changes though that we just talked about. Okay, those are really big changes that liberals don't think about because they're within this liberal paradigm. They can only think within the system that they're in. So they're not going to fundamentally change things. Their solutions are, well, let's just elect someone different. We need to, let's kind of tinker around the edges. Maybe we can regulate a bit. Let's regulate. Let's regulate some of these businesses and limit the damage they do. Okay, they never think we need to completely change these systems. And I can promise you guys that if in fact the system itself is the problem, tinkering around the edges ain't gonna change shit. It might help a little bit, but things are still gonna be bad. So what does that mean? That means if you can't think of how to change the system, the way to fix things is for the government to crack down. So like, yeah, if you're not going to end crime because you refuse to change the system, well, then maybe we should just have more police. Just throw more people in prison. Okay? If people can't eat, if people are starving, or if people are in poverty, well, maybe we should then, since we're not going to change the system, let's get rid of all the immigrants. Let's put them into concentration camps because they're taking jobs from people. That's a solution. That'll fix the poverty and the shit like that. Do you see what I mean? If you do not have a solution other than within the liberal system, the two options you're left with is overturning the system or doing a police state. Okay. Does this make sense? Does this make sense, guys? Yeah. Lacroix, you're right. And this is what brings us to the famous phrase, it's socialism or barbarism, because those are the solutions that can really fix the system. You either go to socialism or you become a barbaric fascist police state. Now then, do I think that those are real solutions, the idea of creating a police state? No. Okay. But in people's minds, that becomes a solution. And that is why, in times of economic downturn and stress, people start kind of turning to two camps. The barbarous camp, where they're like, we need more of a police state, we need fascism, we need to crack down on minorities, and the more left-wing camp, progressivism, socialism, and things like that. Okay? Because when the liberal system isn't working, those are the two solutions people go to. Does this make sense? And that is why liberalism, liberal takes annoy me, because people aren't able to see outside that systemic way of thinking. Does this make sense? Okay. That is my presentation on liberalism. All right. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. You got to protect democracy. Exactly. Weird amorphous blob. Liberals will frame. You're so right. A lot of liberals, guys, these days, in reference to Trump, are framing the struggle against Trump as protecting democracy. You have to protect democracy. We have to protect democracy from Trump. We never had a democracy. I love this phrase. And I get it, guys. Trump is a fascist, and I'd rather have an oligarchy than a fascist government. I get it, okay? And I don't want oligarchy. Do you see what I mean? I'm just saying, I know fascism, but when liberals you see liberals all the time talking about how Trump is a threat to democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. Does anyone here believe that we had a democracy before Trump? I'm just curious if anyone still believes that after everything I've told you. Like, after everything we've talked about, I think I've proven pretty obviously that we don't have a democratic system. It's based off money. But Jay Shadow, so in form, it's a democratic republic, Jay Shadow, but it is not a democratic at all. It is run by big corporate interests and the wealthy. Yeah. So there you go, Louise. So okay. And I've shown you guys, I showed you that article. I've shown you that article, right? I've shown you that article that talks about how when things get done by Congress in this country, it only ever is what the top 10% of the country wants. It's never what the bottom wants, unless the top wants it also. So, no, we don't have a democracy. We didn't. So this idea that Trump is a threat to democracy is kind of missing the point. I get it, but it's missing the point. The problem is the system. Okay. Gwen, I think they mean democracy and that checks and balances have been successful until now. Gwen, I'll actually take that critique. That's a fair point. Of course, Gwen, if we can acknowledge that those checks and balances weren't really necessarily for the sake of democracy, they were for the sake of protecting oligarchy from a dictatorship, then yes, okay. And I will say there have been a lot of like court rulings that have protected people's freedom of speech and stuff, but that's like, okay, which is good. I'm not saying completely that that's like a bad thing. I like freedom of speech, etc. By the way, guys, freedom of speech, liberalism kind of spells its own downfall. Like, okay, let me phrase it this way. Freedom of speech is actually a good thing. I like it because without it, the socialists wouldn't be able to get their message out there. The fascists wouldn't either, but having freedom of speech opens the door to allowing change in the liberal system, which I like, okay, to be clear. Weird Amorphous Blob, checks and balances were initially explicitly checks and balances on democracy. Correct, Weird Amorphous Blob. Jonas, stupid question, but what is the difference between a democracy and a democratic republic? They're both democracies, Jonas. So there are different kinds of democracy. A democracy is simply a type of government where the people have a say. One type of democracy is where you have a democratic republic, where candidates are elected to represent the people, essentially. Democratically, but it's still a democracy, which I always thought was funny when you will hear like conservatives be like, no, we're a democratic, we're a republic. Well, you can have a democracy that's a republic. Admittedly, we're not a democracy because the people don't have a say. So we could call ourselves I guess an oligarchic republic, but we're not democratic. Okay. Does this make sense? So I'm just being clear there. Okay. I think it's better than having opinions simmer under. I agree, Drizella. I agree. Democracy and republic, nearly the same thing. Root words, uh, root words, Greek or Latin. Correct. And there are different kinds of democracy, folks. So there's direct democracy, which is what they had in ancient Athens, where people literally vote with their voices. They yell yes or no on every issue. The populace does. You have democratic republics, which is a republic where people are, where the people elect the representatives. It's also called representative democracy, parliamentary democracy. So there are different kinds of democracy, but they're all democracies. Okay. So my nitpick here is that although America has a democratic form, like the form of our government is a republic, a democratic republic, in practice, it is not democratic. It is not actually run by the people. Therefore, it can't be called a democracy. It's an oligarchic republic, basically. Okay. Okay. We got it. We got it. All right. So, by the way, guys, as was it Matt Saigai who said earlier that the Democratic Party is less popular than Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is not popular? How can you have a democracy? How can we call ourselves a democracy when one of the two major parties is so unpopular and yet is still in power, still has a lot of power, and then Trump is so unpopular and is still the president? That doesn't make sense. Okay. All right. There you go, Sylvie. We got that? All right. So, we get it? All right, let's go on. Now, obviously, guys, this is why you guys know, I don't know if you guys know this, I hate fascism. I really fucking hate fascism. I literally did research when I was in grad school. I just did tons of research on it. Fascism terrifies me because it is like the apocalyptic solution, the apocalyptic and evil solution to the problems posed by capitalism and liberalism, okay? And it is literally a suicidal ideology that is self-destructive, globally destructive, and only causes death and destruction for humanity. And it is a terrifying thing. I'm not exaggerating when I say like fascism is an apocalyptic death cult. That's kind of what it is. It's like we're going to fight everyone all at once, all at the same time. We're going to destroy vast parts of society, okay, rather than just going to socialism, okay, or at least reforming things in a way that's beneficial. So the only solution, guys, is to go more to the left. And I will admit, guys, I am okay. And listen, I know the lefties out here are going to hate me. If I don't see us, guys, we're nowhere near becoming a left society. The United States and even the UK actually might be closer than we are, becoming socialist. We are so far from that. It makes me really sad. We need, unless we start organizing and stuff and people are more radicalized, we're very far from that. That's why I always say at the end of my streams, I'd be okay if we even just do some big reforms first. Like the Social Democrats, I'm okay with going that way right now, because in the meantime, at the very least, we can do some reforms to make it harder for fascists to take over. Because if you have a happier society and stuff, you're less likely to have fascism. It'll eventually come, but if we can at least slow it down, you see what I mean? So anyway, and I am constantly in my head, guys, conflicted about this, because you see what I mean? Because like, I don't see the bright socialist future coming anytime soon. And at the same time, I want to see some changes in my lifetime. So I'm okay with like doing just some of the reform stuff at first, if that's all we can get. I don't know. But this is something you all can think of. Okay? Yeah, Sylvie. Yeah. We are the ratchet stopping the gear. I love that, Sylvie. And you know what, Sylvie, now that you bring that up, I'm going to show people that. So this is the political ratchet effect, guys. And this is largely true, at least in American society. So let's watch here. That I know, outer signal, you're right. But even then, outer signal, let's say in Minecraft, there were a revolution. Right now in the US, if there were a revolution, I don't think it would end in the creation of a socialist society. There just isn't enough organizations for socialist. It would probably result in a social democratic society, which, hey, is better than what we have now. But you see what I mean? I don't know, but okay. So I which really want to be a revolution. It would just be kind of mass major reforms. So this is called the ratchet effect, and it is some. And again, this is funny, guys, because this is using the word liberal as it's used in an American context. Okay, this is the word liberal as it's used in an American context. So just realize. Okay, so the ratchet effect is this: when conservatives are in power, or when right wingers are in power, they tend to start moving the society more to the right. So the wheel starts turning to the right. Okay, we go further and further to the right and get closer and closer to fascism. When liberals, you're right, outer signal, more likely to be a theocracy. When liberal or when Democrats are in power, or liberals, I should say, more left-leaning liberals are, I mean, more when liberals are in power, whatever, you get what I mean. Uh, their job is to stop the ratchet from moving backwards, but they rarely push this backward, roll back what the conservatives have done. So we keep moving towards the right, and then when the Democrats get into power, all they do is stop us from going backwards. Okay, they don't actually turn back the clock. They just stop us from moving further to the right. And so over time, we've gone further and further to the right, and we've seen this. We've seen this, guys, since Reagan and before. We keep going to the right, and when the Democrats are in charge, sometimes they even push us further to the right. They just stop. They don't push back what the conservatives have done at all. Okay? Does this make sense? All right. All right, guys, we'll stop there for then. Okay, so that's liberalism. We got it? I know I talked for a while there. I hope that was good for all of you. Yes, Democrats are the release valve of capitalism. We get it? We get it? Okay, let's go on, guys. Put up my face screen here for a second. Thank you, Jay Williams. I noticed that I lost. I know, right, Louise? I get you, Louise. I get it. All right. So, and guys, this is all very theoretical stuff. Okay, I'm talking in generalities. Political science and this kind of theory stuff is theoretical. I want you all I want you guys to think in these ways. Use what I'm teaching you as just a different way of looking at things, because I want you all to have an open mind. I want you all to have an open mind. A lot of these things, one of the things that Marx would always talk about, folks, is that we should not become necessarily dogmatic in how we view these things. Conditions change. New technologies can change conditions, different things change conditions. So use these theories as a way of understanding the world, but also don't become dogmatic. Try to think in your own way also. Does this make sense? I'm not saying don't listen to me in regards to these things. Obviously, you should always question everything you hear on the internet, but just add this to your repertoire. And I promise you, if it's a good theory, you'll start seeing exactly what I'm saying out in real life. Okay. And I think a lot of the lefties in here know that it is a good theory and it's true. Okay. We got it. We got it. Okay. Let's go on. By the way, guys, let me do a little bit of self-promotion here. First of all, if you like my content, you can become a member over on YouTube for about as little as a little bit, like kind of near a dollar a month. You can become, how dare you, Matt? I am calm. You can become a member on YouTube for about $1 a month. You get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name and access to members only emojis that can be used in chat. You can also please follow me over on YouTube also. If you're on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime and help send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. That'd be very appreciable. Or you can subscribe regularly, and then you no longer have to see ads, and you will get access to cute subscriber-only emojis. If you're over on Twitch right now and you're watching, please follow me. I'm trying to get up to 400 followers. I've been doing this for about a year. I've been on Twitch for less than a year, for less than I've been doing online stuff. So I'm almost to 400 followers. I would love to. I feel like my growth is very slow. That's okay. I don't. I have no way of knowing how fast one normally grows on Twitch. But like, I wish I had like 1,000 already. But maybe I'm just being, I'm being way too. I don't know. Maybe I'm overly optimistic. But regardless, let your friends know if you have anyone who'd be interested in watching the streams. Would very much appreciate it if you sent them in my direction to get more people in here. All right. And yeah. All right. And I'm going to be very soon adding more emojis that Elevator Lady and Gwen made to our repertoire and things like that. Okay. I'm not being greedy, Drizella. I want to survive. Okay. Hello, Atomic. How are you doing, Atomic? Good morning. Okay, guys. So that's my little pitch here. You can also, I need 1,000 viewers. That'd be amazing, Matt Saga. If I had 1,000 viewers, I would be so happy. Okay. And then I could get a shock collar for my kitty cat, and I could shock my cat as it's over there, and I can get the internet mad at me. And then I can have all the mainstream news sources launching campaigns against me for being too much of an anti-Zionist. And I can be sexy and jacked, and like everyone will love me. Anyway, how dare you, Matt? I know, Matt. I'm trying to piss you off, Matt Saigai. Okay. We're not going to talk about who. No, I'm not, Matt Saigai. What do you mean? I'm not talking about Hassan, Matt Saigai. I would never do that. Okay, I would never do that. I'm not a jealous little bitch or anything. Okay. Anyway, no, Matt Saigai, don't go. Okay, so moving on. So, guys, I'm going to quickly go grab a cracker to snack on. I love eating crackers. And then we're going to watch a video together. Okay? Okay? I know, Sylvia. I just like pissing off Matt Saigai. Whenever I talk about the shock collar thing, Matt Saigai gets super defensive because Matt Saigai's in love with Hassan. So, okay, that's why I like joking about it. Sam is super jacked. Thank you, Doug. Yes, Doug, I am super jacked. Thank you. Okay. Not really. I mean, not as jacked as I could be. Okay. I'll be back, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go get a cracker. All right? Give me a second.
Walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. Easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your
All right, guys, we're back. We're back for some more insanity. Why the fuck not? Okay. Okay, let's hand out some boops, right? Let's hand out some boops. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Jay Williams, he's taking a cracker break in the bathroom. You know what, Jay Williams? Just because I eat on the toilet doesn't mean I'm gross. Okay. All right. Doug gets a boop. Actually, Antifa, you gets a boop. Boop. I'm just kidding. I don't actually, Paul Squaw. I don't actually eat on the toilet, to be clear, folks. To be clear, I'm just joking, okay? How dare you, all right? You're gross, Paul Squaw. Okay, I don't actually eat in the bathroom, you lunatics, okay? I was joking because Jay Williams said he was taking a cracker break in the bathroom, which made it sound like I was eating a cracker in the bathroom, okay? Anyway, whatever. I hate all of you. Don't forget, guys, urine is sterile. So, if I piss all over my cracker and eat it, who really cares? I'm joking because remember I thought urine was sterile because I'm a moron. Anyway, whatever. It's a joke. It's an ongoing joke. Okay. You want a cracker too? Oh, yes, you get a boop. You get a boop, Atomic. Boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Paul Squaw, you get a bonk. Bonk. Paul Squaw is disobedient to my authority. How dare you, Paul Squaw? I hope you had a great workout, Paul Squaw. You get a boop. Boop. Even though I also just bonked you. I'll bonk and boop as much as I want, Paul Squaw. Okay, urine is sterile. It is not, okay? But I love it so much. Hello, Jonas, you get a boop from a distance. Boop. Jay Shadow gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Sure, Atomic. Mwah. There you go. Atomic got a kiss. Is that assault? Whatever. Atomic asked for it. It was consensual. It's fine. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Antifa gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Fuck you, Matt Saigai. Fuck you. You get a bonk. Bonk. Boop for your better half. Resident Union Thug, you get a boop. Boop. Although you get a bonk. Bonk because you're not the better half. Okay, you lunatic. Goddamn lunatic. I should have taken you out in the womb. Anyway, what crackers am I eating? What crackers am I eating? They're called Belvita blueberry crackers. Okay. Anyone else? I do not. You don't appreciate what, Matt Saiga? You don't appreciate what? Anyway. Okay. I hate you all. Sylvie gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Abortion jokes are not funny. It's not Christian. Hilarious. Can I make a clothes hanger joke? Anyway. So let's okay, probably not. That's probably inappropriate. Weirdomorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Whatever, it's fine. Stop aborting the chatters, Rune. Okay. Let's go on, guys. Let's go on. By the way, it's actually kind of dark to talk about clothes hangers because a lot of times women will die when they have to do their own abortions. And if you limit abortion access, there's an increases women's mortality because women will seek abortions whether they're legal or not. And they will then often do it without being under the care of a doctor, which will result in higher rates of death for the women. So to be clear, that is kind of a dark joke that I shouldn't make in regards to clothes hangers. Regardless, exactly. See Texas. Exactly, Antifa. Jay Shadow, your own urine is sterile enough. Don't use it others' urine. Yeah, exactly, Jay Shadow. But it's not like exactly sterile. It's like cleaner than a lot of things, but it's not clean. Which I thought it was because I'm an idiot. Resident Union Thug, abortions are my favorite medical procedure. Me too. I really think we need to have drive-through abortion clinics. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. So maybe not drive-through. I don't know if that'd be sterile or healthy, but like I went on-demand abortions for everyone. That'd be pretty cool. That would be very good for society too. Anyway, if you think I'm saying that just to cause a ruckus, not really. Okay, not a drive-through, but you know what I mean. Like we on-demand abortion type situation. Okay. Anyway, I know everyone will be like, "Oh, you're disgusting." No, I'm not. It's a medical procedure. What's so bad about that? And I think there's sort of a misogynist angle to being like, why would you do that? Well, we do that for lots of things. There are like minute clinics, and you can go to an urgent care. Okay, why don't we just do that for abortions? They're a vital female health procedure. Okay, it's a vital health procedure, and it's very important for society. So that should be easily accessible, and it should be done everywhere. Okay, it should be done in urgent care clinics. It should be made easy. Okay. Anyway, I know we'll never do that. Okay, there. Hey, Paul Squaw, you got it. Paul Squaw says he's advocated for abortion pill vending machines. I support that. Now, obviously, I don't know about that specifically. You'd have to look it up. Like, you want to make sure people don't take a pill that can cause other medical issues without the supervision of a doctor. But we should, at least, very least, we should have clinics. And if we can do it safely, then yeah, Paul Squaw. Okay. Yeah, there's a menu, right? Whatever. I'm losing people. We're only to 14 viewers now. This is what I get when I say we should have like drive-through abortion clinics. Let's go on, guys. So, by the way, just to make you all laugh, I played this at the beginning of the stream, but to sort of joke about liberalism. There you go. Put a doctor in the vending machine. Okay. Yeah, we do too, Gwen. A lot of places in America have morning after pills that are readily available, which I'm fine with because those have been tested. They're not dangerous. So yeah. Okay. So maybe we do vending machines with that shit. That'd be fine. I absolutely love, guys, when you go into a bathroom and you see like a condom vending machine or whatever. Now here, by the way, guys, can we like, one of the industries that needs to be immediately nationalized and made readily available are women's, what's the phrase? Women's hygiene products. I don't know what the term is here. Tampons need to be free and universally available. Condoms need to be free and universally available. And I would much rather prefer that they weren't produced for a profit. I wish they were produced by the government and mass produced and made easily accessible, because I think it's disgusting that women are female hygiene. But yeah, because I feel like the phrase female hygiene makes it sound like it's dirty to have. This is why I'm like, is that the right? I don't know what a better phrase is right now, but we need a better phrase than female hygiene. So anyway, like, you can't help it if you're on your period. You can't help it if you're a woman. Why the fuck should you be paying money to do something that is necessary given your biology? I don't understand it. And if we really want, hello politics, and yeah, the pink tax, correct, Resident Union Thug. Women are often taxed in unseen ways because they have to pay for things like this. Menstrual products, there we go. Menstrual products all need to be free and easily accessible everywhere. Okay, and like I'm so annoyed that that's something we still profit off of. That companies still profit off of. Condoms too. Condoms need to be free and readily accessible everywhere. Whatever. Moving on. Let's go on. I know that we live in a barbaric society though, so that'll never happen. It'd be also nice, by the way, if women were paid, if you're like an at-home mom and you're raising kids. Or you're raising kids generally, the government should pay for that shit. Okay, no, hey, Jonas, I agree. Actually, Jonas, I agree. I think toilet paper should be free too. That's a fair point. And Jonas, on that note, we also need to get away from toilet paper. We need a society that has bidets everywhere. And we all know, we've talked about this before on stream, and it's a weird topic, but I'm a very pro bidet. For not for the reason you guys think, okay? But bidets are cleaner. And bidets, we will require less toilet paper, and we're a barbaric country because we still mainly, all we do is we take a little thin piece of toilet paper and rub around our poop on our butts and then go, oh, it's clean. No, you need water and shit. I don't know what this is about. Yes, give everyone Japanese toilets. That'd be nice. Now, admittedly, it's expensive and it uses water and stuff. I don't know how this would work in practice. Okay, that's true, politics. We don't need AI bidets. Yeah, LaCroix, trust me, it is gay, but that's the fun of it. Okay, I'm just kidding. But like, why do we think like it's gross in a lot of places? Like, a lot of other cultures think it's gross that we just kind of smear the the poop around on our butts and then say we're clean. I know that sounds gross, but guys, that's what we do. We have this little thin piece of like of toilet paper that we, with our bare hands, smear the poop around our anuses, and then we're like, oh, we're clean. No, you're not. Anyway, okay, can we put some water down there or some shit? Think about it, Jay. Think about it. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not exaggerating, okay? Anyway, moving on. Let's go on. So speaking about liberals, that's what we do, Jay. Is that not what we do? Okay. Let's go on. Let's go on, guys. So this is a just a I'm off track. I'm off track. Yes, of course I'm off track, Doug, but it's fun. Okay, yes, or you can shower every time after taking a dump. Whatever. I'm done. I'm done ranting. Just because we just talked about liberals, guys, when I remember, when an American uses the phrase liberals, they typically mean a mix of Democrats, lefties, anyone who's further to the left than they are on the political spectrum. Okay. But so he is referring to lefties, he's referring to Democrats, he's referring to anyone he doesn't disagree with. But I still think this is funny, okay, because Alex Jones is a lunatic, obviously, and a moron, and is very entertaining to watch because he's a lunatic and because he needs to be in a mental asylum. But regardless, I always thought this clip was hilarious because it's so crazy. It's so crazy, but in a weird way, I connect with it. Not because, yeah, a guilty pleasure. Not because I agree with why he doesn't like liberals, but because I also sometimes get annoyed with liberals. But not for the reasons he does. So this is very short. This is very short. Just watch this. I'm actually gonna I've created a soundboard and I'm gonna start using this more on the stream. Okay, here we go.
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. Okay, let's go on. Obviously, I disagree. I know, Paul Squaw, right? Okay. Well, the only thing that's not a lie, Paul, that is a lie, would be the chopping up children's genitals. I don't need the transphobia in there, right? I do not need the transphobia in there. A lot of the other stuff, yeah, liberals have failed to solve because they don't think outside the system. But at the same time, the idea that his thing about trans people really bothers me. Whatever. Let's go on. So, yeah, there you go, Paul Squaw. Okay. Liberal. Okay, let's go on, guys. So I wanted to, we're going to watch a video together, guys. We're going to watch a video together. If I can find it. I can't do it, Outer Signal. I will embarrass myself. I'd have to practice first, okay? He really does, Fox. I know. He literally probably is a chaser, to be honest with you. All right, where did I find this thing? Okay, I wanted to show you all something. Where the fuck is this? Okay, 1 second, guys. I need to re-find it. Here it is. Okay, so guys, what we're going to do is we're going to do, like I said, today, we're doing quite a bit of educational stuff today. We're going to watch a documentary together, and I'm going to put it on 1.25 speed. Please don't leave the stream. I think you'll enjoy it. We will chat during it. We're going to, it's a pretty long documentary, but I want us all to learn together about the eugenics movement. And this is going to go right along with what we were talking about in regards to liberalism. Because it's long. It's long, but guys, we probably won't watch the whole thing. But please don't leave. Please, I promise we'll chat during it and stuff, and then we will get into some other political stuff, some other videos, education. Okay, so the eugenics movement in the United States. Okay, the eugenics movement in the United States. Now, remember what I said about sort of the liberal paradigm, the liberal way of thinking. The eugenics movement in the United States was a liberal movement. Okay? As a matter of fact, conservatives in the United States, so more reactionary liberals, opposed it. It was a liberal movement. I am not joking. The state, which is strange and is counterintuitive, the state that did the most eugenic sterilizations in the United States was California, which was pretty liberal state at the time and still is, okay? The reason I'm saying this is because, again, if you're stuck in this liberal paradigm of thinking within the system, it can lead you to do some very bizarre things to try and fix social problems instead of changing capitalism. So liberals are like, hey, since we can't fix poverty and since we can't fix a lot of the issues in the United States, maybe we should start breeding people and literally using eugenics to weed out the poor and things like that. Okay? eugenics became a liberal solution to the problems of capitalism in an industrial society. And I'm not joking. Okay. So it was presented as a solution to the problems of capitalism because you just prevent the poor and the ill from reproducing, and that'll solve the problems in the long term. Do you see what I'm saying here? Okay. So I thought we could let me ask you all a question. A bunch of people just left the stream, okay? Probably because a lot of folks may not want to watch the video. Are we okay with watching this video now, or would you like to do something different first? Would you guys like to do some small reactions first, or is this too much after the liberal stuff? Let me get some of your opinions on this, okay? Because we can wait. We can wait a little bit. I just want to see if people are okay with it. I wish I could do a poll. Bro, do you? Okay. Because we can come back to this a different day if people aren't feeling it. Okay. We good? We all good? I'm here for the ride? Okay, let's just do that. You'll be back soon. Okay, let's just watch this for now, guys. We'll just start watching this, and then we will get back to it. I personally love it. Let's go. Okay, let's go. And guys, we will... that's fair politics. So gonna have to look it up. We will on our end. We still see 18. Okay, I could be wrong then. So of course though on Twitch, I guess I saw less. Regardless, let's watch it together. I will make some commentary. Let's chat during it. All right, let's chat during it and let's do it. Let's go.
And the cities were overrun with new.
Oops. Okay. And this is. I really want you guys to take from this my point about ways of thinking and how if you don't think outside the liberal paradigm, it enables things like this, okay? Thank you, Matt Saigai. I'll take a look, Matt Saigai.
On August 18th, 1934, 20-year-old Ann Cooper Hewitt, heiress to one of the largest fortunes in the United States, was admitted to a San Francisco hospital for an emergency appendectomy. She later learned the surgeons not...
By the way, PBS does some really good... it is Weird and Marvelous Blob, which is funny. PBS is pretty good at doing history documentaries, okay?
Not only had removed her appendix, but also a length of her fallopian tubes.
Oh, thank you very much. Someone called Sexy Bourbon Man. Thank you. Someone called Sexy Bourbon Man just sent me $20 for the class on liberalism. Thank you very much. Who was that? Was that you? Was that you, Matt Saigai? Thank you whoever just sent that to me. Really, thank you.
Rendering her incapable of ever becoming pregnant. The story of the sterilized heiress hit the papers just after the new year in 1936. When Anne filed a $500,000 damage claim against the surgeons and her own mother for sterilizing her without her knowledge or consent. Anne's mother denied any wrongdoing. She'd done what she'd done for society's sake.
That's actually true, Paul Squall. I know you're joking, Paul Squall, but it's true. And that's part of the for the lefties out there. I'm going to read what Paul Squall said, and I'm not going to go into much detail here because I have methods to my madness. Paul Squaw says most people are libs. Got to be nicer to them so that they come and watch. Paul Squaw, I know. Okay, so...
She insisted, because her daughter was feeble-minded.
And I think our community's really good at that.
The sort of bizarre high society scandal that would have captured the national imagination under any circumstances. But that one word, feeble-minded, struck a familiar chord for Americans and linked Anne's plight to a decades-old campaign to control human reproduction, known as eugenics.
What is the bearing of the laws of heredity upon human affairs? Eugenics provides the answer.
Eugenics was proposed as the scientific solution for social problems.
Yeah.
It was a combination of hope and aspiration on one side, and on the other side, it was about fear. In some cases about hate.
Yes, absolutely, LaQuabois. We were.
They are identified early.
We were forcibly sterilizing Native women. Guys, this is a horrific story, and, okay.
Categorized, feeble-minded, imbecile, idiot.
It would have been better by far if they had never been born.
People tend to think.
By the way, guys, It is Paul Squaw. The Nazis literally copy and pasted, with slight variations, the American eugenics laws into their own books. They literally took American eugenics was an American phenomenon that the Nazis copied, and we never think about that. Okay, they did. They took it from us.
That eugenics was a doctrine that originated with the Nazis, that it was grounded in wild claims that were far outside the scientific mainstream. Both of those impressions are fundamentally not true.
It was almost a mania
Yeah,
that swept
Gwen.
through the country, and there was that kind of naive, optimistic vision of eugenics, like, hey, let's all get together and make better people.
Liberal, 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 happy, fun, eugenics, dot, 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 dot. Okay, I love that, because for a lot of the liberals at the time, that was kind of true. It was like, this is happy, optimistic view. Let's just sterilize people and make better genetics. Ha, ha, ha. It'll be a great society. That's kind of dark.
The eugenics movement was about having healthy children, about having a stronger society. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ooh, Fetty.
You have to look at the underbelly of what was implemented in the name of eugenics to see what was so problematic about it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that's problematic
At Liberty
about
Mutual, we believe progress happens when people feel
it.
secure.
Okay. See, now the defunding of PBS, they have to rely on some ads. Okay. Let's go. Okay. I love the a lot of the footage they have in these things are really good. I really like PBS is able to get some really good historic footage. Listen to the audio. They have such good audio. They have such good audio in these historic videos. I'm sorry, I'm kind of doing a historian gooning over here, over the audio.
In the fall of 1902, an American biologist named Charles Benedict Davenport arrived
I
in
know,
London
Gwen.
on a sort of pilgrimage. He was 36, Harvard educated,
Okay, Davenport's a monster?
and like many biologists of his generation, absorbed with the study of evolution.
A Harvard graduate? Thank you.
He'd been traveling in Europe with his wife, collecting seashells for research on species variation.
Mm-hmm.
But this was to be the highlight of the trip. A meeting with the world-renowned gentleman scientist, Sir Francis Galton.
Mm-hmm.
A
Galton was sort of the
pioneering
first one.
statistician, Galton had lived his 80 years by a single motto: whenever you can, count. His obsession with measurements and patterns had led him to create the world's
Redmond.
first weather maps,
Yeah.
establish fingerprinting as a means of identification, and set data-backed parameters for the perfect cup of tea.
Yeah, he was like, Galton was sort of the beginning of this, kind of. He kind of proposed the idea of using population genetics and things like that, population and breeding and stuff on humans. And he was English, he was British, but then the U.S. took it and ran with it.
Charles Davenport had come to discuss another matter: Galton's work on heredity.
Mm-hmm.
Francis Galton was a great quantifier. He liked to quantify height, hair color. What is the chest size of an average man? What is the thigh length of an average man? Things like intelligence.
Galton had a theory that talent, as he called it, what we would call intelligence, seemed to run in families. And
Remember how I said, guys, that the IQ test is racist and it has its origins in these notions of the heritability of intelligence?
so it quickly occurred to him, if we can get people with high talent to mate with each other, prevent people with low talent from mating with each other, we will, within a few generations, create this race of supermen.
Francis Galton
scary.
was borrowing ideas and kind of riffing
Jonas.
off of the work of his half-cousin, Charles Darwin.
Darwin believed that evolution was this natural process
Politics.
that was inevitably leading towards what they call the survival
Politics as quantify D's. Hilarious.
of the fittest.
Yeah, Gwen.
Galton really turns that idea on its head and says, you know, natural selection isn't working very well. We need to do a form of selection. We need to intervene.
To name the effort, Galton had coined the term eugenics, a hybrid derived from two Greek words, meaning well and born.
Mm-hmm. Even like the word is really dystopian. Eugenics, well-born. Okay.
Davenport believed, as Galton did, that selective breeding could transform the human race. What was needed was a scientific understanding of how heredity actually worked.
God.
And over dinner at Galton's home, Davenport declared his intention to get to the bottom of it.
Davenport said, I'm going to create a new kind of institution, a station
Are you here, Drusilla? Are you here?
for experimental evolution. Not Darwinian natural selection that you just go out and observe, but can we figure out how inheritance works? Can we do experiments
and
find the...
So, real fast, they didn't mention it. I don't know if they will mention it. There is a weird religious aspect to this, and okay. So, a reason I asked if Drusilla was here is because Drusilla is not a fan of Calvinists. Charles Davenport was a Calvinist, okay? He was an American Protestant. And there's been some historians who have linked a lot of the early American eugenics stuff to a lot of Protestant ideology. So a lot of Protestants, especially Calvinists, believe that there is like people are born who are selected by God to go to heaven. Okay, so like when you're born, God has already chosen certain people that he knows he, she, whatever it is, knows the future. So he knows who's going to go to heaven, who's not going to go to heaven. Okay, and they're called the elect. So if you think about that, a lot of the like Davenport was one of these people. Some of these eugenicists, it was a lot easier for them to believe in eugenics because that's kind of the same thing. The idea that some people are born more elect than others. Some people are born with better genetics, and we need to breed out of the population the people who are not the elect, who are not better genetic-wise. Okay, yes, determinism, Jay. So I just wanted to add that one of the reasons this happened in the U.S. is because we are a Protestant nation. At least, like, we're a Protestant nation, as in most of the Christians here are Protestant, and this ideology had kind of been around for a while, and eugenics kind of fit with it. Okay, as a matter of fact, one of the reasons why, one of the organizations that was opposed to eugenics was the Catholic Church. I am not pro-Catholic Church, but the Catholics were like, that's kind of fucked up. And Catholicism doesn't have that sense of being elect. Okay, so there were a lot of Catholics in the Catholic Church that was opposed to eugenics. Does that make sense? Protestants were less opposed to it. So just a note there. Weird amorphous blob. A lot of ethno-nationalist sentiments are very similar, and for exactly weird amorphous blob. Okay, I know, right? I know, guys. Right, when the Catholics are on the right side of history, correct. But there's a reason why, guys, and that you guys know, not a fan of Catholics here. It is true, though, that in a lot of ways, Catholicism is more liberal than a lot of Protestant groups. Not all of them. So one of the reasons why Catholics have not been liked in the United States is oftentimes they care a lot more about the poor and about like doing good acts for people than Protestants do. Okay, they are, Jonas. This is complicated. So there are Protestants that are more flexible and liberal than Catholics, but then there are also Protestants that are more conservative than Catholics. Okay. That is not to say, yes, liberation theology. There are socialist Catholics, by the way. There are Christian socialists. We have a Christian Catholic socialist in our community, by the way. Pius Jacob, if anyone's ever seen him in our Discord. Okay, he's a Catholic socialist because Catholicism does have these ideas. Now, I am not saying that they're great. I'm just saying one of the reasons why a lot of Catholics are liked by the right wing is because they are a bit more liberal or a bit more caring about society in certain ways. Does this make sense? Okay. Yeah.
Patterns of heredity.
When Davenport sailed for home in December...
Jay Williams, thank you. Jay Williams is a Catholic progressive leftist. There you go. And there are a lot of progressive Catholics. There are a lot, folks. Am I talking about the church itself? Not necessarily. A lot of clergy and stuff are not lefty, but a lot of Catholic lay people are because, guys, the Catholic Church is, Jesus was all about like helping the poor and shit like that. So yeah, a lot of Catholic ideology is around helping the poor, treating your neighbor the way you want to be treated. We're all human beings and things like that. Okay. So, but yeah. Don't think I'm a fan of the Catholic Church, but a lot of Catholics are very progressive and left-wing.
1902, he carried with him not only a letter of recommendation signed by Galton, but also, he later wrote, a renewed courage for the study of evolution.
Davenport and Galton really did imagine that the idea of improving human heredity was of almost religious significance, of profound moral importance. They also believed they were qualified to breed a better race because they believed that they were the best and the brightest.
Yeah. Like they say, you see how that might go around with the elect? Okay.
Scarcely more than a year later, with funding from the Carnegie Institution, Davenport opened his research station on the north shore of Long Island at Cold Spring Harbor.
Okay.
Situated on 10 acres along...
Now listen, okay? Okay. So remember what I said about liberalism. Okay. Now, the idea that you can't use socialism to fix society, who does that benefit, by the way? Come on, you guys know. Who does that benefit? Who does it benefit to be like, well, we can fix society, but let's use eugenics and not actually go to socialism or something like that? Who does that benefit? Or I should say, who does that protect? We all know it. We all know it. We all know it. Who does it protect? Someone tell me in the chat. Come on. Capital, 100%. It protects the business owners and the wealthy and the elite who want to own shit. So I hope he says this, but do you know who funded Dalton's Cold Harbor Research Institute? Because guys, you all always look at where the money comes from. Always look at where the money comes from. Do you know who funded it? Carnegie. Okay, the Carnegie Institute. The Carnegie Institute funded Davenport's research and funded Cold Harbor. Oh, wow, shocking. Did he just say Carnegie? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I didn't hear him say it, but like Carnegie funded all this shit, which is not surprising, okay? You know, it's the elites that are funding the anti-trans shit as a distraction.
Oyster Bay. The place had been purpose-built for the breeding and analyzing of plants and animals, complete with sprawling garden plots, an aviary, and a half-dozen tidy enclosures housing chickens, goats, and sheep. By mating organisms with unusual characteristics.
So just to be clear, the Scots are all pro-eugenicist monsters, okay?
A tailless Manx cat, or a rooster with a black comb, and then studying their offspring generation after generation, Davenport hoped to unlock the mystery of evolution.
Davenport wasn't yet thinking much about humans. He was just...
I guess Dolly Boy isn't here because he didn't respond to that.
Absorbing all these different theories of heredity and trying to figure out which ones applied when and under what conditions.
After scores of experiments, one theory seemed to stand out from the rest. The recently discovered work of an Austrian monk named Gregor Mendel, who'd spent a decade in the mid-19th century experimenting with peas.
Right, Jonas.
Mendel learned that there was a pattern to how pea plants pass down certain traits. And you
Did guys,
come up
anyone
with
here
certain
have to do
to predict?
Anyone
how
here have
likely
to do
it was that
Punnett
a pea plant
squares
would
in
look
their
one way or
biology
another?
classes?
Davenport
Mendel's Punnett
took
squares?
that and ran with it. He goes about breeding all kinds of
There's
animals.
Dolly
looking
Boy. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I was trying to see if you were still there by insulting the Scots. Okay.
for the Mendelian ratio. And in trait after trait, he seems to find the Mendelian ratio.
Suddenly, they're beginning to see a mathematical, scientific explanation for things that had been merely conjectural before.
It's becoming obvious that, in fact, there are these things called genes. These units are being transmitted from parents to their offspring, and they're giving rise to physical traits.
Aw. I like the videos. I like the puppies and the kitties. Okay. How to improve the human race.
By 1906, the work at Cold Spring Harbor had caught the attention of the press and established Charles Davenport as a rising star in the new science of genetics.
Now, guys, they didn't talk about how did this become established in the press. Well, Davenport was an intellectual elite. He was from Harvard. He was kind of milling about in a lot of these elite circles, a lot of these wealthy elite circles. Okay, so he made connections amongst other elites, which eventually resulted in newspaper publishers noticing what he was doing and publishing it, and it became mainstream because, as I said before, a power elite theory. These folks circulate with each other. So they kind of skipped that part. How did he end up, how did this one research institute kind of off in the middle of nowhere suddenly make it in the news? Well, because he was in the milieu of the elites and the liberal elites and things like that. And he was funded by the elites.
Thanks to Mendel's laws of heredity, Davenport told one reporter, agricultural breeders could now precisely select for desirable traits to develop a strain of protein-rich wheat or chicken that laid more eggs. The same methods would one day lead, he predicted, to a rapid and thoroughgoing improvement of the human race.
Ugh.
Davenport was tantalized by the possibility that you could take charge of human evolution. And then along comes Mendelian genetics, which seems to offer a very powerful tool. So extrapolating from the work that the breeders were doing in animals to the breeding of better human beings was a natural step.
In 1909, Davenport informed his funder, the Carnegie Institution, that he'd shifted his focus from the breeding of cats and roosters to an investigation of human traits. Having already found the Mendelian ratio in early studies of eye color and hair color, and convinced he was on the right track, he now began to collect data on a wide range of other human characteristics. He sent out a family history questionnaire to hundreds of individuals.
Look at these kind of, let's look at some of the things he's measuring for individuals. 1 second, I'll go back. I've actually seen copies of these things in archives.
In early studies of eye color and hair color, and convinced he was on the right track.
Yeah.
He now began to collect data on a wide range of other human characteristics.
Some of the questions, right? Musical ability. What was their mathematical capacity above average? Like, how the fuck do you measure that? You can't, like, okay, inventiveness. How the fuck do you, how do you decide if someone is inventive or not? Okay, like, it's not scientific. Okay, this is not scientific. I don't know what, memory in youth, exceptionally good, later, medium to good. Like, you can't, this is not predilection for study, reading, you see what I mean? Like
family history questionnaire to hundreds of individuals.
Yeah, exactly, Jonas, exactly.
And solicited prisons, hospitals, and educational institutions for their records.
You can't really do breeding experiments with human beings. Aside from the ethics, you just can't live long enough to see generations and generations.
Very subjective.
So it was Davenport's genius to realize if he could collect family pedigrees, he could trace family inheritances and try to prove that evolution works for human beings the way it works for animals.
Davenport's plan was to analyze the pedigree charts for Mendelian patterns and to identify the desirable traits human beings might encourage through careful breeding, and the undesirable ones.
But guys, to be clear, I want to point out that I am really worried that we're going to see a growth in eugenics, because we're already seeing a lot of like these wealthy tech bros and stuff talking about eugenics. There's been a bigger push to go back to some eugenics. Okay, yeah.
They could breed out.
Breeding out that. Yeah, Musk wants to do it. Thiel has talked about it. Absolutely, Jay Williams.
Wouldn't it be a better world?
And that's the thing, guys. When you start using science, and I'm putting that in quotes, it's barely science, okay, if it is science, for social things, the biases and the structures of that society start getting reflected in who you target, okay? So, yeah. We all know where this is going. They're going to start saying that the inferior people are people who are dark-skinned, who, people who are poor. Okay, science is not immune to this, and you could barely call this science anyway, because like I said, yeah, exactly, Jay Williams, okay?
If we could wipe out poverty, wouldn't it be a better world if we didn't have criminals? Wouldn't it be a better world if everyone behaved themselves? And if the reason we have poverty and crime is something that's determined by our genes.
Remember what I said, guys. If you're a liberal and you cannot think outside of liberalism, you start blaming things like we need more. When you start saying things like we need more policing, or we maybe maybe it's a gene that causes poverty or a gene that causes criminality, rather than changing the system. You see what I mean? Okay. And that's what the eugenicists did. They offered within liberalism reason for things like crime and poverty. Okay, even though those are all social constructs. Exactly, Gwen. Those are social constructs.
If we can change that and make it so that the people who have those bad traits don't pass them down, wouldn't that be a better world?
Liberal.
Among Americans of Charles Davenport's class and generation, there was perhaps no word that had more currency at the turn of the century than improvement.
God.
They had come of age in the midst of a revolution, a seismic shift that had made the United States the most prosperous and powerful nation on earth, and in the eyes of many, had simultaneously plunged it into chaos.
It is not a coincidence, okay, it is not a coincidence that eugenics kind of kicked off during a massive expansion of the Industrial Revolution, with the massive change in the number of workers in the country and massive social shifts happening. Okay? It is not a coincidence.
It's the beginning of the 20th century. We have rampant urbanization, rampant industrialization, rampant immigration. The old order is passing, and wherever you look, society seems to be deteriorating.
More and more farms were giving way to factories, and the cities were overrun with newcomers.
See?
Many from the countryside, many hundreds of thousands more from abroad.
There was impure water, and the schools were awful, and disease was rampant, and immigrants were pouring in.
People were apprehensive about rapid change, about the kinds of people you saw on the streets. Slums, crime, alcoholism, prostitution. Native white Protestants felt that they were losing control of American society.
Again, that itself is kind of sort of they did feel that way, but there are solutions to these problems that are not eugenics, okay? These are social problems. The fact that there's a bunch of people who are impoverished and aren't making much of a wage and stuff, okay?
Determined not only to meet the new challenges, but to master them, a veritable army of educated middle and upper middle class Americans had launched a crusade to remake society, to eliminate corruption, stamp out disease and vice, assimilate the immigrant, and uplift the poor. All in the name of progress.
Yeah, Gwen.
The world had never seen invention as powerful and remarkable
Yeah,
and
Crawl.
influential.
By the way, Crawl, I love your comments, by the way. I don't say hi to you enough, Crawl. Hello, Crawl. Crawl of Xanth. Crawl of Xanth says, break out the calipers, right?
As the last 3 decades
Yeah.
of the 19th century, this fueled an already existing American optimism about what can be improved. And it directed it into a particular track, which was scientific improvement.
There was a great belief in science. There was a great belief in government, in bureaucracy, as a tool for solving social problems. And also a belief in collectivism, that the population needs to work together.
And that is the good solution, right? That would be the way to actually fix the problem, is to work through the government, to work through massive social change, through collectivism.
To improve society.
The progressive movement said we can use state power and expert advice and knowledge to solve things like poverty, to solve things like alcoholism. So that was an incredibly hopeful and optimistic idea. Eugenics was part of that.
Yeah, but again, that's because it wasn't completely uprooting the system. Progressivism is still within capitalism, is still within liberalism.
When the letter from Charles Davenport arrived in 1909 at New Jersey's Vineland Training School for the Feeble-Minded, the staff hadn't known quite what to make of it. A mere 2-line note requesting hereditary information. One of hundreds Davenport had sent.
Davenport investigated any and all traits. Eye color, weight, mood, habit, temperament, diseases, anything.
What? Temperament.
And then he finds this psychologist in New Jersey, and he begins to zero in on low intelligence, something...
Matt Saigai, companies like PepsiCo and Coca-Cola are involved in illegal hysterectomies. Are you serious, Matt Saigai? I need to look that up. That is insane. I did not know that.
As feeble-mindedness.
Psychologist Henry Goddard.
Okay, guys, Goddard, my old nemesis. When I was in college, I went to Ohio State. Okay, I was at Ohio State University, and I did undergraduate independent research. Okay, and what I did independent research on as an undergraduate was Henry Goddard at OSU, because Henry Goddard had been a professor at Ohio State back when he was doing his thing. And Henry Goddard is the guy who invented this intelligence test that used words like feeble-minded, moron, idiot, which are words we use today to rank people's intelligence, okay? So he's like, you have hyper-intelligent people, you have morons, you have idiots, you have feeble-minded people, and he was at OSU. Well, when I was doing research on this, I went into OSU's archives because I found where all of his papers were supposed to be, because he ran a whole department at OSU when he was there. And I go into these archives to find where these papers are, and I go to where it says they are, and there's a giant literal hole, okay? There's a giant literal hole where those documents should be. They're not there. They were gone. All the documents that Goddard had left there were gone. So I go to the librarian at this OSU archive and I go, hey, it says that you have these documents, but there's literally a hole in the record. There's nothing on the shelf. And she goes, oh, well, that's weird. The only people who could have removed that are the dean or the president of the university. Okay. To this day, I don't know why they decided to remove all that. And I'm not saying that OSU is embarrassed by it and trying to cover up the fact that they had a role in the eugenics movement. I'm just saying, because I was just a little undergraduate. I don't know what's going on up there at the top. But that was kind of sus. And yeah. Later, by the way, it turned out that there was a later, there ended up being a giant like mural in one of OSU's building that had Goddard in it because it was created way back when. And there were a lot of students got upset when they found out who Goddard was, and OSU did a lot to cover it up and ended up getting rid of it and then trying to suppress it in the media that they had covered up this mural of Goddard. Okay. So anyway, just a note. If I were rich and I was an investigative journalist, I would look into that shit. All right. Matt Saigai, they basically push sugarcane farmers in India to get hysterectomies to increase the crop yield and reduce the downtime. That is so disgusting, Matt Saigai. That is disgusting. I agree, Jonas. And by deal, I mean smack. Jonas, I love that, right? Okay. Thank you, Matt Saigai. We'll take a look at that at some point here. That is disgusting. I can't believe I didn't hear about this, Matt Saigai. Well, I can believe it. I'm going to save this. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay, let's continue with this documentary.
Vineland's director of research had no family histories to share. But what he lacked in data, he more than made up for with enthusiasm. Not only was Goddard interested in the new science of heredity, he asked Davenport to guide him in making his own study of feeble-mindedness.
Like lots of people who are working in institutions, doctors or social workers, Henry Goddard was interested in identifying the kinds of conditions that were passed down in heredity and preventing them.
There you go, Matt Saigai.
Henry Goddard was 42 and a one-time teacher in Quaker schools. It was in part an interest in education that had brought him to Vineland in 1906. He'd spent the 3 years since trying to parse the many varieties of feeble-mindedness.
See, oh my God.
Common mental deficiency associated with antisocial behavior.
Yeah. All these invented words, feeble-minded.
Some of Vineland's 300 inmates were violent or deranged. Others unruly. Still others merely slow.
No, see, do you see how he made these categories? Slow, violent, unruly. What's so bad about being unruly?
Hoping to improve their individual care and training, Goddard had pioneered the use of an intelligence test, which purported to measure a person's mental abilities in relation to that of so-called normal people of the same age.
Absolutely, Gwen. As a matter of fact, Gwen, most of the people sterilized were women. And there's a reason for that. Because you can't have an uppity woman, right? That was worse, okay? Women were viewed at, like, okay, you see what I mean?
To sort his charges into categories. To the existing classifications of idiot and imbecile,
correct,
which long had been used to describe.
Okay, look, these are his ranking system. Idiots, low-grade imbeciles, okay, imbeciles, and he invented all these words, and these are why these words are slurs now, or words that are insults. At the time, he was using them as like real categories. Okay.
Goddard had added a third,
moron,
a higher functioning group he called morons.
Yeah,
that was actually a diagnostic term and not just an insult. Henry Goddard argued the high-grade moron is high-functioning enough to act normal, but they're kind of stuck in this evolutionary phase, and they don't emerge as true adults. What's missing is...
I know, Jonas, right?
Moral judgment.
I'm okay with using this ranking if we use it on Trump. I wonder where Trump would grade on this scale. He'd probably be a low-grade imbecile.
So Goddard constructs that term moron, and mental deficiency and immorality become basically interchangeable.
Notice. Now, isn't that interesting, guys, how immorality and mental deficiency become linked in doing this? That is not scientific, okay? That is 100% not scientific, linking immorality and criminality to mental deficiency. and basically equating them. Because then how do you have a subjective analysis of mental deficiency? Okay, what? Look, all these different things he looked at, like alcoholic, blind, deaf, migrainous, normal. What the hell was normal? Okay, neurotic, feeble-minded, okay.
Now, with Davenport's tutoring, Goddard began to survey the family histories of
Jonas.
35 of his students at Vineland. What he found made him an instant believer in eugenics. Not only did morons seem clearly to pass on their feeble-mindedness to their offspring, their family trees often were rife with alcoholics, prostitutes, criminals, and paupers.
Guys, paupers are just poor people, and a lot of these folks were deeply impoverished. So here we come to an issue. Are these people's families struggling because they're genetically deficient, or is it because they're struggling because they're poor and they're impoverished? You see what I mean?
State Conference of Charities and Corrections.
Yeah, right, Paul? The pauper gene, right? That makes zero sense.
In 1910.
Look, well, a lot of these folks, so there are historians who say a lot of these folks today would be classified today as having autism, correct?
Mindedness is at the root of probably two-thirds of the problems that you have before.
That's why, guys, I'm saying science, because this is debated. Some historians say it's pseudoscience. Other historians are like, well, yeah, but it's not good science. I want to call it pseudoscience because they were doing scientific shit, but it wasn't good science. Regardless, I kind of view it as pseudoscience. It's not real. It's not good science. It's really bad science. Even if they were doing methods, they were really bad experimentation. They weren't doing experimentation. They weren't actually. It was just shit. Okay.
For you, the cause was defective ancestry.
Defective ancestry.
Henry Goddard puts forward this idea that if you got rid of feeble-mindedness, you would get rid of all of these problems, or at least greatly reduce them. And we love explanations like that. It's so simple. Oh, it's just feeble-mindedness. So let's.
And guys, boy, is that a lot easier. Just say they're feeble-minded instead of saying maybe there's an issue with our system, our economic system, and our social system.
That's the fix.
Goddard reasoned that if the test he devised to better care for the feeble-minded instead were used to identify them, the contagion could be halted.
Oh, God.
And future generations spared the scourges of mental deficiency.
Henry Goddard said, it takes an expert to identify the true menace of feeble-mindedness. So someone you're sitting next to at a restaurant or in a theater could look perfectly normal to you. And it only takes one feeble-minded person marrying another one, even someone who's not feeble-minded, to create generations of feeble-mindedness. What it did is up the stakes of feeble-mindedness by claiming that it was a hidden menace that was more difficult to pinpoint than people might think.
There you go. Exactly, Kroll. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely, Gwen. They were hungry. Okay.
By early 1910, Charles Davenport was convinced that certain human traits were passed down in a predictable way, and that American society could be dramatically improved if only reproduction were controlled. Anxious to spread the word, he began to lay plans for a new institution dedicated to eugenic research and education.
Oh, absolutely, Jay Williams.
In February, in search of a patron, Davenport traveled to New York to lunch with Mrs. E.H. Harriman, widow of a recently deceased railroad magnate.
So again, he's having to go to appeal to the elites for funding. Okay, she was the widow of a deceased rail baron. You got it. Class wealth, class wealth. Exactly, Gwen. Thank you, Matt
Davenport's pitch to Mrs. Harriman was to say, right now you give your money to all kinds of good organizations. They feed the poor, they clothe the poor, they do many wonderful things.
Guys, Europeans ended up doing the exact same thing to colonize people all over the planet. Because that's also the thing. Instead of acknowledging that maybe your colonialism is destroying the societies you're in and causing people to rebel against you, it must be, it might be a genetic thing. They might just be genetically inferior, right? The people of India are resisting because they're too feeble-minded to understand the beneficence of the British Empire. Or the Rwandans, okay? These Rwandans, they're too uppity and fighting too much against, and are resisting European enlightenment because they're too dumb to understand it, right? So those are okay, don't clip that. You guys see what I'm saying? they started justifying, instead of questioning their own ideology, what they're doing and what it's causing in the societies they're colonizing, they started, doing things like eugenics also in those societies, all right?
But it's never ending. With eugenics, we eventually won't need your philanthropy and charity
Yeah,
because we'll
I
solve
just
the problems
realized
that right now
you all
you're
know I'm not. Okay, anyway.
just throwing money at. He persuaded Mrs. Harriman that the future of the country was at stake.
Yeah,
and that
Jonas, Orientalism.
only a eugenic project could save it.
Charles Davenport says, all you people who think that if we just educate the poor, if we just give them charity, if we just reform their environment, even the poor can rise to our level, forget about it. That's just sentimental hogwash.
That almost sounds like a thing based off faith. That is not a logical argument. That's just sentimental. That's hogwash. That is not a debate. If he could provide evidence that shows that wouldn't fix that, I'm all for it. Tell me about it, right? But this is why this liberal way of thinking, he is refusing to think outside of this liberal mindset. Do you see what I mean? We can't, that won't change things. We have to change the genetics, okay?
Not the environment that makes you what you are. It's your genetic inheritance from your parents. So now, yes, let's regulate the matings of human beings, eliminate the bad genes in the population, and keep the fittest genes in the gene pool.
Mm-hmm. Resident Union Thug so said all these words.
Limiting the birth of people who were deemed to be unfit, you were by definition enhancing the stock of human society.
Ew, God, I hate that word.
There was this social mission of really fighting dependency, fighting crime through eugenics.
Mm-hmm.
The idea was that eugenics would solve all of these broader social problems if enacted in a robust way.
God.
Mrs. Harriman was a great believer in the importance of proper matings. She credited her late husband's interest in horse breeding for that.
Oh, I know, Jonas.
And she enthusiastically pledged to finance Davenport's eugenic enterprise.
Yay, the elites supporting him.
It was, Davenport later wrote in his journal, a red-letter day for humanity.
God, look at how evil he looks in this. Look how Davenport looks like a monstrous evil man. Exactly, Gwen. It's genes. It's class and wealth, right? God, look at this guy. Like, Jesus. Yeah, Gotham villains. Yeah.
The impulse to perfect humanity is an ancient aspiration. The
How
idea
dare you,
that
Jay Williams.
somehow or the other that you can get the best humans by selectively breeding the best, most fit, hardiest, most beautiful, it's an ancient desire.
Jesus.
You find it in Sanskrit texts. You find it in Greek
Correct,
texts.
Jonas.
The trouble is that only some human beings can dictate or decide what the correct features might be. Who decides?
Yeah.
Charles Davenport thought by breeding a superior race of people, we can bring about the millennial kingdom on earth.
There you go. There's the Protestantism mixed in there, okay? Have a society full of only the elect. Lacroix, the elite treating the poor like they are show dogs. 100% Lacroix. You do know, Lacroix, that you're actually more right than you think. Did I show you guys this? The Better Family competitions? America used to have, and no one ever learns about this in school, by the way. It's too embarrassing, so we don't teach about it. Better Family competitions. So in America, during the eugenics, they might talk about it in this. Better Family, eugenics. Here we go. So they used to have these competitions in the United States. I'm sorry, Better Baby Contest. I'm not joking. At state fairs, they would have women bring up their kids, and they would have a judge go around and rank the families for genetic fitness. And you would get like a gold, silver, or bronze medal, depending on how genetically fit your family was. Oh, I am not joking. Okay, they used to do this shit all the time. And here's an example. All these women holding their babies, and they would go one-to-one, kind of like, and by the way, so Lacroix said, the elite treating the poor like they're show dogs. To be clear, Lacroix, I know, your analogy was on the nose. It'd be more accurate, Lacroix, to say like horses. And if you think I'm joking, they're literally sitting on a horse track. This is a horse track at a world fair where they show horses. They've just replaced the horses with women with babies, and they're ranking them on fitness. And quite literally, by the way, in some of these competitions, they would walk around, the women would hold the babies and walk around the track a few times, like you do with horses. So, correct, Inverted Panda. Yes, they would be judged on things like the color of their hair. Let me show you some things. Here you go. Here's the Georgia Fair. They would call that a fitter family competition. A fitter family competition for Georgia. Let's see here. Here's the eugenics building at a state fair where they would literally have all the eugenics stuff. You can't see that one. Yeah, and they'd be judged on things like body symmetry, the eugenics health fair shit, okay? They'd be judged on like body symmetry, on intelligence, on eyes and things like that. Like, what the fuck, folks? I mean, that was an American thing, okay? An American thing. So just to be clear. Here's an ad for the Indiana Better Baby Contest. Well, I guess you can't see it, but it's an ad for it. Anyway, let's go on.
The problem with utopias is that they set a set of aspirations that then blind you to a certain set of consequences. And that can be dangerous.
Yeah, oops, I'm sorry. This is all messed up. Put this back. There we go. Okay.
In October 1910, on an 80-acre plot adjacent to the Old Spring Harbor campus, Charles Davenport opened the doors of his new institute. It was a modest structure built for a grand purpose.
Oh, God.
To house hereditary information on American families.
God, that's so authoritarian.
To guide the reproductive choices of the nation. He called it the Eugenics Record Office.
Yeah, he literally, oh my God, he literally created like this Palantir like genetics information office that like had all of our data on our genetics and our families, which is what the Nazis did in order to track people's families and their genetic development so they could breed better humans. I mean, what the fuck? Okay, I mean, what the fuck, folks? Okay, and you never learn about this shit in high school, okay? You'd have to go to college to learn about this shit. They ain't teaching this in history classes.
Eugenic ideas were very much floating around as early as 1880. But Davenport gave eugenics teeth. He was institutionalizing eugenics. He was marshaling people around a research program.
Davenport already had assembled a prestigious board of scientific directors.
Fetty, seriously? Fetty, you had a grandmother who told you that she won at a best baby contest? Please post a picture of that ribbon in the chat sometime. I would love to see that.
Among them prominent scientists, physicians, and famed inventor Alexander Graham Bell. Day-to-day operations, meanwhile, would be overseen by Harry Laughlin, a high school superintendent from the Midwest with a lifelong passion for poultry breeding.
Now, guys, I'm saying this as a teacher, and I'm not bashing the American education system, but I'm not surprised a superintendent would be into eugenics. Okay? Because, you know, a lot of the American school system is about brainwashing, especially at this time, was about making obedient workers. So, yeah, a school superintendent who is into chicken breeding might be like, oh, eugenics is great. We can improve the student population and shit like that. Okay, not yet, Philly Cheese. Haven't talked about Kellogg yet. Okay, yes, he was, Louise. Well, I don't know. Wait a minute, Louise. I don't know if it's the same guy. I don't think it's the same guy. It might be.
Was a very zealous proponent of eugenics, and in that sense, he got along well with Davenport. They both believed in the mission. They believed in the cause.
For Davenport, a lot of it was about what you can do in the laboratory and how you can analyze the data. For Laughlin, a lot of it was about, well, how are we going to get out there in the world and change the direction of history?
To gather new disciples to the cause and to aid in the collection of data, Laughlin and Davenport.
Oh, okay, Louise. I guess he was. It makes sense. It makes sense. There were a lot of prominent liberals at the time who were very pro eugenics.
Offered training in eugenic field research techniques. Over the course of 6 weeks each summer, recent college graduates from Vassar, Harvard, Oberlin were taught how to investigate family histories, how to conduct interviews, and make eugenically useful measurements, and how to chart family pedigrees and analyze them. Then, at a salary of $75 a month, came a year's work in the field. Armed with the official trait book, which assign numerical codes to
Jesus Christ. Look at it, like numerical codes for all the traits they saw.
a broad spectrum of human characteristics.
Paul Squall, a human breeding program, Kiki.
The newly minted researchers fanned out to study delinquents in the Juvenile Psychopathic Institute of Chicago.
Oh my God.
The insane at the
No, okay, notice, by the way. Did you see how it set some of the things that they were rating?
to study delinquents in the Juvenile Psychopathic Institute of
Look, burglary, embezzlement, fraud, forgery, larceny. What the fuck do those have to do with genetics? Robbery, yeah, nothing to do. Malicious mischief and trespass. What? Yeah, Paul Squaw.
Chicago. The insane at the New Jersey State Hospital.
They would, by the way, Paul, they mainly targeted women when they did this. Okay, so like there are actually, I've seen a lot of the photos are of women. They would often use women as like archetypes of insanity. I'm not joking. So a lot of the photos they took and they would include it in their documents, like this is what an insane person looks like, and it would almost always be a woman. Okay, so here you have an image of a woman who they're claiming is insane, and of course they're using women because patriarchy and shit. Okay, trespass there. Yeah, the insane pictures women. Exactly, Paul Squaw. Hello, Shiv.
At Matawan. Albinos in Massachusetts. Circus families at Coney Island. The Amish in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
They would go into some holler in Virginia and find some family that seemed to have a lot of alcoholics and criminals and,
Yes, no, Louise, it's the same thing. So Louise says, to be fair, Marie Stopes in the UK, famous woman health champion and doctor, was into eugenics also, but she didn't like poor people. She advocated it until the early 1900s. Do you know Jane Addams? Anyone know who Jane Addams is? Addams. She was one of the big feminist icons of America who was massively into promoting birth control, also a massive eugenicist. Okay, she did a lot of great things to improve society for women and women's health, but she was also a massive eugenicist. As a matter of fact, and guys, how do I frame this? A lot of times conservatives will claim birth control is about eugenics and abortion's about eugenics. No, it is, however, true that Jane Addams, part of the reason she promoted birth control is because she had a eugenics view of it, okay? Trying to limit the poor from reproducing so much and stuff. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with birth control. I'm just saying she massively improved the world for women, but her reason for doing it may not have been great. Does that make sense? So I'm always like, so the conservatives will always use that as a cudgel, but that is not that's not why we like birth control today, right? It's not like we like birth control because we want to limit the poor from reproducing because we don't like the poor. You see what I mean? But Jane Addams is sort of an example of that too, Louise.
Other ne'er-do-wells, and they would go, aha, we found a family with
there you go,
terrible genes.
Louise.
And
yeah,
they'd interview someone and they'd say, oh yeah, John seems
exactly,
a little slow,
Shiv.
but I knew his uncle, and his uncle was a big drunk, and they'd write that down, uncle, a big drunk. So they would come back with all this evidence of the way in which human traits were inherited.
Exactly. Paul Squall, you phrased it much better than I could. Giving women power over their bodies versus a husband saying she's hysterical and involuntarily having her uterus removed. Exactly. Exactly. Okay.
Of course, the reliability of the data was not questioned, even though it was based on interpretation, impression, recollection by the living members of the family with whom they spoke. No checking.
Hey, not Jeremy Renner. Welcome. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that does make sense. Holy shit, did I just find a measured take on YouTube Shorts? That's nice, hilarious. You're welcome. You're welcome here. Glad to have you here, not Jeremy Renner.
Year by year,
yeah,
as trainees rotated out of the summer program and into positions at universities, hospitals, and mental institutions.
Yes, they did invert a
assumptions and methods of fieldwork gained currency all across the country.
Oh God, and spreading, it's getting worse.
The data accumulated. Stored in fireproof cabinets and intricately indexed, it comprised, as Scientific American noted, a sort of inventory of the blood of the community, and supplied grist for a multitude of books, pamphlets, lectures, and press releases regarding the danger of so-called inferior germplasm.
Oh my God, inferior germplasm. This is Nazi
rhetoric. They're using the family records that are stored in the fireproof vault to prove all these traits, not just physical, but mental traits.
Look at this.
Moral traits,
guys,
are caused by...
Look at this. I'm sorry. Sexually immoral. Do you see this? What the fuck? Sexually immoral. How the fuck is that a genetic thing? What do you mean okay, and what does that mean? Actually, I do know what it means. As a matter of fact, at the time, they viewed sexual immorality to be things like, it could be as far as, being attracted to children. It could also mean a woman who had sex with more than one man. They oftentimes use this phrase to go after women who were not monogamous or who were not virgins. I'm not joking. So a lot of times, sexual immorality was just like, oh, this woman is stepping outside of the bounds of what is socially acceptable. Okay? Yeah, migrainous, hilarious.
Genes. There's nothing you can do about it. This is cold, hard, pure.
Absolutely, LaQuad, they are. Homosexuality is one of these traits.
Science.
Lesbianism, homosexuality.
Just as we have strains of
Any non-binary gender things. So like if you were or transgender, being transgender or whatever.
Scholars of military men, Davenport told the New York Times.
Exactly, Louise. Women who enjoyed sex. Women who were being human beings, okay? Who were just being human.
Paupers, of sex offenders. Strains with strong tendencies toward larceny, assault, lying, running away. The cost to society of these strains is enormous.
Davenport took this basic idea, applied it far more widely than it had ever been before, and really promoted this probabilistic idea as if it were a deterministic one. That is to say, it's not just likelihoods, but in some ways we're dealing with certainties.
God.
And that idea really sold.
Yeah.
By the time the Eugenics Record Office issued its first official report in
This is going to be gross. Okay, this is where it's already taking a dark turn, but when they first released their first report, they started recommending limits on allowing reproduction among certain groups of people.
1913, many Americans had begun to see the wisdom in eugenics. I agree with you that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. Former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport that year. It is really extraordinary that our people refuse to apply to human beings such knowledge as every successful farmer is obliged to apply to his own stock breeding.
Oh my God, it's so dark.
If you're going to be in the business of breeding, you're going to have to convince thought leaders and politicians, most especially the government, to begin a kind of unprecedented program. So they understood from the beginning that they needed to persuade those who were in a position to do something about it that it was possible, indeed desirable.
Correct, Jay.
The eugenicists thought that people's base interests are just self-serving, selfish, right? And if you just leave them to themselves, they're going to evolve in all these random, dumb directions.
Guys, by the way, that is what is cool about evolution. We want it to evolve in random, dumb directions. Okay, so I've always said, and this guy's, please don't take us the wrong way, but like, if you want the best, if you want human beings to evolve in a way that is best for their survival, let them evolve naturally, because evolution occurs naturally through like different environmental pressures over time, make the traits that are best for survival rise to the top and shit like that. So yeah, and you want diversity. You want diversity in your genetic code so that when things change, you can adapt. The race, like the species, can adapt. So yeah, all right. As a matter of fact, most traits that are good for survival would probably originally have been viewed as weird outliers, right? Do we think that the first fish that had legs probably looked like they were kind of an outsider, right? Like the first fish that walked on land probably kind of looked like a weirdo and was kind of viewed as like, there's something wrong with this fish. It has legs, okay? No, I don't, Mad Side Guy. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, if you look at what evolution actually says, you don't want to mess with that shit. All right? Okay. Does that make sense?
Eugenics Record Office recommended both widespread eugenic education and aggressive government intervention. Laws that would keep defectives out of the country, prohibit them from marrying, and prevent them from becoming parents.
That sounds like I'm promoting, like, you guys see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about social Darwinism or like not supporting people and having social programs and stuff. But you guys, you get what I mean, right? I'm not saying, okay, whatever. You guys know what I mean.
Throughout their reproductive years.
Right, LaQuavois.
Also recommended was a new and somewhat controversial surgical procedure known as sterilization.
God.
By cutting and sealing organs involved in reproduction, both men and women could be made infertile.
Yeah, Jay Shadow.
So far, the technique had been used primarily on criminals, particularly sex offenders, and it was thought to have a curative effect. Harry Laughlin envisioned a broader application as a eugenic tool that would eliminate defective germplasm once and for all.
Harry Laughlin really has this political vision of what we can do with eugenics. And he said, in order for...
Yeah, Laughlin was the bad one. Like, they're both bad, but he was the one that really sought to implement these things into law.
Eugenic sterilization, to really do what had to be done, 15 million Americans would have to go under the knife.
Thank you, Matt Saigai.
The idea was
Please donate to the stream, folks. You can donate over on YouTube using Super Chats or on Twitch using bits.
Eugenics was for the common good.
Jay Williams,
and by
I hate
implementing the science of heredity, they could protect America and strengthen America.
Protect the owning class.
They thought of it as the beginning of a revolution, of a religious movement.
A religious
movement. You have to start with a few converts, and then you try to grow it into a bigger movement. All that seemed exciting and full of possibility. And they were going to create a new world.
Correct. Gift subs or buy a coffee. Correct. Buy me a coffee. All right. Are we enjoying this? I'm liking it.
The eugenics movement that Charles Davenport had launched rested on Mendel's laws of inheritance, which assumed each trait was governed by one gene.
That is not how genetics works, guys. What do they call it? Matt Saigai. For the people who know about genetics, what is it called when a gene is influenced by multiple points on DNA? What is it called? Not all. A lot of genes do not follow this black or white sort of. You inherit. If you either inherit it or you don't inherit it, or there's a lot of genes that have multiple factors involved in it. So it's more of a spectrum. I can't remember what it's called. Whatever, I'm not a scientist, but you guys know what I mean.
And was passed down in predictable patterns. But for
thank you, Philly Cheese. Polygenic inheritance. Polygenic inheritance is not passed down in predictable ways. Okay, it's harder to. You see what I mean? Okay.
About the gene, there remained open questions.
Thank you, Mayflower Kid.
About the gene's physical properties and its location within the cell, and the means by which it accomplished its function. All over the world, scientists looked to fast-breeding organisms in search of clues. Some focused their experiments on the sea urchin, which turned out a new generation each year. Others on the even speedier mealworm, with its larva-to-larva cycle of 4 months. For zoologist Thomas Hunt Morgan, the organism of choice was the fruit fly, which was capable of reproducing in just 10 days.
Yeah.
The organism breeds so quickly that Morgan is able to see...
On a side note, there was something called spontaneous generation back when scientists were still trying to figure out, like, where life comes from. There was this notion that, like, life just kind of comes out of organic things. It just kind of appears. So, like, for example, you leave out an apple and it starts rotting. Suddenly, flies start appearing. They start popping out of the apple. It's almost like the apple is producing the flies. Isn't that kind of funny? So there was this belief in spontaneous generation that, like, dying things or rotting things just produce other organisms, like, spontaneously. And they had to figure out, oh, wait, no, they're coming in and they're laying eggs in the fly. They're laying eggs inside of the apple, which is why they're coming out of the apple. But anyway.
Things that the eugenicist cannot, because he's watching mutations move across multiple generations.
Yeah, the maggots on the meat thing, right?
By 1913, Morgan had been studying fruit flies for so long that his laboratory at Columbia University was known simply as the Fly Room, and his assistants,
that was a long
the
time
Fly
ago, though.
Boys.
Yeah.
For nearly a decade, they'd been holed up there, on the 6th floor of Skimmerhorn Hall, breeding flies in half-pint milk bottles pilfered from the campus cafeteria. Thousands upon thousands of mutants were crossed, and the results meticulously recorded.
Oh, God.
White-eyed, bristled, red-eyed,
Ew.
short-winged.
Flies were gross.
When the data was collated, Morgan made a startling discovery.
Kill all flies. That's my new political motto.
The mechanism of heredity in flies was far more complex than in Mendel's peas.
Gregor Mendel thought that every gene was its own unique, discrete entity. Morgan showed that, in fact, that's not the case, that, in fact, genes have a physical entity, they live in chromosomes. Because they live in chromosomes, often they travel in packs. Morgan's work complicates the idea of simple eugenics, because you don't just pick one thing out of one drawer, a second thing out of another drawer, until you get your ideal child. It's not so easy. to pick and choose what your next generation might be.
Okay.
It makes sense in pea plants. It makes sense in cattle. It should
It
make sense
does
in
not
humans.
make sense in humans.
But there were no experiments that really could support Davenport's theory.
Thomas Hunt Morgan was a believer in the transformative power of eugenics. He had served on the board at the Eugenics Record Office since it opened.
Yeah, Jay Williams.
But based on the lessons he'd learned in the fly room, it seemed clear that eugenic science, such as it was, had no business informing American laws. If the eugenicists want to do this sort of thing, well and good, Morgan wrote a friend. But I think it is just as well for some of us to set a better standard.
So, you know, he's a eugenicist, but he's like, well, we shouldn't put it into law. I mean, I'm pro breeding people and shit. We just shouldn't put it into law, okay?
And not appear as participators in the show.
Morgan writes a letter saying, I'm going to ask to be taken off this letterhead. I study fruit flies, and I can't figure out how their eyes work. I can't figure out which one's going to inherit certain kinds of wings. And you seem to be saying you can understand who's going to inherit something as vague as criminality.
Now, I will say his critique is that it doesn't go along with science, which I appreciate, okay? He might not be a great guy, but he's like, wait a minute, the science doesn't back this up. We can't predict what the next generation, if we start breeding people, is going to be. So why the fuck would we say that we can do that? That is against what the science shows, so I'm leaving. Okay, so that I approve of that, I guess.
Or pauperism. So he backed away, but privately.
Morgan's withdrawal from the record office was regrettable, but Davenport was undeterred. At this point, the eugenics movement...
No, it's bad. It's still bad, Atomic. I still don't like the guy. He's immoral. The fact that you feel that you have the right to breed people, whether or not the science is true or not. But I appreciate that at least he's like, well, the evidence is against that, so I'm not going to do it. That's, I guess, is something. I don't like the guy.
It would not be stalled by the minutiae of science.
Yeah, it would not be stalled by the
What
minutiae
genes
of
are
science.
is a great
Guys,
biological
they're
and
MAGA. They're MAGA, right? The science doesn't matter. My feels matters.
chemical question. But there's a kind of Yankee practicality about eugenics. Let's get this job done. And so they move right along.
When the Panama Pacific International Exposition opened in San Francisco on the morning of February 20th, 1915, 100,000 people streamed through its turnstiles. Over the next 9 months, the number would reach more than 18 million.
I know. Inverted Panda, seriously, though. And I'm worried, Inverted Panda, because I'm seeing a resurgence in eugenics thinking today. I am, Inverted Panda. You say, now wonder people like Asmongold still believe in even this today. Yeah, and you see a lot of people making jokes about eugenics these days. Like maybe we shouldn't let those people breed, kind of a deal. You see liberals doing this. You see conservatives doing it. There's a lot more joking about eugenics. There's a lot more actual elites talking about eugenics things. All right? It's disturbing.
Billed as an encyclopedia of modern achievement, the fair
Correct,
offers a
Inverted
dizzying
Panda.
array of diversion.
You know what? If that's the case, Inverted Panda, maybe we should go back to that. I'm just joking. Okay, I'm just joking. You get my joke.
And curiosities. A 23-minute ride over a functioning replica of the recently completed Panama Canal.
Yeah.
An assembly line that turned out 18 Model Ts a day. A 57-tier tower built entirely of Heinz condiment
And
products.
a giant stall for eugenics.
The Panama Pacific Expo was a celebration of science, efficiency, engineering.
Exactly,
it was an
Dolly
opportunity for
Boy.
the United States to demonstrate the power of science and technology.
Exactly, Jay Williams.
And also a utopian vision looking towards the future.
There you go, Inverted Panda. Like that's always how it works historically for Inverted Panda. We can do it to just one person, and then it'll never be used again, right? That's how it works historically. If you open up Pandora's box, we can always put it all back in.
Where did the future look brighter than from the race?
There you go,
betterment
Dolly Boy. Between that and all the IQ jokes or takes, absolutely, Dolly Boy. There's a lot of memes out there, guys. A lot of them are really racist. Memes of like black folks and stuff that kind of joke about phrenology, for example, or skull shape and like eugenics.
Housed in the Palace of Education.
Yeah, Jay
The
Williams.
display featured imposing plaster casts of Atlas, Venus, and Apollo. A collection of medical instruments used to gauge human biological capacity.
There you go.
And a welter of charts, graphs, and lists
Jesus.
that outline the way eugenics would better the human race. All of it was the work of Dr. John Harvey Kellogg.
There's
a fierce
Kellogg,
proponent of what
Philly
he called
cheese.
biologic living.
Biologic living.
John Harvey Kellogg was an incredibly energetic
that
man.
guy.
He was a health reformer and a physician and an amazing entrepreneur. And he developed all these regimens and invented different medical instruments.
Yeah,
had a whole
Philly cheese.
dietary plan.
He was obsessed with cleanliness, with purity, and he believed that the key to reforming society is to cleanse our bowels on a regular basis.
It is not a joke, folks. The idea of cleanliness and purity is heavily linked up with Nazi ideology and eugenics generally. As a matter of fact, the Nazis, I guess, department that was responsible for breeding programs and trying to improve the race, the German race, was called the Institute for the Study of Racial Hygiene, which is a really gross word. Rassenhygiene in German, racial hygiene. There was a lot of things about health and like disease and cleanliness mixed up with discussions of eugenics. In a funny way, guys, in a dark way, the word Heil, H-E-I-L in German, is derived from the word Heilige in German, which means health. So in the German cultural mind, okay, in sort of a way that Germans think culturally, the word Heil also means like health, and it produces sort of a feeling of cleanliness. So whenever you're saying Heil Hitler, there's also a tinge in there of like, he's very clean. This is a very clean, hygienic thing, a sense of cleanliness. I know that sounds weird, but yeah, a lot of this eugenics stuff and Nazi stuff was also the idea of like certain races being unclean and gross and certain things producing a sense of disgust. And then cleanliness in the form of eugenics and stuff being offered as the solution. And Hitler himself was sort of the embodiment of cleanliness. This is really strange. I'll do a whole stream on this sometime, okay? But to be clear, guys, disgust is socially constructed, all right? So it's not like some things are inherently disgusting to a lot of people. I mean, to most people, like feces, vomit. Those are things that are kind of pre-programmed to be disgusted by. But anything outside of that kind of is, but most people, by the way, not even that, not everyone, or spit. But like a lot of things are not, everything outside of that is not pre-programmed. So disgust can often be something that is created by a society. Anyway, yeah, Jay Williams, I'm kind of rambling too much, but okay.
He invents something called cornflakes to help cleanse your bowels. And he had a spa in Battle Creek, Michigan. Lots of eugenicists came to the Battle Creek Sanatorium to have their bowels cleansed and to talk about eugenics.
For Kellogg, eugenics made perfect sense. It was about health. He linked these views about heredity, which were difficult to change, with these ideas about what human beings can do to improve themselves.
John Harvey Kellogg believed that the environment can affect the gene, that consuming alcohol or consuming meat could lead to
Guys, see, this is disturbing, right? These are kind of a lot of new age shit is not left wing, but is liberal. Like a lot of liberals love new age shit. Think about like RFK Jr. or JFK Jr. What is it? RFK Jr. Okay, whatever. Who's like into a lot of this shit. Okay, like there's not much of a line between this and eugenics. All right, a lot of it. Obviously, RFK Jr. isn't really a liberal. I mean, he is a liberal, but like, whatever. You see what I mean, okay?
Inferiority in offspring.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Do you see that sign that was anti-tobacco? This proves that Mayflower Kid is a eugenicist.
So there's more than one way to improve heredity.
There you go, Atomic.
At the expo, Kellogg sought to usher his brand of eugenics onto the national stage. With assistance from Charles Davenport, who had supplied him with both data and
Jay
context,
Shadow, thank you so much.
Kellogg-
Thank you so much for the contribution. Jay Shadow just gifted a bunch of memberships. Thank you very much. Really, thank you. I'm sorry, Resident Union Thug. Thank you, Resident Union Thug, for all the donations. Really. Resident Union Thug just gave multiple memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very much.
had organized not only the Race Betterment exhibit, but also a major eugenics conference at the fair. The turnout exceeded expectation, drawing reform-minded medical professionals, university presidents, conservationists, and business leaders from all over the country and across
Mayflower.
the political spectrum.
Eugenics had a little bit of something for everyone. So if you're a social hygienist,
think about that. Social hygiene, just like what the Nazis did. Racial hygiene.
You're interested in wiping out prostitution, eugenics is interested in that too. If you're a
Right.
prohibitionist and you want to get
Atomic.
rid of alcohol because alcohol breaks up families, makes men unemployable, eugenics wants to get rid of all those things too. So it manages to match up with the concerns of many other different kinds of reforms.
What led people to get behind the eugenics campaign wasn't just their art.
By the way, hilarious. Look at this. They're linking syphilis to heredity. What the fuck? Now, I am not a scientist or a doctor, but I'm pretty sure syphilis doesn't spread through heredity, right? I feel like being syphilitic has nothing to do with heredity. I feel like that's something you get in a different way, right? So just saying, I feel like there's a different reason you have that, okay? But it's funny that they link syphilis to that.
Ardent belief in
I
science
believe that, J-Mac. There's something going on with your brain. Okay, anyway.
or in heredity. It was a fundamentally
It is atomic, yes. Alcoholism is a predisposition to alcoholism is passed on genetically. That is true. Okay, that is true. But it's more complicated than that. That doesn't mean you'll become an alcoholic, right? It means you're more prone to alcoholism. There are lots of things that are passed on genetically, but that don't necessarily mean you will become that, right?
broad and sweeping social and political agenda to try
There
to
you go,
recreate
Jay Williams.
society, one might say, in their own image.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost all white. They're
Of
almost
course.
all Protestant.
Shocking. Shocking. They're almost all white. Wow, that's a shocking turn of events. I thought they were all, a diverse coalition of people of different backgrounds, races, ethnicities, wealth levels. Okay, shocking that all these eugenicists are white. Also shocking that they were all rich or upper middle class. Absolutely shocking. And that they're all Protestant. Oh, shocking.
Middle to upper middle class, and
Yeah,
they tended
LeCroix.
to equate human worth with the qualities that they themselves possess.
Yeah, Dolly Boy. Yes, Matt Saigai,
Over 5 days in
literally.
August, the 60-odd conference delegates delivered talks on everything from proper toothbrushing to eugenics
I know,
sterilization.
Paul Squaw. Oh my God, my pearls. Shocking. I was like, oh my God, I thought they would be like Native Americans and like black folks. Oh, they're all white. Well, this is racist against white people. This is racist against white people. All right. Guys, I'm going to start a campaign to get more black eugenicists. All right. We need more equality. More black eugenicists. More lesbian female eugenicists. Okay. We have to diversify the eugenics crowd. Okay. This is too racist.
Unless we weed out the weaklings, one speaker warned, we will reach a point where many of those born and helped to survive will be a burden to the race. All told, the Race Betterment Conference drew an estimated 10,000 people
True, Jay
and
Williams.
generated more than 1 million lines of press. Your efforts on behalf of eugenics are certainly beginning to bear fruit, Kellogg told Charles Davenport. The public is beginning to understand better and appreciate more.
The Panama Pacific Expo was really a defining moment for the American eugenics movement. The eugenics movement was coalescing.
Yeah.
It was solidifying.
These elites are all saying, yes, we believe in progress, and this is progress. Eugenics gave them a way to view the world. And
That'll be hilarious, but I'm joking. I'm not actually. I'm making a joke. Do you guys remember that ad? Do you remember the ad about like that? What was it? The CIA was like trying to do like a recruitment ad, and they like had this woman who was like a queer woman of color, and they're like, I'm a queer woman of color, and I'm in the CIA. Like, that's the joke I'm making, okay, right? Okay, whatever. That would be a liberal way of fixing this problem. A liberal way of fixing the problem of this eugenics group would be like, well, we just need it to be more diverse, okay? Anyway, bye-bye, resident union thug. Okay, can we take a break with a palate cleanser? Actually, maybe, Drilla, here pretty soon. Not right now, but in a little bit, okay? What is the timestamp for what, Matt Saigai?
to say, okay, all these vague anxieties I have about the
Right, Jay
present, and
Williams.
particularly the future, this is what the problem is. Well, let's get to work on solving that.
All right.
In May 1917, as new converts spread the eugenic creed
I don't know,
cities and
Matt Saigai.
towns across
In the video, Matt Saigai, it's 4629.
America, a half-dozen psychologists gathered at the Vineland Training School for the Feeble-Minded to meet with Henry Goddard, by now considered the nation's leading expert on mental deficiency.
Are you heading out, Matt Saigai?
1912
Bye-bye.
study, The Kallikak Family, had awakened the public to the menace of the feeble-minded. with its true life tale of an old stock American, a feeble-minded tavern girl, and a fateful tryst that over several generations had spawned more than 100 mental defectives.
Yeah, Drusilla, we will do
Among
that.
them, one of Goddard's own patients at Vineland.
Let's get to 50 minutes, so 3 more minutes, Drusilla, and then we'll pause, and we'll finish this a different time, because it's a lot. It's a long documentary, so we'll watch more of it at some point, but let's watch 3 more minutes, and then we'll finish it together some other time.
He diagnosed as a moron.
The Kallikak family was a huge bestseller for many, many years. References to the Kallikaks were in the speeches of politicians, books, scholarly journals, popular magazines. Everyone knew what the Kallikaks meant. You have to watch out who you mate with, or your descendants could turn out to be feeble-minded criminals, alcoholics, and so forth.
Goddard was eager to demonstrate the value of intelligence testing as a diagnostic tool. And he'd spent the years since his book's publication administering tests to scores of institutional inmates, immigrants, school children. Now, with his colleagues, he designed a program to carry out intelligence testing on a mass scale.
Great.
Just 7 weeks earlier, the United States had plunged into the First World War. And the draft
Oh, here we go. Now you're going to see where intelligence tests come from.
ultimately would swell the Army's ranks by nearly 3 million men. The aim of the testing program was to classify them for service.
Oh, for sure, Inverted Panda. They were horrific, okay?
And to identify the mental...
You know, I have a degree in anthropology, Inverted Panda, and it's funny because modern-day anthropology is nothing like the old anthropology. But I almost didn't get my anthropology degree because I was getting a history degree at the same time, and I was learning about old anthropology, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I don't know if I even want the name of anthropology to be on any of my transcripts because it has such a dark history, the anthropologists and the psychologists and shit, okay? Yeah. Luckily, anthropology is not that way anymore. It is completely different now, but still, very dark history of anthropology has, okay?
Defectives lurking among them. They began in late September 1917 at Camp Lee and Camp Taylor.
Yeah, they
Camp
were literally
Evans.
just kind of like grave robbers or antiquarians. They would just steal shit from the archaeologists, which are a form of anthropologist. Yeah, Jay Williams. They also were the guys, they're the ones that invented terms like savage, barbarian, and civilization. Henry Morgan, who was an American anthropologist, used that as a ranking system for civilizations. Psychology does have a better history. Psychology, though, I'm not a fan of psychology. I know there might be people in here who are psychologists. I have a lot of complaints about psychology. I think they're very unsound scientific methods in psychology. Very unsound and very, Inverted Panda. No offense, Inverted Panda. As a matter of fact, anthropologists and psychologists often disagree on things because a lot of psychology has been done in particular cultural environments that doesn't take into account human variation and stuff. There's a lot of debate we can have about this, and a lot of psychological studies have not been reproduced. And there's a lot of junk psychology out there. We could debate this. I'm not saying it's all bad. I just have some complaints about it.
And Camp Dix. First, new recruits were sorted according to their level of literacy, and then administered one of 2 tests.
They had one test called the alpha test for
Yes, Dolly
draftees
Boy.
who were literate in English, and
Yeah.
another called the beta test for draftees who were not literate in English or illiterate completely. One of the questions on the alpha test was,
Excellent,
the night
Inverted
engine
Panda.
is used in the Ford, the Pierce Arrow, or the Lozier car. Now,
Admittedly, Inverted Panda, at least you guys try to do some kind of scientific and studies. Anthropologists, not so much. Okay, but you know, we do if they're doing biological anthropology.
Tell me,
but
is that known to you?
While the literate testers puzzled over multiple choice questions, the others attempted to draw their way out of mazes and sketch in the missing bits of simple pictures. One Sicilian recruit, a Catholic, considered an image of a house and drew a crucifix where a chimney might be. He was marked wrong.
See, but do you see how these tests are made to be biased against people of different cultural backgrounds? So yeah, for immigrants, they would give immigrants a completely different test than native born American. You know the word native. I mean, Americans that were born here. Okay. And so, yeah, this is correct. For a Catholic, this is correct. to put a cross on top of the church. But they're like, no, that's not correct. Hilarious.
It was touching to see the intense effort put into answering the questions, an Army examiner later recalled.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Atomic. Yeah, historians have been awful also. Guys, I will say this, though. I know I sound like I'm bashing anthropologists and psychologists, but every profession has been horrific in some way. Admittedly, anthropologist has been particularly bad, okay? Now, math, maybe not so bad. There are some professions where it hasn't been as bad, but like there's been bad philosophers. Philosophy, okay. There's been bad in a lot of different things, right? There are fields of study. What those fields produce can be very bad, and the approaches to them can be very bad, right? I will say anthropology, though, was pretty bad. Like, a lot of it was structured around the idea of like, well, I'll do a stream sometime on the problems with anthropology.
Often by men who never before had held a pencil in their hands.
Old anthropology.
The tests were by no means measures of intelligence, whatever that means.
Yes, there you go.
How well you did on them depended upon your degree of education, how
Yes.
many years you've been in school, and also how attuned you were with middle-class culture.
Administered to 1.7 million Army personnel over the course of the conflict. Officers and enlisted men, black soldiers as well as white. The test led to a shocking conclusion.
That black people were
Roughly
less
half
intelligent.
of the draftees were considered to be morons.
Yes. And they would also said
the
that
Army's
black
experience
people
became a headline. America is degenerating. We have to somehow interrupt this swamp.
They also said they said that from their conclusions but this proves that black people are less intelligent. So they said that because a lot of the black soldiers got lower scores. By the way, a lot of the black folks at the time were living deep in poverty in rural areas of the South. And slavery hadn't been that long ago. So of course they didn't do as well. There were lower literacy rates amongst black folks because they had just been in slavery and they had a lot more poverty. So obviously, okay. But no, to the people who wrote the test, they're like, well, this must be a sign that black folks are just mentally inferior. The intelligence stuff makes me want to lose my mind. Okay.
Of defect.
There was a movement to institutionalize more people at this time, driven by eugenics.
Yeah.
You can see how an IQ test can really...
Because, Jay Williams, they have a preset notion. That's the thing. All these guys are already racists. They're already believe that, minorities are inferior. So if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And if they see that sort of a test result, they're immediately going to go to, oh, it must be because they're black. Okay, it must be that black people are mentally inferior, and we have proven that. But that's not good science because you don't know the causation of that, right? You don't know why black folks may have done worse on the test. But if you don't look at the social situation because they're liberals, so it must just be an individual problem, not a social problem. You completely miss that. Okay. Anyway, okay. We're gonna stop it here, guys. We'll watch the rest of this some other time. I don't want to. We've already gone an hour into it, and I hope you guys have learned some. We'll finish at a different time. I just think it's a really good documentary, and I hope you guys are learning some shit because eugenics is all around us. Eugenics is all around us, and it is it still affects us today, and most people don't know about it. And we haven't even gotten into the really, really dark stuff. Yeah, hypothesis has bias baked into it, correct. We haven't even gotten to the worst stuff yet. So we'll finish this maybe this weekend or some other time, maybe tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's supposed to be a fun day. But we haven't even gotten to the part where they start mass sterilizing people without their consent. They start preventing people from reproducing by sterilizing them, cutting, doing surgery on people's genitalia, things like that. So it gets worse. All right. It gets worse. Jay Williams can't believe they went ahead with that. Okay. That Good Genes ad. Yeah, I know. Oh my God. So gross, Jay Williams. Yes. Okay. So we get that. Yay. Okay. So we learned a little bit. I'm glad we talked about liberalism. We can also see how liberalism, a lot of these folks were liberals, and the ideas were, if you can't think outside of your liberal worldview, you will have trouble coming up with solutions that are not horrific, whether it be a police state or eugenics. Okay. Most of these issues that the eugenicists think that they're trying to solve are social problems that can be fixed through major changes in society. Alas, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, I'm gonna sit down, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get my chair. Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid says, but is all eugenics bad? Thank you, whoever just followed. But is all eugenics bad? So Mayflower Kid, I am not versed in modern things like that. What are you referring to, okay? What are you referring to? If you mean like the eugenics movement, yeah, it's all bad. But what do you mean, Mayflower Kid? Like private eugenics, what is that? I'm seriously asking. Whenever I don't, if you know, I would need a good explanation of what you mean by new private eugenics. Now, there is, okay, I got you, because I will say, this is something we can debate, folks. Yeah, to modify, I was actually wondering, what is your opinion on using CRISPR to modify genes? This is complex, guys, and I don't have a set answer. There are moral concerns, in my opinion. At the same time, yeah, I would love if we could get rid of certain heritable diseases. That would be nice, okay? Ones that are extremely disabling. But my worry, guys, is that if you start doing that, a lot of diseases or mental health, exactly, Philly cheese, especially mental things, it's like, are they diseases, or is it that they are incompatible with our state of society? Like, you know what I mean? Like, would you try to get rid of, like, and I don't know the science behind this. Like, what if someone has Down syndrome? Would that be something you try to eliminate from the gene? You try to get rid of from people? Or like, okay. But it's like, but that's the thing, Atomic, right? Yeah, what if your child is going to have Down syndrome? Is it moral to be like, I'm going to get rid of that because I don't like how that person is? There are, I think we'd have to be very careful because, yeah, there are certain diseases that are really bad and like are just bad for the person who have them. I don't know. Okay. Genetic testing of embryos to avoid bad disease before IVF is private genetics. I got exactly, Mayflower. Okay, fair. So I get it. But that's my question, Mayflower Kid. How do we know? Like, what do we decide is not worthy of allowing in a human, and what do we decide that is? Okay. I'm worried that, like, I don't know. If that were to happen, there better be some pretty major there better be some pretty major regulations. Paul Squaw says, in Iceland, there is no Down syndrome. The fetuses get aborted like 100% of the time. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, Azul. That's the issue. And I'm not saying the tool is wrong. I'm just worried how we would use it. And unless there's massive regulations, which are made by humans, so can be flawed, I'm worried that allowing that to go too far might create a situation where different parents are trying to eliminate traits that they don't like. Okay. Oh, I know, Mayflower Kid, but like, I don't know. I need to do more research on this, okay? I will say, I am not a fan of designer babies. Yeah, like, I don't like designer babies. The idea of you can, like, design a baby to have certain traits and shit, that's really gross to me. Okay, that's gross to me. And by the way, I mean, I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's just something dark about it. I think humans are all different, and if we try to set what we view as superior traits and things like that within a certain system that humans have created, well, okay, I don't know. I just don't like it. It's just something about it. Does that make sense? So you all can have your own opinion on that. I'd have to think more about it. Okay, what do you think, Mayflower Kid? What do you think about it? What do you think about it, Mayflower Kid? All right. Okay. Let's see what we got here. You know what, Paul Squaw, that's a really good point. Paul Squaw says even simple things like rich people getting better pre-postpartum care, better nutrition, better healthcare for the baby child is soft eugenics. That is true. Okay, that is true. That's a good point, Jay Shadow. Like, that's a good example of where it would work, right? Like, if you're eliminating things that can cause Alzheimer's, that's fantastic. I'm all for that, okay? I don't know. We'd have to be careful with it. Okay, that's fair. No, yes. And guys, like I said, I'm okay with eliminating deadly diseases, but that's the easy answer. My question is, how do we know what is a disease that is, you said deadly diseases. I agree with that, Matt Saiga. If you're going to die from the disease, then you should probably get rid of it. But I'm worried that that would be expanded out to other things that are socially defined as illnesses. Okay. So, yeah. And also, that's a good point, Mayflower Kid. If we were to do this, we better apply it universally. I don't want the wealthy to be able to do it, and then the next family the family, the working class family isn't able to do it, right? That's fantastic, Matt Saiga. That would be amazing. If we could do that, if we could eliminate dementia, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's, that'd be fantastic. Okay. That's fair, Jay Shadow. Okay. So anyway, we got it. We got it. Crawl, that's hilarious. You're down for creating super soldiers. So we just have to be careful. So I guess some eugenics is good. I mean, like, no, that's, oh God, don't clip that. I don't even want to call that eugenics. That is removing, I don't know, removing some of the diseases. Okay. I just don't like the word eugenics. All right. Totally up to the parents. I don't believe that, Jay Shadow. I don't want to leave it up to the parents. I'm sorry. I know I'm an asshole, but maybe it's because I'm not liberal enough. I mean, maybe I'm not liberal, but like, I don't trust, like, depending on, like, anyway, I don't know. I don't like leaving it up to parents either. Like, parents can be assholes and can, like, decide that they don't want their kid to have Down syndrome or whatever. Well, that's what happens. I don't know I don't know. I'd have to think more about it, guys. I'd have to think more about it. Yeah. No, Matt Saiga, you're right. And I'm not saying, and Matt Saiga, I never said we shouldn't study it or anything. We need to be cautious about it. Okay. Is it an overall positive? Well, Matt Saiga, that depends on how it's applied, right? Casual eugenicist, I hate you. Yeah, exactly, inverted panda, but that's why inverted panda, so you say yes, but if the parents can't take care of the child, that's society's problem. That's society's fault. So I guess maybe if the parents can't take care of the child, then they should be able to do that. But I would much prefer it. We had a society that enabled parents to take care of those kids. Okay, well, I don't know, guys, whatever. We can debate this. I have no strong answers on this. Okay. All right. But see, Jay Shadow, listen. Okay, listen. Jay Shadow, no, I mean, if the parents want to eliminate the Alzheimer's genes, that's fine, but the government cannot mandate that we eliminate it. But Jay Shadow, isn't that kind of a lib way of thinking? If we can get rid of the Alzheimer genes, why the fuck should a parent be able to say, no, I want my kid to have Alzheimer's? And I'm not, okay, again, this is very complicated, but like, what kind of freedom is that? The freedom to let your kid have Alzheimer's? So like, yeah, if we can get rid of Alzheimer's, I'm not suggesting that, like okay, I'd be okay with the government mandating some shit like that. Okay, honestly, that seems like that's not big of a deal. But my worry, of course, is that what else could they mandate then? Okay. So, all right. Let's go on here. All right, let's see here. Is medicine advanced enough to test? Okay. Jonas. Thank you, Jonas, for the 200 bits. Really, thank you, okay? Thank you. That's fair, Jay Shadow. I see what you're saying now. Let's go on, guys. So, all right. What time is it? 4:22. Okay, so let me stream a little bit longer here. Let's see what we got. Let's do some fun stuff. Thank you, Jonas, for the contribution. Let's do some fun stuff. Okay, let's see what we got here to react to. All right. We got some... And by the way, I know we have a lot of people in here who are. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the other donation. Really, guys, thank you, Jonas. We got a lot of people in here who are on the autism spectrum, okay, who are who are neurodivergent. I'm deeply concerned about, like, for example, autism being targeted. We would have to, again, this is why we just got to be careful, right? Anyway, let's go on. The plague is making a comeback. Oh, that's fantastic, Crawl. Don't you love our society? Okay, let's go. Let's see what we got here. We got reactions. Oh my God. Everyone is like sending me depressing shit. How dare all of you, okay? This is supposed to be fun. We are always having fun in here. Why do you think I like depressing shit so much? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I did found something that I guess is kind of entertaining, I guess. I don't know how you want to view it. It's not that entertaining, but it's at least it's funner than what we have so far. Okay, I guess you could say that. What do we got here? We got, oh, that guy went to a Christian nationalist rally. That's fun. Yay! That's what I want. Ben Gavir, no thank you. Do we have anything that's nice and cute and lovely and won't make us all depressed? Can we? All right. Jesus. The fuck? Do we? Thank you, LaQuaball. Thank you for the donation. Oh my God, we got a hype train going. Someone send me something fun. I'm going to start oppressing all of you as if I don't already. For not there's nothing fun in the Discord, okay? How dare you guys not do my work for me? God damn it. Are any of these things funny? Jesus Christ. Depressing. Okay. George Carlin wasn't supposed. Okay, let's watch this. I don't know who sent this. This was Gwen. This was Gwen. Gwen, are you here? Let's see what Gwen said. Let's see what Gwen sent us. This is George Carlin, who I love. I love George Carlin. I love George Carlin. I am the one who forced them. Great, Matt Saiga. Okay, good job. Okay, isn't that your job? How dare you, Azul? Okay, no, I exploit the labor of others. Okay, let's watch this one. This is George Carlin, and he's a funny guy. I'll show you guys. He's a funny guy. I hope this is funny. Sometimes he could talk about very serious things. Thank you so much. Good boy, Dolly Boy. Good boy. Thank you for sending me that. That's fantastic. Okay, you get a pet, Dolly Boy. Pet. Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy, for the 200 bits. Let's watch this, and then I'll go on to what Louise said, okay? By the way, guys, if you want to send things to recommend to me to react to, please join our Discord. There's a reactions channel. I will go there near the end of my streams and react to things people send me. Okay, hilarious, LaQual. That's my surplus value. Hilarious, okay? Eventually, guys, I will say, I'm going to eventually, after I become successful at this, okay, right now I'm not that successful. Once I become successful at it, I'm going to try and turn this into a co-op. So we will eventually have a co-op in here. But yeah, just to let you know, right now it's a dictatorship, but you know, it's a dictatorship with me at the head of it. Ooh, I have a video of one of Elon Musk's motherless kids and a former right-wing content creator spilling tea on a liberal podcast. Ooh, that's fun. Paul, I'll do that. So let's watch this real fast.
They're not even trying to conceal it anymore. The owners of the country they got their election. They said, we're going to get this election. We put you people in that court for a reason. All right, now's the time to pay us. For you now. Yeah, forget all that stupid, will you?
Oh, God.
They're out in the open. They're openly driving the bus, and we're all in the back.
There is bad, Dolly Boy. Go back to your doghouse. We'll see who's in charge, Dolly Boy.
National conspiracy to buy elections and control America. Now talk about back to earth. Conspiracy, but
you don't need a form.
Is it stupid and fun, Paul Squaw? Is it like brain rot stuff? Because that's what I'm looking for right now. Okay, I mean, not really like complete, not brain rot stuff, but
conspiracy. Right. When interests interests converge. These people
Yeah,
went to the
Jay.
same universities and fraternities. They're on the
It's
same
very
boards of
simple.
directors. They're on the same country clubs. They have like interests. They don't need to call a meeting. They know what's good for them,
It's a
and they're getting it. And there used to be 7 oil companies. There are now 3. It will soon be 2. The things that matter in this country have been reduced in choice. There are 2 political parties. There are a handful of insurance companies. There are about 6 or 7 information things. But if you want a bagel, there are 23 flavors because you have the illusion. You have the illusion of choice. Right. You don't get the real important choice. There's no freedom of choice.
He's right. I always loved Carlin. He was way ahead of his time, to the point where his comedy was basically just being a jester and making fun of the country and how stupid it is. And people were laughing, but he was telling the truth the whole time, okay? He was great. Okay, let's go on here. This was sent to us by Louise. Is this a cute little short,
Christopher
Louise?
was someone that we had.
Oh, my God! Oh, my... Yay, Louise, you're the best. Guys. Me too, Jay Williams. Guys, this is... what's his face? Jackson. Oh, my God, why can't I think of his first name? Why can't I think of his first name? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Why can't I think of his first name? Shit, Jackson. What's his first name? Oh, my God, I'm evil. I hate myself. That's it. I hate my life. What's happening? I love Lord of the Rings. What is his first name? Peter. Oh, my God, what's wrong with me? I love Lord of the Rings. I'm a Lord of the Rings nerd. Whatever, fuck it. So, oh, my God, this is why we need to get rid of Alzheimer's and, like, dementia. Okay, you know what? So this is Peter Jackson. Peter Jackson. And he is the director of the Lord of the Rings franchise. Brilliant director. Some of my favorite movies. Let's see what he has to say. Christopher Lee's audition for Saruman, okay?
In mind for Saruman, not just because of his background and because I had grown up, loving Christopher Lee's movies. He was perfect for that role. There's no doubt about it. You'd be hard-pressed to find another actor that would be better at bringing Saruman to life. What surprised us is that it wasn't just a conversation where we're trying to persuade him to do the role that we wanted him for. He was super enthusiastic because he was a huge Tolkien fan. And then he said...
Guys, Christopher Lee's super interesting. I actually had a video a while back teed up about his life. Christopher Lee has seen some shit in his life, okay?
You'd be very happy to do Saruman, of course, which is...
Yeah, in your groove, but like he is worthy. Admittedly, though, in your groove, no. I refuse. In your groove, I refuse to acknowledge that rude comment in your groove. The first 3 movies were fantastic. Yeah, they became AIs. They became slop when they became the Hobbit movies, but the first 3 ones were fantastic. Okay, I will forever give him credit for that. We do not speak about the Hobbit movies. Okay, we're just not going to speak about that. Okay. We are going to officially ignore that, okay? We're going to scapegoat. We're going to scapegoat others for that and ignore his failures later in life.
Great. He says, but did you ever...
Yeah, Paul Squaw, because you don't get it, Paul Squaw. You think the books are boring because you don't get it. And you're a troglodyte, Paul Squaw.
Consider me for Gandalf, which we hadn't done. And it put us on the spot a bit because I said, really? He said, yes, I would much prefer to play Gandalf, And it was like, and I understand why, because Gandalf was pushing him as an actor, whereas Saruman was something, everyone knows that he could do Saruman. He's perfect for that. So he said, I prepared a scene. Can you film me? I'd like to do Gandalf. I'd like to show you.
Yeah, because he wanted to be Gandalf.
Audition for us, which is the last thing we wanted Christopher Lee to do, audition for us for the role of Gandalf. He was good as Gandalf, but better as Saruman. And what we actually ended up realizing is that we had other possibilities for Gandalf. There were other actors that in different ways could do Gandalf, and we were talking to Ian, and he would be certainly top of the list. But there is no other actor we thought of that could do Saruman. I mean, Christopher was our only choice.
Oh, thank you, Louise. That, for me at least, that was a palate cleanser. If it bored the rest of you, I don't give a fuck. Okay, go watch someone else if that was boring to you. Okay, I loved it. Okay, anyway, thank you, Louise. I love that. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Do we have anything funny? Anything else funny? Anything funny here? We got the Ku Klux Klan. Thank you. That's really funny, Jay Williams. Thank you. Just kidding. Actually, I was planning to watch that today, and then I found the other thing. Funny. I just want to laugh. Make me laugh, folks. Make me not depressed from all the eugenic shit. We need to talk about the Graham Plattner left. What? The Clavernacle? What? I built my 2-year-old something to spot car. Oh, thank you, Sylvie. Let's watch what Sylvie sent.
today
us.
I'm doing the
Sylvie sent this to us. This is okay. This is, I'm just messing with you, Jay Williams. Yeah, playing Count Dooku and Saruman in the same era, right? This is sent to us by Sylvie. It's called I Built My 2-Year-Old Something to Spot Cars Better. This sounds adorable. Let's watch it.
fun little project for my son. He's been staring out the window for a number of hours now, just spotting cars. And I thought, what if I just figured out a way to help him know the actual brands of the cars? I decided to find all the type of cars I know he
Wake up,
likes,
Doug.
and
Wake up, Doug. Wake up, Antifa, you.
he can easily identify. Then I'm going to put everything in Canva, do like a mini design and print them out so he can easily identify what type
This is
of cars.
what a good father.
Is that a Tesla? Yeah, that's a Porsche.
Oh.
And these are the first 12, so it's time to see which one he knows. Which one is this?
Audi.
No, this is Honda.
Honda.
Audi.
Audi.
It could be confusing.
The kid needs to practice a bit more, but we appreciate the
I
effort.
don't know. Which one is this? Toyota.
Oh.
Which one is this? Chevrolet.
Chevrolet.
Which one is this? BMW.
BMW.
Which one is this?
Volkswagen.
Which one is this? It's red, remember? It's a Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Yeah. Which one is this? Mercedes.
Aw.
Which one is this? Ford. Which one is this? Tesla.
Jay Williams, I don't care. I shit on everyone. Okay, screw you, Jay Williams. Okay, I'll shit on who I like. All right. Okay, don't clip that. That sounds gross. Okay.
This is lemon car. And your tractor.
Dolly Boy, I hate you.
And this one?
Porsche.
Porsche. That's his favorite. So, how would you rate our project out of
Aw.
the 10? Let me know in the comments. So
That was so cute. Oh, what a good dad. Okay, teaching the kid like that. All right. That's fantastic. Okay. Now the kid could use some practice. All right. I'm sorry. I'm being a teacher. I'm always like, no, that child could improve. Get that kid back into a classroom. He needs to learn. Okay. But still, great father there. Okay. The kid could use some practice. All right. But we're not going to judge too much. Okay. I give the kid like an 80%. Okay. An 80%, maybe an 85%. Okay. He needs to practice more, but that's what studying is for. Anyway, so that's great. Are you serious? No, I'm not, Jonas. I'm not criticizing an infant. I'm sorry. Guys, you're misinterpreting me. I love the kid. That was an adorable video. I'm just saying, guys, I am not for meaningless praise, right? The kid got a few wrong. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, that kid knows those cars really well. What a little genius. No, he needs to practice a bit. Okay? He needs to practice a bit. I'm not going to I'm sorry, it's my teaching bit, right? What do you want me to say? Oh, wow. Great. The kid really knows those cars. No, the dad is trying to help him learn, and so he needs to learn a bit more, okay? Anyway, whatever. I love it. I loved it. It really cheered me up, and you guys are ruining it for me. I was having a grand old time, okay? Yeah. Oh, my God, Jonas, I hate you. I hate you so much, Jonas. Okay, whatever. I fucking hate all of you. Okay, hate all of you. All right. Okay, let's go on. Let's see here. Let's go on. All right. Whatever. I hate all of you. Let's see here. Shane Gillis exposes. Okay, let's do this. So, Jonas, this was sent to us by Jonas. Although I shouldn't be enabling Jonas in his rude behavior in chat today.
Chelsea is a Zionist.
Insulting me. How dare he? This was sent to us by Jonas. It is called Shane Gillis exposes Chelsea Handler. Shane Gillis exposes Chelsea Handler, which I'm all for because Chelsea Handler is a goddamn Zionist. So let's see what this is about. Thank you very much for sending this, Jonas, you traitor.
I'm not saying that's good or bad. Speaking of dead kids, she's a big fan of abortions.
I'm sorry, let's start it over.
Chelsea's been scraping. Chelsea is a Zionist.
Well, yeah.
I'm not saying that's good or bad. Speaking of dead kids, she's a big fan of abortions.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Chelsea's been scraped more
How
times
dare you,
than the
Jay
grill
Williams.
at Benihana. Speaking of tossing tiny shrimp into a child's mouth, Chelsea Handler went to dinner at Jeffrey Epstein's house in 2010.
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
It's just a fun one. You can look it up. There's articles. It wasn't like a big party. There was like 7 people there. And it was like Prince Andrew and Woody Allen were there. Anyway, Chelsea.
Oh my God, I love that. I love that. By the way, I love roasts. It's a flaw of mine. I love roasts. I even like celebrity roasts. I just like watching celebrities like tear each other apart because I don't like them. So I just like, and no matter who's insulting who, I like watching them insult each other. And sometimes they're really mean, and I really appreciate it. Okay, we could do that elevator. I would love a casual revolt roast sometime. Okay, I would love a casual revolt roast. You could all roast me sometime. You guys do that already, though. I mean, you need some more content. Your roast is all the same all the time. Maybe get better at roasting me. I get roasted all the goddamn time. It is cringe, a lot of it, Drusilla. I don't care though. It's like one of my, what's the term? One of my secret pleasures. That sounds dirty. What is it called? What is it called? Like, not dirty pleasure. No, that sounds dirty too. What is it called when you like something that you don't want people to know about? One of my closeted pleasures. God, all of these sound horrific and sexual. What the fuck is the phrase? Okay, I've already said guilty pleasures. Thank you, Jonas. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. Celebrity roast. Paul Squaw says, there you go. Paul, I'm sorry, I couldn't think of the word. I couldn't think of it. Paul Squaw says, I'm saving my actually good roast. I've hardly gotten started. I believe it, Paul Squaw, okay? Yeah, whatever. I don't fucking know what it's called. Whatever. So can we we can do a casual revolt roast sometime. Maybe we'll on a Saturday. Thank you. On a Saturday or a Friday, we'll do a casual revolt roast. That'll be fun. Okay, that'll be fun. Let's go on here, guys. Let's do something else. No, okay, Atomic. That is not fun. That is not fun. Atomic. Why would I watch? We need to talk about the Graham Plattner left. Noah Samson. Okay, anyway. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. That's not fun. All right? What's this? Oxpecker just sent us something.
Aw, he's so cute. Can I say hi to your dog? Oh, yeah.
Let's watch this, okay? I'm scared, Oxpecker, but let's watch it. Not because it's you, Oxpecker, but I don't have context, and it doesn't really say what it's about, so we'll find out. This was sent to us by Oxpecker, a very well-established member.
Cute.
A very well-established member of the community.
So cute.
By the way, go check out Oxpecker's channel, etc. Okay, ready?
He's so cute. Can I say hi to your dog?
Oh, yeah, man. Go ahead. He's super friendly.
Oops.
What the fuck? Hey, man. Name's Rex. Nice to meet you. Hey, it's a pleasure. Now, I know what you're thinking. He's pretty well trained, right? It actually took me...
Aw, he's so cute.
I mean, people do that. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
sure what to say to that, Oxpecker. I don't know what to say to that. To each their own. If you want to be walked around like a dog, more power to you. You're not hurting anyone. I mean, I might not want to shake the hand because the hand has been on the ground. I got to tell you. It has nothing to do with me not liking people who do that sort of thing. But, like, I wouldn't want to shake his hand. I'd be like, sorry, no offense. I just don't want to shake your hand after you've been having it on the ground like that. God knows what's on the sidewalk or whatever. But still, this is furry humor. Okay, oh, that makes sense. Okay. But, like, that's my point. Like, I couldn't tell, is it making fun of people who do that? Because if it is, I don't support that. You can do what you want. You can do what you want. But, okay, as long as you're decently clothed in public, I don't care. Yeah, like, do what the fuck you want. If that's your thing, do it. Whatever. I won't shake your hand, though, because I don't want your paw on the ground. All right? Let's see here. The closeted pleasures, the sex shop. How dare you, Doug? How dare you? Okay. Thank you, though, Oxpecker. That was funny. All right. Was it funny? I think it was funny. Was it supposed to be funny? I hope it was. I hope it was supposed to. Hopefully it's an inside joke or something for the furry community. and I'm not, and this isn't like supposed to be making fun of the furry community. Anyway, regardless, that's funny. Okay, so Matt Saigai, you're anti-Semitic. You're anti-Semitic, Matt Saigai. How dare you? You won't shake the hand because you kink shame. No, Dolly boy. It's not for me to shake a hand that has been on the ground in a public space like that. Okay, I think Mayflower Kid would support me on this. I don't know if that'd be clean, right? I would need to use some like antiseptic something hand stuff after that because that's a lot of crap on the ground, okay? Anyway, so let's go on here. All right. That's the most disturbing thing about that video to me is the fact that he shook the hand of someone who was on the ground, or not antiseptic. What is it? Antibiotic hand soap or something. Okay, antibiotic, not antiseptic. Whatever. Fuck you, Matt Saigai. Okay. No, Dolly boy, it has nothing. I hate you all so much. I hate you all so much. We're gonna go on. Thank you, Oxpecker. I don't know if Oxpecker is even here. Let's watch this. This is Jonas. Jonas sent us this clip. This clip is called "Eating Only at Palestinian Restaurants for a Day." Oh my God, I love food. Food is like my favorite thing. Thank you, Marzipan Power. The one above is pretty funny too. Okay, fair, Oxpecker. Okay. Let's watch this. This is, no, I know Lurking Snow Leopard, but I don't see it, right? I don't see it. You all are monsters, by the way, okay? If I'm seeing someone put their hands on the ground and walk on the ground with their hands, and then they get up and try to shake my hand, I have a mental aversion to that. It'd be like, has anyone ever seen someone sneeze into their hand and then they reach it out to you to shake your hand? That's kind of what it looks like to me. I'm going to have trouble shaking your hand. Doesn't matter if you're a furry. It doesn't matter if you're it doesn't matter. What doesn't matter what you are. If I'm seeing you walk on the ground with your hands in a public place, I'm not going to want to shake your hand. Okay, whatever. Let's, okay, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. And then you get mad at me for being stun locked. I hate all of you. Let's watch this, okay? Let's watch this. This guy is watching, went to eat Palestinian food, which is delicious, by the way.
Only eating at
Thank you, Lurking Snow Leopard. I guess I'll calm down for you.
Palestinian restaurants for a full day. All proceeds from this series are going to the World Food Program, who's working to provide aid for Palestine, Sudan, Haiti, and many other countries currently facing level 5 famine. There are hundreds of thousands of innocent children and families who are currently suffering in Gaza, so I will be sharing the food I ate today because Palestine is actively being erased, and if I can use food to even slightly honor and amplify Palestinian culture, I will be doing that. At this first restaurant, I tried their Uzi lamb with this super fragrant rice mixed with ground meat that was also really well seasoned, and I mean the lamb fell apart. It was so tender, so good with those crunchy toasted nuts too. And then I went to Ayat for dinner, and they were baking
God, that looks so good. I want that food. Ugh.
Khubz, which is like legitimately the softest, fluffiest flatbread.
She always has the best nails, I swear to God.
I've ever had. It was so light and fresh and warm with salty, super herby za'atar. And I also tried their kefta bil tahini with these super tender kebabs and this really well-balanced like tahini-based stew. The rice was also so incredibly soft and steamy. This is also the beginning of a series, so drop any Palestinian food recs for me to try. Free Palestine. That's all for today.
Wow. Okay, that's... Oh, I really want that. Makes me hungry. Right? That makes me so hungry. Fetty, what do you mean? You normally have nails. What happened to your nails, Fetty? They normally have really good nails, folks. Fetty will post images of like their nails, and they're like really great. Put nails back on, Fetty. Like whenever I imagine you, Fetty, it's not like I'm sitting around imagining you, Fetty. That sounds like I'm a creeper. But whenever I can't imagine you without nails, Fetty. Come on, put your nails back on. What's wrong with you? Okay, Jesus. All right. Anyway. Let's go on. Let's go on here. We've seen that one. Okay, let's watch. Jonas sent this. Jonas, you sent a lot of good ones. Oh, nope. This video is not available. Why? Why is this video not available? It's gone. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, we tried. Oh my God, please. I don't want to watch a video titled Israel Settlers Don't Regret Anything. Yeah, okay. I'm going to say some things I regret if we watch that. Okay. I'm a certified pet and they are messing with you. I promise. Nobody goes on. I know, like, I know a bright love. I know. I just hate all of them so much, A Bright Love. You know how I feel, A Bright Love. Liquid Alicorn, you're the only one I like in this community, okay? The rest of them I can do without. All right? Fetty has the best. Yeah, Fetty does have the best nails. Okay, also I like Fetty. I also like Fetty. Okay, this is sent to us by Louise. Jonas says, I sent another version of the vid. Try that. Okay, sure, Jonas. First, let me see what Louise sent us. So this guy used AI to put himself in Game of Thrones. Okay, why not? Bye, Matt Sai guy. I love all of you. I'm sorry. You know I get angry. I get angry. I'm kind of getting hangry, so. Aw. He's just punching everyone. I love it. Aw. Yeah. There are a lot of people who deserve to be slapped in Game of Thrones, I'm gonna tell you. Oh, I'm sorry, Fetty. Oh, okay. Well, I'm guessing he's a straight man because he just wants to make out and kiss, you know, the Queen of Dragons. Okay. Yeah, he ruined it all by being, aww. I know, Jonas. Okay, thank you, Louise. That was great. Yeah, Game of Thrones is a really good series until you get to the last season, in which case I hated it. Like, honestly, some of the worst writing I've ever seen. Really fucked up the entire series. And I wish we could just have a do-over. Can we just do over the last season of Game of Thrones? Because it really messed it up. It really got fucked up, okay? Okay, sorry, I had to take a pill. One of my drugs, okay? Thank you for that, Louise. Let's see what Jonas just resent us that video. Your dog shagged my cat. What?
Really, really sorry.
Oh, good God. Okay, this will be funny. What? Really, Oxpecker? Wait, Oxpecker, you have a brother who defends the last season of Game of Thrones? What? Okay, what is wrong? Okay, I'm so sorry, Oxpecker. That's the most horrifying thing I've heard today. We watched a whole half a documentary on eugenics, and the worst thing I've heard today is that your brother defends the last season of Game of Thrones. Okay, let's watch this. Oh, absolutely. The books are far superior, but I will say, guys, I'm currently reading. Has anyone ever read? And they say we shouldn't have re-education. I know, right? Give me a second. I'm currently reading a different series. I'm currently reading a different series called Brandon Sanderson's The Way of Kings. The Way of Kings from the Stormlight Archive. It's really good. I highly recommend it. Brandon Sanderson is really good. It's a very big book. It's a nice, lovely series. But if you haven't read the Stormlight Archives, I recommend it. Okay, very good. Stormlight Archives is lovely. I'm not a big fan of Mistborn, but I love the Stormlight Archives. Okay. Anyway, do you like it, Louise? Do you like the Stormlight Archives? I've read. Anyway, I like it a lot. I like it so far. Anyway, thank you for that. Let's watch this. Jonas sent us this. It's called, your dog screwed my cat or something like that. Okay.
Didn't realise that it was.
Why are you laughing? It's not a funny situation. The evening was just kind of wrapping up. I just went along to the room just to have a wee quick check. As I got into the corridor, I saw that the door was slightly ajar. I heard noises, kind of whimpering, bit of kind of growling, looked round the door, not sure what to expect, and I found the cat, the dog over the cat, in an uncompromising position.
Oh my
You
God.
said uncompromising position.
They were screwing. Okay, they were screwing, right? They were engaging in coitus. They were screwing each other. They were mating. They were breeding. I don't know. What's the correct word for a dog and a cat? I don't know. Interspecies mating. I don't know. Whatever.
I know this is difficult for you to hear, Nikki. Can you describe precisely what you saw, please?
This is funny, though. This is very... So, guys, for the English out there, there's a stereotype about the English that they're really proper, and they don't like... They, like, don't want to talk about stuff like this. Now, it's not a true stereotype. And come on, you did, Louise? Okay. I mean, it's not a true stereotype. You all know that it's not a true stereotype. One of the reasons why I like English humor is a lot of it's kind of funny. Isn't very censored. But regardless, yeah, it's funny how they kind of seem stereotypical in that they're like don't even want to say it. Like they were engaged in a compromising position. Just say it. They were fucking. Okay, the animals were having sex. They're animals. That's what they do. Okay, now they were different animals, which is kind of weird. But is that why they're in court right now? Is that why they're in court? Because they're upset that the dog was, what was it? The dog doing it to the cat or the cat doing it to the dog? Okay.
The dog was trying to have sex with our cat.
Okay.
When I went into the room, they couldn't see the cat. She was under the bed. The dog was panting, scraping the carpet, trying to get under the bed. Sandra thought this was hilarious.
Yeah.
She was laughing?
Yes.
Yeah, still
Thought
laughing.
it was all a big joke.
I knew Max had the thing with...
Because that's funny. Because that's really goddamn funny. That is hilarious, okay? Lacroix, this is the origin of the show Cat Dog. You're right, Lacroix. These folks need to calm down. They need to relax. It's funny. It's really fucking funny that the dog was trying to have sex with the cat, okay? Like, it's not like, okay, the cat probably, I doubt the dog achieved it. I doubt, well, I don't know. Whatever, let's watch.
Human legs. But I didn't think in a million years that he would try it on with a cat.
It was absolutely fuming.
What did she say?
Your dog, cat, your dog, a cat. You've done nothing about it.
What's an English phrase or a phrase from the UK? They were bugging. What is it? Buggering? Not buggering. What's the term? They were shagging. The dog was trying to shag the cat. Okay.
What did you say?
My cat's traumatized. I said,
the dog's trying to pull a Henry VIII. Okay.
Don't be silly.
Having sex with anything it sees. Anyway.
That's not what you said. You burst out laughing. My cat's now on medication. For anxiety and depression.
Look at her. I'm sorry. Look at her face. She's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What else would you want from Sandra?
An apology. An actual heartfelt apology.
I'm really, really sorry, Nikki. I'm really, really, really sorry. I didn't realise that it was...
I would not be able to keep a straight face. I would not be able to keep a straight face. Not that I've ever had a straight face, if you know what I mean. But dear God, oh my God, I would be laughing too. What the fuck do these... It's not her fault that the dog went after the cat. She can't control the dog's brain. What the fuck? The cat gets better health care than me, right, Paul Squaw? Drusilla, I hate you so much. Okay, Louise, exactly? Oh my God, Louise, that is such a dark joke. Yeah, what was the cat wearing? It's really the cat's fault. Maybe if the cat wasn't leading the dog on, okay, the cat needs to be more careful. Maybe wear less revealing. Maybe, making sure its fur covers its private parts more. Stop going out of the house with not enough clothing on, right? Okay, anyway. Oh my God, this is so funny. Executing the cat after it doesn't give him a male heir. There you go, Lacroix, right there. You gotta go pull Henry VIII. Okay.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's fucking funny.
You're supposed to be apologising.
I'm not. There's no any point in you trying to apologise, Sandra, because it's no heartfelt. You're only apologising because you've been nasty. That's what your face looks.
Guys, these folks are deranged. Honestly, they're deranged. Are they really? They're way too close to their cat. I'm sorry. Listen, guys, for pet lovers out there, I'm being an asshole, I know. We do know that the cat, that this isn't that serious, right? I'm sorry, but, you're way too close to your cat. Get out of the house once in a while, right? The cat isn't offended. The cat will be fine, all right? The cat will be fine. Nothing wrong with the cat, okay? Why do you need, a heartfelt apology from the dog's owner. It's not like the dog is controlled by the owner. I mean, as in like the dog doesn't have like a mental connection to the owner. The owner it's not the owner's fault that the dog went to the cat. Okay? What the fuck? Why are they okay? They need to touch grass. Guys, everyone in here, we all need to touch grass, okay? We all need to touch grass once in a while. Maybe let the cat, give the cat some space. Maybe leave the house once in a while. You don't need the cat. No, Fetty, you're getting me wrong here. I'm not saying that there's like a problem with having a close connection to an animal. I am not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that these people are a bit too connected to the animal, okay? To the point where they're not even thinking rationally. They're like they're really taking this way too seriously, okay? To the point where they're like being weird to other humans because of it. And for something that is irrational. Now, I would get it. If she had hit their cat, or she had like if she sicked the dog on their cat, then I'd be fucking pissed too, and I would expect reparations for that of some kind of, because you cannot attack my animal like that, okay? But like, this is nothing. What are we doing? Okay. The cat will be fine. The cat will be fine. The cat won't even know the difference. I'm sorry. Like, guys, do you know when cats have sex, they don't even, it's not like they're looking back to see what's happening to them, right? A lot of times cats are just like, oh gosh, look, this other cat's inside of me again. Uh-oh, right? Like, it's not like the cat is going to know much of a difference between okay, anyway. No, I like dogs and cats. I have a cat and I love my cat. But if like the neighbor's dog were to go to near the cat and like try to have sex with it, I would laugh too. And I'd be like, okay, come here, kitty. Let's get away, dog. I wouldn't be mad at the neighbor for that. I wouldn't be like bringing the neighbor to court and be like, how dare you let your dog possibly breed with my cat? Anyway, whatever. Exactly. I'm just
and tittering as if it's funny. I don't have my pet anymore, and I don't know how long I can carry on with vet bills.
Right, I'm sorry then. I'm really, really, really sorry.
You, Sandra.
It's nerves that's making me laugh. It's nerves.
Well, try being in my shoes. Your dog was completely irresponsible. You were irresponsible, and that's all I've got to say.
Louise. It's just a quick in and out. It's not like they're foreplaying. It's not like the cat is looking around and looking deeply into the dog's eyes, and then like, doing some French kissing or whatever, and then doing it. No, they don't. It's just like, okay. They just do it. Okay, I don't know what to say. It's not like a romantic thing. Like, I'm sorry, I'm being too gross here. I'm going into details. I'm just trying to make a point, right? There isn't it's not like they're looking longingly into each other's eyes. Okay, whatever. Okay, thank you so much, London. Thank you for working so hard on that, London. I know it's been a fucking headache, and I thank you for guys, we all should appreciate London. London has always made the Discord a much better and more functional place. So thank you, London. Like, London has done a lot for the Discord because I can't do any of that shit. So thank you, London. Okay, I'd have to figure out how to do it myself. Yeah, they didn't even go out to dinner first. The cat doesn't care, all right?
Maybe she should have called her cat Pussy
Galore. Whatever. I'm not going to say I'm happy about it because I'm not happy the condition my cat.
Why do you need someone else to not be happy? Because you have a parasocial relationship with your cat. I'm sorry. Okay, guys, again, I'm not trying to be an asshole to people who like their pets, but she is way, way too close to her pet. Like, she's getting way too offended. The pet is fine. The pet wasn't hurt, okay? Okay, anyway.
Left in, but I'm happy that someone listened.
I didn't realise how serious it was. I just thought, Max is Max. He just everything, but I didn't really
he just shags everything.
Think that the impact would get that serious if he did it with a cat.
That is, oh my God. Okay, guys, thank you. That was really funny. Jonas, great video, Jonas. I deeply appreciate it. One of the best ones I've seen today. Okay, best ones I've seen today. Okay, yes, London is the supreme leader, and this is just C-tier Judge Judy. That's true. Okay, Paul Scroll, that's fair. Okay. Have you guys seen Judge Judy? Okay, to be clear, I just want to clarify something. I have no problem with people who really love their animals. Okay, I don't. I don't want to seem like I'm making fun of people who love their animals. I love my animal. maybe I'm framing this wrong. That woman needs a therapist. Okay, like there are other things in the world to worry about than whether the neighbor's dog tried to shag your cat. Okay, that's what dogs do. That's what dogs do. I wonder if she has some trauma. I am curious if there's something else going on with those neighbors that she is so upset about the dog trying to shag the cat. The cat will be fine. All right, the cat will be fine. There's a cat in this house right now named Mac. Okay, we have a cat named Mac, and Mac has a lot of behavioral problems because Mac is from a cat welfare. Mac was a feral cat that and had Mac also has feline AIDS. If anyone knows what feline AIDS is, so we have to constantly give Mac a ton of medications to make sure his immune system stays intact and stuff. And we got to be careful with Mac and things like that. And we're always having to like crush up meds and put it in Mac's food. And Mac has a lot of behavioral things, right? Like Mac gets pretty easily scared. But you very quickly learn that it's nothing personal. Okay. Yeah, the cat might be scared and you might frighten the cat, but there's only so much you can do. Don't be like, oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mac. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm such a horrible owner. Well, there's only so much you can do and it's okay. Okay, it's okay. Mac is Mac. Okay. Like Mac will be scared sometimes because Mac has a lot of trauma and there's not so much, you do the best you can. You feed the cat, you pet the cat, you keep the cat happy, you love the cat. Okay. Anyway, that's why I take feline prep hilarious, Paul Squaw, right? I want to make more jokes about that, Paul Squaw, that I know you'll understand, Paul Squaw, but I shouldn't. Okay. But you're not the, never mind. I'm not going to say it. Okay. LaQuabwa, poor kitty, right? Poor kitty. Anyway. So, okay. So thank you, guys. That was a very nice video. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Guys, don't let your dogs assault the neighbor's cat, okay? Don't let your dogs assault the neighbor's cat, I guess. Not that you can stop that. I will say, though, guys, I will say this. Can I, brief side note here in regards to pets. There are some people that are way too sensitive to other people's animals coming in their space. Like, way too sensitive. Where, like, they will view it as an assault. If your dog gets off a leash and comes in their space, they will view it as an assault. My sister lives in a neighborhood where there's this guy who has a very small dog. Okay. Oh, bye-bye, Jonas. Who has a very small dog, and he walks down the street with the dog, and it has now happened on 3 occasions that someone else walking their dog will get close to this guy with his dog, and he has shot the other person's dog and killed it, claiming self-defense. That their dog was going after his dog, so he had the right to kill that dog. And it is legally acceptable. It is legally viable in the state of Ohio that, if someone else's dog comes after your animal or gives you the sense that the dog is coming after you, you have a right to defend yourself. So this guy literally goes around the neighborhood with a gun and a small dog, and whenever anyone else's animals come near that dog, he kills the dog. And yeah, Jay Shadow says that happened to my cousin. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It happens, and I was reading about this. It happens a lot more common than we think. There are a lot of people who just, even if they don't have a small dog, even if they're just walking down the street, if your dog gets close enough to them, they will kill them, and the law will protect them. So it's insane to me. It's disgusting. And it's really scary because just be careful with your pets, folks. There are lunatics out there who are scared. And because we have so many guns in this country, I know I'm going to cause a bunch of pushback here. Because we have so many guns in this country, anyone can just kill anything whenever they want. So, all right. Okay, I walk 4 kids to school in the morning, and if a dog is out, they all hide behind me like I'm going to save them from the dog. Yeah, okay. Paul, like Outer Signal, I'm convinced he just likes killing dogs. So I feel like he's trying to cause a problem, right? That he keeps going out with the little dog, and then whenever anyone gets near him, he's like, I'm defending my dog, and he kills the other people's dogs, okay? So anyway, it happens, okay? So just be careful because people are goddamn lunatics, especially in this goddamn country. All right. I mean, we know it that like people do it to black people too, right? Like, so it's, you know, it's not just dogs. People love shooting anyone that they feel threatened by. You know, oh gosh, that black kid got too close to my front door. I'm going to shoot him. Sort of shit. Okay. Also, yeah, anyway. Okay. Azul, manage your animals. This guy seems crazy for baiting animals, but you're really, no, yes, but that's the thing, Azul Tenon. I agree, Azul Tenon, but the dogs weren't hurting anyone. Sometimes it's hard to control an animal. Sometimes an animal gets out of your reach. Sometimes an animal goes near another human. I think we way overreact to animals that, like, every pet owner makes a mistake occasionally. Those dogs were not hurting him or his little dog. They got close to him, they approached him, and he shot them. And yeah, I guess the law might say that, but like animals are animals. We need to be more empathetic towards animals and animal owners, okay? Right? It doesn't excuse killing those animals because they're being animals. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see here. A different cousin of mine had to kill a dog one time because the neighbor's dog got loose and was attacking his dog. Yeah, and I want to be clear. No, I agree, Paul Squall. If a chimpanzee comes at me, I'm putting him down. It is possible that dogs can kill. If like a dog is attacking you or your animal, you can kill that dog. I'm sorry. If they're actually attacking you or your animal, then you have a right to like kick the dog, do whatever you need to protect yourself. I get that. I get that. Okay. Like also, if you don't know whose dog it is, like it could be a dog that has a disease. But I'm just saying, like, that better be a last resort. Okay. Don't immediately think, oh, the animal's a threat, I'm going to kill it. Anyway. Let's see here. So Ox just sent us something. We'll watch this real fast.
When I was in elementary school, I brought a gun to show and tell.
Oh, God. Okay, let's watch this. Let's just watch this real fast, guys.
I woke up in the morning and I was like, I forgot I have show and tell today. I'm about to fail second grade. I went into my stepdad's drawer and I pulled out a revolver and I walked to the bus stop.
Yeah, like as a former teacher, oh, God, it makes me uncomfortable. Okay.
And waited. The bus driver pulled up, looked over, saw me, a child with a pistol. Straight up, he was like, cool gun. And he took me to school.
Yep.
In class, at show and tell.
That bus driver should be gone.
Right? And I'm terrified. I used to be very afraid of public speaking, so I was not happy. I'm kind of freaking out, and there's a kid, and he's doing show and tell, and he's at the front of the class just like, this is my Charizard, or whatever he was up to. Filled with confidence, looking at him like, oh, I'm about to blow this kid out of the water. So we had this very sweet elementary school teacher, and she was like, Shane, what do you have for the class today? What do you...
I've heard stories like this, guys.
What do you have for us, buddy? And I was like, this right here, this is what I have. And just
Jesus Christ.
Started flagging the entire class with a gun.
Yeah.
Kids were going crazy, just like, oh, Shane's got a gun! My friend's like, point
Come on, Paul Squall. You also think he's attractive, okay?
it at me. I'm like pointing it at him. It's the greatest day of my life! Kids are going nuts. They loved it. Teacher hated it.
Yeah. Yeah, the teacher hated it. I wonder why.
So she took me to the principal's office, which seems fair.
Of course, Paul
Squall.
Squall.
With the door closed, before we start walking to the principal's office, she was like, Shane, may I please have the firearm? And I was like, nope. Never in my life would I do that. What are you talking about? Technically, while I hold it, I'm an adult, actually.
I know, Phil. Oh my God, Philly cheese, you're not wrong. I think I wanted to talk about that. I forgot to mention that. Someone posted that in Reacts.
Walk with her to the principal's office holding a gun. I get to the principal's office. I'm standing here. She's here, and the principal's there. She goes, I don't think it's appropriate that Shane brought a gun onto school property. And the principal looked at her in front of me, and he went, listen, lady, it's a 22. What's he gonna do? Tickle everybody to death?
God.
Let's not be dramatic and get back to class. 8-year-old walking back to class with my teacher. I was like, that was pretty messed up, right? I think you should have confiscated the gun for the day, probably. Didn't have a bag for it. They let me.
This is so funny. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing because it is very funny though. This shows a lot of the issues with America.
Keep
Okay.
it all day. I took it to lunch. I was eating with it. It shouldn't have been allowed.
Okay, he's obviously that's not true.
It was lo mein day. I remember.
Jesus.
When I was
Okay, that's funny. That is funny. Obviously, guys, a lot of times comedians add stuff to a story that didn't actually happen. Obviously, he wasn't allowed to eat with the gun. They probably took the gun and spoke to his parents, okay? And I also I really a lot of times, guys, comedians, their stories are not true. I really doubt that that guy said, "Oh, it's just a 22. What's he going to do with it?" Come on. Come on. He didn't say that. Are you kidding me? They probably took the gun. No, I know. No, Quabwa. A lot of people, when they see comedy, they think all the stories are true. It's not a true story, right? Obviously. But like, yeah. I know. I'm traumatized, LaQuah. How dare you? Okay. He has a good quality set, which is more, yeah, exactly. And I'm not, I like it. It's funny. But it's also, guys, true. This is like happens in America all the time. It literally happens all the time. People bringing guns to school. Sometimes kids accidentally bringing guns to school, where a parent accidentally stores a gun. A parent is drunk or something and stores a gun in a kid's backpack, and the kid doesn't even know it's there. I was once at a high school where that happened to a kid, and the kid went to their locker, opened up their backpack, and then suddenly, from what I heard from a fellow teacher, looked down and then looked up and then looked down and said, "Teacher, there's something in my backpack." And the teacher went over there, and there was a gun. And it wasn't the kid's gun, and the kid obviously didn't bring it. The kid wouldn't have told the teacher it was there, okay? Okay? And it turned out that one of the kid's parents had gotten drunk the night before and accidentally stored the gun in the kid's backpack. And like, okay. Like, and it's all fun and games, but, okay, it's just dark. It's dark that we have these problems here, okay? And that tons of people die because of it. Because of our obsession with guns and how everyone has them, and people aren't smart with their guns at all. A kid should not have access to a gun. You shouldn't be putting a gun in your kid's backpack. A kid shouldn't be able to get a gun and bring it to, it should be somewhere safe. It should be in a safe or something. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right in your group, but obviously we're not going to be able to take everyone's guns, which is what Paul Squaw thinks I want to do. But I'm just saying, people are so stupid. Okay, they're stupid. And we need to do something because it's insane, all right? All right. Yeah. Jesus, I can't. Whatever. And that's why I have trouble laughing at it, because I've experienced it. Guys, I am sick. I am so sick. I am so sick when I was this teacher of having to do active shooter drills, and I've told you guys about this. Every single year, doing it 3 or 4 times during the year, pretending a shooter's in the building, and then having to have your students hide in the room and barricade the door and hand out textbooks to them to throw if someone comes in the room. Okay? What the fuck are we doing? Our schools are becoming goddamn war zones, and we're having to militarize our school system. Anyway, it's so fucking stupid. All right, let's go on. I'm gonna put my face up. All right. Putting my face up here. Okay, guys, how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing there? We need stronger doors. So stupid, Rich Rain, right? So stupid. But that's the thing, Rich Rain. Guys, we watched a video about this. There's a multi-billion-dollar school safety industry now, selling schools things like safety rooms. Let me show you. I'm not making this shit up. And there are big companies making tons of money off of things like bulletproof backpacks. Let me show you, okay? Safety room, classroom. This shit like this. You can, it looks like a wall in a classroom, and then if you need to, you can turn it into a safety room that's bulletproof for your class to hide in. What kind of fucking dystopia are we living in?
We can't control policy. We can't control politics. We're just a small company that has, I feel like, innovative ideas that can pass the test of time. And we wanted to bring our version of gun control to the nation. We have a deployable unit that
they're profiting off of the failures of our system, okay?
folds into the wall and then comes out. It deploys in under 10 seconds, and the entire classroom can be in this and locked into a safe place within their classroom in a matter of 30 seconds
What the fuck?
or less. And then we have a fully deployed unit.
I've said before, guys, yeah, I don't blame you, Mayflower Kid. I've said before, guys, that one of the big things that American schools teach kids these days is fear. You go to a school and you're being taught all the time you need to be constantly afraid, okay? Someone is out to kill you. You need to be constantly prepared for gun violence. That is not good for a person's development, okay? So even if not every school gets attacked by a shooter, although a lot do, a lot get attacked by a shooter or guns come into the school and then you never hear about it. You're still teaching kids that, you know, there might be someone out there trying to kill you all the time. And then we wonder why so many younger people have trouble going out into public and making connections with other people when they're constantly afraid. Now, there's more to it than that. But like, I'm just going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind that this is normal now. And no one wants to fix the actual problem. And like, we'd much rather turn our schools into the Wild West and have them turn into these giant shootouts between security agents and shooters than actually, you know, doing something to regulate guns, okay, to prevent so many people from having them. America is above and beyond the worst at this by far, okay? You do not have to live in a society like that. Philly cheese, have there been schools that authorize teachers to carry? Yes. As a matter of fact, in Ohio, where I live now, you can get a grant for teachers to go through gun training. And it is reduced time gun training to get more teachers to have to carry in a school. They've reduced it's not that much time that a teacher has to train for that. So we're going to have very untrained teachers in schools with guns to protect kids from shooters. I can guarantee you guys, it is much more likely that a kid is going to get their hand on one of those teachers' guns and kill someone than it is that a shooter is going to go into those schools. I know, guys, and this is one of the things that partially radicalized me is being a teacher in this goddamn school system. You guys have no idea, and I'm not trying to say that you guys are ignorant. You guys are not. What teachers go through every goddamn day, and no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit, right? And then we wonder why schools are failing and people aren't getting educated when there's no goddamn funding in the schools. The average number of years a teacher stays in a school is 2 years or less. That is the average number of years a new teacher stays in teaching. We're traumatizing all the children, okay? They're all being traumatized. All the curriculums are being changed to be right-wing propaganda. People are getting murdered in the schools all the time. Yay! Everything's going to be great for the next generation, right? We're literally creating the worst society on the planet with the most traumatized kids. And this is why I'm not joking when I say it seems to be a fundamental American value to assault and kill kids. And it ought to be written into the Constitution. One country founded on the ideals of murdering children and assaulting them because we let them get slaughtered all the time. We poison them with food, with certain kinds of food. We fund countries like Israel that murder them and slaughter them outright, okay? We let pedophiles like the Jeffrey Epstein ring and Donald Trump go free. Okay, we're like, that's fine. Assault as many kids as you want. That's an American value, okay? You know, who cares? Who cares? We're also not vaccinating them. We have a whole bunch of our population that's like, I want my kid to get measles. Yay, let's give our kid measles. And then when they have measles, they can go to school and get murdered. And then if they don't get assaulted before they get to the classroom, right, by the goddamn local priest. So good. Love that. Love that for us. Oh, say, can you see? All right. I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm having a rant. Here. I'm getting off track. Okay? I'm getting it off track. It is, Dolly Boy. It's a true sign of societal rot. It's literally like an inversion of like a basic biological function. We should want to protect the kids. It's kind of supposed to be like part of human biology to protect the kids. But like our society is so fucked up, we don't even do that. Okay. Yeah, casual what the fuck, right? Okay. So can we like not, this is insane. And there are a lot of people in here from other countries. Do we not, please be honest with us, guys. Please be honest with us. The people in here that are from other countries. Do we not look like we're batshit crazy here in America? Do we see why I dress like a jester all the time? It's like we're in a goddamn circus. Do we not seem batshit crazy that we allow this shit to happen? Thank you, Dolly Boy. Yes, Dolly Boy is from Scotland. Who else? Anyone else here from a foreign country? Louise from England. Absolutely. Right, Drusilla. Drusilla from Norway agrees. Okay. Hates it. Right, Paul Squall, you're a proud American. I believe it, Paul Squall, given what you say about gun violence and shit. You might actually be a proud American. Because that's one thing I deeply disagree with you on. Anyway, that's okay, though. I'm messing with you. But, okay, like, what the fuck? I'm like, we look like lunatics to the rest of the world. Exactly, Matt Saigai, gun perverts. I know. American media is full of us, like, waving guns, laughing about guns. We have tons of all of our movies are like people shooting at each other and like blowing up things. I know I sound like a conservative when I talk about that. I'm just saying we have a batshit crazy culture of guns here, okay? Anyway. Oxpecker, there's a chance of it, but I'm more skeptical of armed teachers' idea than I am of hostile against it. Evaldi, as dark as it is, need to keep in mind the possibility that police might be waiting around on standby. Yeah, Oxpecker, wait a minute, Oxpecker. But that's the point, Oxpecker. There are other solutions. The solution is limit guns. Make sure there's not so many guns out there because it's a matter of statistics. A certain percentage of the population is going to want to use guns to kill people. So maybe we shouldn't make it so easy to get guns because as long as it's easy to get guns, the people who want to do harm are going to be able to do harm, right? I'm sorry, Oxpecker. I'm not trying to yell at you. I just get frustrated. I get very, very frustrated because this is like one of those issues that blows my mind. That a lot of Americans are so passive on, while literally, like, I don't understand how people who could have seen, could have seen like what happened in I'm sorry. There's been so many school shootings. I can't remember which one I'm talking about. The one with all the little kids, okay, the one with all the little small children. Was it in Connecticut? Who were slaughtered? Sandy Hook, guys. There's also Uvalde, that's for sure. Go watch the documentary about Sandy Hook. Go watch the documentary. You need to see it. People don't like watching this shit. Americans especially, they're like, this is too disturbing. I can't watch it. You need to fucking see what an assault rifle does to a child's body. Okay? And if I had my way, I would force every American to watch it. I'd have a national TV day where every American was forced to sit down and watch what an assault rifle does to a child's body and watch that documentary about it. How when the police and the first responders got to the school, they found the children's bodies literally sprayed across the room, sliced into pieces, body parts everywhere. Because that's what a high-powered rifle does to a child's body. Okay? You're going to see little fingers. I know I'm being descriptive here, but you guys know I'm not about censorship. Okay? Sprayed across the room. Literally. Decapitations. People cut in pieces. That's what these weapons do. By the way, pistols also do that to a child's body. All right? Pistols also do that because childs have small bodies. Okay? So just to be clear, it's not as easy to do it with a pistol because pistols don't take as long as to shoot, but all right. I'm just saying we don't think about what it does to people's bodies. And American media doesn't tell you about that because they have to make profit, right? They don't want to scare away the audience by being disturbing, by showing you what a weapon does to a child's body, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting really upset. Okay, this is supposed to be the end of the stream. Whatever. I'm ranting. You guys get it. Mayflower Kid. I was a pediatrics residency during Sandy Hook. We got 0 survivors. There you go, Mayflower Kid. Jesus. Like I can't. All right. So can we we're a mad society. We've gone fucking mad. I know, Doug. I need to watch my blood pressure. Okay. I need to watch my blood pressure. My doctor said I need to be careful about my blood pressure. Thank you, Antifa, for reminding me. It's funny you say that, Antifa. I'm getting a headache, which is a sign my blood pressure is spiking. Hey, at least it's been a while since this has happened, right? That I've gotten, all right. So I'm just saying, can we not, it's madness. It's absolute madness. It's absolute madness. Okay. It would almost be like a dark comedy if it wasn't so horrific, right? Okay, you know what? I'm done with that, okay? Let's go on. I'm going to go, I'm going to put my face up. Yeah, and guys, Philly cheese. I'm trying to stay calm here, right? I'm trying to stay calm. Yeah. Guys, do we know how many teachers have died protecting their students? I'm going to get emotional, okay? You guys know sometimes I cry. We treat teachers like shit in this country, and they literally die taking bullets for our kids, okay? And then, anyway. So, yeah. By the way, I also want to point something else out, too. There have been teachers that have been criticized for not taking bullets for their kids. So think about that. Think about that. Not only do we put teachers in this situation, and we ignore, when they sacrifice themselves for the kids, nothing changes for teachers. If they don't decide to die for the failures of society, they will sometimes be criticized by the media for it. God. All right. Anyway. Or they'll be blamed. Do you guys, okay, I'm going to lose my mind. Do you remember Uvalde, guys? There was that teacher that the media was blaming. They're like, that teacher must have left the door open. That teacher left the door open. That teacher left the door open, which let the shooter in the building. And everyone was demonizing this teacher, even though it turned out the teacher didn't do that. It wasn't the teacher's fault at all. Okay. Whatever. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm calm now. I'm calm. I'm trying to relax a bit. I'm trying to relax. I know, Matt Saigai, forgive me. I'll calm down. I'll calm down. You're right. I'm getting a bit too worked up. Anyway, guys. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, Alex Pecker, the cops were to fucking blame. I don't give it. Okay, anyway. So, and by the way, guys, I am not a fan of cops. You know this. But let's be honest. I also was annoyed by people over blaming the cops in Uvalde. I was. You know why? Because, yeah, the cops were ignorant. They were not ignorant. They were cowards. They didn't do their jobs. But the problem is still the guns. Okay? Of course, eventually you're going to get a police department that majorly fucks up because there's so many shootings. You're just going to end up getting a police department that is incompetent, that tries to respond to one. So yeah, of course they're incompetent. That's going to happen because there's so many shootings. Eventually you're going to have an incompetent police department, a cowardly police department respond. You see what I mean? I'm not defending the police. I'm just saying there's a lot of fixation on that police department, which is still ignoring the fundamental issue. Okay? Anyway, I love you all. I'm done. Thank you, Body Swap. I'm calm. I'm calm. All right. Shall we? I'm going to thank you, Rich Rain. By the way, Rich Rain, I'll send people over to your stream eventually again too. Okay, I'll send some more people. Are you streaming? You know what? Never mind, Rich Rain. I'll look up when you're streaming and stuff. I'll raid you again here soon. We love Rich Rain. Everyone, go check out Rich Rain's channel over on Twitch. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm done. Thank you guys for watching. It is 5:30. I streamed for 5 hours today, which I'm trying to get back to streaming for about 5 hours. Recently I've been streaming about 4.5 hours. I'm trying to stream for 5 hours again. Now that my mouth is better. Okay. So, thank you everyone. If you like the content, you can subscribe, you can subscribe, etc. Please join our Discord. It's linked or Bread Princess, or K. Flogan, 1865. Okay, thank you, Paul Squat. I'll take a look at that. I love Zackap. I often raid Zackap, so I'll probably try Bread Princess or K. Flogan, but thank you, Paul Squat. Please join the Discord. It's linked at the bottom of the YouTube chat or at the top of the Twitch chat. We have a great and growing community over there. I'll try not to, Louise. You guys know I get way too into this. I'll try to I don't know if you guys, my doctor actually prescribed for me blood pressure medication in case well, I don't want to get into this. I'm trying to lower my blood pressure. Let's go on. Okay, so whatever the case may be, I love you all very much. Let me see. I'm going to send you guys somewhere over there on Twitch. I would actually like that, Paul Squall. I do want to go to a shooting range at some point. Too bad you live deep in the South, Paul Squaw. I would come hang out with you, Paul Squaw. Okay, because I'm a creeper, right? I'm going to show up at your house, Paul Squaw. I think I've threatened to do that before, Paul Squaw, because I'm a weirdo. Anyway, let's go here. Let me go here, Twitch. All right. So, yeah, no problem, Rich Rain. So, guys, everyone ready for this? First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free the Congo. Free Iran. Free Ukraine. Free Cuba. Free Sudan. Did I miss anything? I don't know. Free everywhere. Free everywhere, everywhere, all at once. Okay. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the donation. Really good trade stream. Please take it easy and have a good night. I shall, Dolly Boy. Never stop resist. I will, Philly Cheese. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms. Okay, we need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not be a slug. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. Okay, on the wall behind me is a sword. It's right back here. We see it? The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It has been passed down in my family for many years since the Civil War, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. I'm going to send you to K. Flogan, who was recommended by Paul Squaw. Okay. K. Flogan. So please join to go over to K. Flogan. KF Logan. If you want to join the raid. Thank you guys for joining the raid. Everyone ready to go? Represent me well over there, okay? Promote me. Be my unpaid promoters, okay? All right, love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye, Tater Top. Bye-bye, J. Matt Crawl, Jay Shadow, Philly Cheese, Paul Squaw, Louise, Rich Rain, Drizilla, everyone out there, Mayflower Kid. All of you, have a great rest of your day, okay?
Oh, that's fucking dope.
As a throwing to Eid celebrations. The New York mayor is a lifelong fan of the Gunners who recently won the Premier League for the first time.
All right, guys.
22 years.